I'll tell you what, the power surge is going to get a lot spicier next week because you have Chiefs, Bills, Ravens, Steelers. Thursday night, Eagles, Commanders.
It's just a very entertaining weekend, but a lot at stake in regards to seeding in the NFL, but also just the power surge.
And we've been talking about seeding from the Lions standpoint. This team is in pole position for the 1 seed, right? Starting to leave some teams in their dust. Finding a way to win every week. Who's your biggest concern right now?
In the NFC?
Yeah.
I would actually have to say there's 2 teams. The top one for me is the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, that's a team that was in the power surge.
Right. And they're 7-2. They're 1 game behind where the Lions are right now. And I don't know if they've tied what the tiebreakers are.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Cough. When you have a team like the Eagles with a quarterback and a running back in Saquon Barkley, his offensive line, the weapons they have at receiver, like they are a dangerous, potent offense, and they're starting to figure things out even more. They're getting healthy. They're doing all the things that they need to do to be a team that is contending for a 1 seed. Now, the wild card is always their defense. It's playing better than it was last year, but they've got some aging components of their defense. How healthy are they going to be through 17 games, through 18 weeks when you get into the playoffs? That remains to be a big question. Jalen Hurts with turnovers. And I say that out loud, and I also think, well, Jared Goff just had 5 interceptions. So I think they would be well matched. The other team, as I mentioned, is right now on the outside looking in, but getting healthy and playing better is the San Francisco 49ers.
Right, team that won the NFC a year ago.
Yeah.
That looks like they're starting to play their best football.
And both of those teams
have been to a Super Bowl.
Right. They've got that experience. They know what it is like to get into the playoffs, win playoff games on the road, but also get to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I just think it's interesting because I think Lions fans are deservingly, understandably riding high right now. But who is the team that you are most concerned with? And we can make it a poll question. Vote on Twitter, on X, at Costa and Jansen. It's up. Greg says the poll question's up. And your options are the Eagles, the Niners, the Commanders, or other. And in other, of course, you have the division foes. You have Minnesota and you have Green Bay. It's just so funny because before the season started, some of the concerns we had with the team itself, we would go, I don't know if I trust the kicker. Well,
he's been damn good.
I don't know that that's a concern. What about when they go outdoors? I think Green Bay answered a lot of questions. It's not snow, but it was rain and it was wind and it was.
I would rather play in snow than I would those conditions that they had in Green Bay.
So kicker, we feel good. Outdoor elements, really not the level of concern from before the year. You lose Hutch, that's a concern, but they traded for a pass rusher, and the defense has stepped up. They are the number 1, I think it's passer rating defense in the NFL right now. Mm-hmm. Good safeties, good corners, getting better. So I'm not really concerned about the secondary. The pass rush, there's no Hutch, but they did something about it. The concern is it Goff? Is Goff the biggest concern for, John, I don't know that there's an obvious concern for this football team. That's why we start looking elsewhere and go, could somebody else get hot? Is it the Niners? Is it the Eagles? Is it these teams with championship pedigree? You guys can fill in the blank, 248-539-9797.
So the team that they lost to, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, what was the one thing? Why did they lose that game? Number one, it was not scoring in the red zone.
Yes.
That's what was the biggest flaw in that game. They have fixed that. And not that Baker Mayfield is Jalen Hurts or not that he is the most mobile quarterback, but that's probably the one thing that might concern me the most is when you're playing against a Jalen Hurts, when you're playing and Brock Purdy, he's, again, not the most mobile, but we saw him in the NFC Championship game extend enough plays, make enough first downs. And then obviously Washington, when you're playing against a quarterback that is running a read option or he's basically a wildcat quarterback and can run the ball just as well as can throw the ball, that is probably the biggest concern I have. And will Zadarius Smith put those concerns to bed? Maybe. He's not Hutch.
Yeah. But they got the best pass rusher on the market. They did something to address that. So
right, but it doesn't mean that they can stop a mobile quarterback. I think that's the one thing that concerns me. They haven't really had to deal with extremely mobile quarterbacks We'll find out against Josh Allen.
Yeah.
We'll find out when we get into the playoffs. If they play Washington or if they play the Eagles.
Yeah, how many mobile quarterbacks are guaranteed the rest of the way here? Like if the Colts go back to Anthony Richardson in a couple weeks, that
nobody really worries.
I'm not saying I'm just saying you get to see if a quarterback attacks the edges, can you go east and west? You're right. He's not very good. Anybody else?
Well, I mean, when you play the Bears, depends on
what do you think of
might be the starting. Is Caleb Williams going to still be the starter?
Be Caleb Williams. You don't buy this like the locker room wants.
Whether I buy it or not,
they're not going to do that.
Bagent.
Yeah, they're not going to do that.
I don't think they will. But now that is leaked, and if people don't know what we're talking about, there were players that had gone to Eberflus and their general manager about the offensive coordinator. Coordinator's fired. But they also, it's being reported that they also had concerns about who the starting quarterback was in Caleb Williams. Fact or fiction, it doesn't really matter. There's going to be conversation in that locker room. There's going to be dissension, and I don't know what it leads to.
Like I said yesterday, I think Olin Kreutz is coaching that team by Thanksgiving.
Oh, man.
I mean, see, they're a disaster.
Yeah.
I will double down on what I said before the season. I think the biggest threat facing the Lions is if they had to go to Philly to play the NFC Championship game. I think that's a really tough place to play in the playoffs. I want them here. I think if the game was here, they still present the biggest threat because of the multiple options that they have on offense. That's going to be challenging. I think the Lions would be in pretty good shape if they had that game at home. And so that's, I think, what the second half is going to be all about. Is I'd love to see the Eagles get another loss right now because they only have 2.
Yeah,
and I think they'll lose another game for sure at some point, maybe 2. They got to go to Baltimore in a few weeks. They go to the Rams. Who knows what you're getting there and stuff. But I think Lions fans quietly out there need to just root for the Eagles to get a couple losses so that game is here.
Well, so the Eagles already have 2 losses.
Yes.
Detroit's going 15-2, so really one more loss for Philly, and you're great. If the Lions, no tiebreaker threats or anything like that.
Yeah, so if the Lions went 15-2 as well as they did, then the Lions' loss needs to be against the Colts, the Jags, or the Bills, and then you get the tiebreaker.
Yes. 248-539-9797. Some of your phone calls, your ticket text. Listen, the Lions shouldn't be afraid to play anybody, and I'm not accusing anybody of being afraid, but we're asking you what is the biggest concern for a team that has seemingly eliminated all of them. Let's get to Matt and Howell. Matt, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. So my biggest concern, honestly, right now is Saquon Barkley and that offensive line of the Eagles, especially with Hutch going down earlier in the year. I'm really excited to see Zadarius Smith start playing with us, but if we had to go to Philly, that would be my biggest concern. I have to agree with you 100%.
He's a danger no matter what the offensive line, even if he was with the Giants. There was 0 offensive line. He was a danger. But I do like the way Aleem McNeil, DJ Reader have been playing against the run. I think Zadarius will be an upgrade. Josh Pascal, now that he's back, and Dan mentioned it yesterday. By the way, he played well.
Yeah, he definitely did. And like you said, if the rest of these guys on the defensive line can stay healthy and keep producing, I think we stand a pretty good shot against stopping them. But, that's definitely my biggest concern. Mm-hmm. I know McCaffrey and the 49ers can be dangerous, but, I mean, he's just coming back off injury. He gets hurt a lot, so I'm not as concerned about him, to be honest with you.
Well, and if it does come down to it, the Niners aren't a threat for the 1 seed, but if they are the team standing in the way in the NFC title game, and that game is in Detroit, and you get a chance for vengeance, bring them on. I mean, I think this team would come out there and rip their heads off.
I don't think they're in contention for the 1 seed, and even if the Lions don't get the 1 seed, I think they will be hosting the Niners, whether it's
could you imagine
the first, second, or third round of the playoffs?
Ford Field hosting the Niners after what happened last year. Chew them up and spit them out. This crowd will go berserk.
It'd be awesome.
I mean, listen, I'll give them their love as a team that has gone to several Super Bowls, but Kyle Shanahan in some of these big games, he tense up.
Oh, yeah.
He's been known to make a mistake or two. And someone's going to say, well, Campbell, I don't think 4th and 2 was a mistake last year for Dan Campbell, and I'll fight about that till the day I die. I would rather have Dan Campbell in the big game than Kyle Shanahan. I really feel that way. So, and I think the talent-wise, personnel-wise, Detroit has been a team on the rise. Young players stepping into all-pro season. San Francisco has all-pros that are trying to avoid injury, that are just trying to get through the season in one piece. Detroit's on the ascent. The Niners are on the decline. If that game's at Ford Field, bring it on. And with the Eagles have that championship pedigree. I would take them much more seriously than I would San Francisco. But you guys will get the calls. We'll get the ticket text. It's next. It's 97.1. It's 97.1, 7 o'clock hour. We will talk Tigers at 7:35. Is our biggest fear coming true? The latest quotes from the hot stove. Lions fans, your biggest concern going forward. We didn't know about the kicker coming into the season. Feels like Bates has put that to bed. We're good at kicker, John. Remember I told you that? I think you're on board now. We're good at kicker.
He's close to mastering it.
Yeah. Really? Outdoors, they just won in Green Bay, and you put it well. I think it's harder to play in the rain and the wind than even the snow, and they went out and played clean football and won a big division game on the road already. So throw weather out, throw kicking out. You lose Hutch. The back end of the defense has stepped up. They did trade for a pass rusher. So then we start wondering, like, if the team doesn't have a glaring weakness, maybe it's Goff and running into the turnover, but he's done such a good job this year, I don't want to say that. Maybe it's somebody else. Is it the Eagles? Is it the Niners? Is it the Commanders in the NFC? Is it somebody else? You tell us, 248-539-9797. Now, someone has raised the stakes on the ticket text. They said what they're worried about is Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry in the Super Bowl.
Sure. I mean, who wouldn't be?
Because no one in the NFC scares them.
All right. I mean, I can be behind that argument and the fact that, okay, they've had 2 division games, both of them on the road. They've won both of them.
Yep.
And I don't think anybody is necessarily afraid of going to Chicago. No. Maybe there's a bit of a difference there just because it's going to be the Sunday before Christmas and it could be, really cold. But again, what they did in Green Bay, I don't really have a doubt.
They'll buckle up the chin strap. They'll show up. They'll run the ball. They'll win.
In the NFC, there's always I do think that those 2 teams, the Niners and the Eagles, present problems. The Eagles more than the Niners this year. And a lot of it has to do, I know Pearsall is starting to play well for them as a rookie, but not having Ayuk is a big deal. And when people say Christian McCaffrey is hurt all the time, He's been hurt this year. The last couple of years, he's been really healthy. You go back to Carolina,
that's
there
what
was a
people always
couple of
think of.
years,
Yeah.
but he's been healthy. And I think they were overly cautious with him because they knew they were going to need him in the second half of the season. If they could just get to this point and be above 500, which they are.
When we had Tirico on last week, he brought up how the run game has been so important to these top teams in the NFL. I think Buffalo, I think Baltimore, and then I think the two teams in the NFC we've been highlighting have been running the ball well with Saquon, and obviously San Francisco is predicated on running the football. For Detroit, losing Hutchinson was seen as a huge deal because it hurts the pass rush.
Right.
He was also an every down player who was good against the run. Detroit had been giving up some big plays on the ground, but did a nice job against Joe Mixon. And I don't think it's a coincidence that with Pascal back, who is not a great pass rusher, but is a heavier edge who helps against the run, Zadarius Smith can be that guy too. If they stop the run with those guys, that's huge against Philly, against San Francisco. And I think Philly might be the NFC Ravens, right? Mobile QB, dangerous running back, team that's always kind of they're on the cusp. They're close.
And for the Lions, again, I'm not that concerned against the run because Ali McNeil plays the run really well. DJ Reader plays the run really well. Levi Onwuzurike has been good against the run. Pascal, good against the run. You've got four guys there. Then you throw Zadarius Smith in the mix, and you've got a nice rotation so that guys can stay fresh, but also be really good against the run. And they are good at going, from run and shifting that to a pass rush.
Let's get to the phones. Go to Joe in Clinton Township. Joe, good morning.
Morning, fellas. How you doing today?
Good.
Good. So my biggest concern right now is that Ali McNeil isn't getting the praise he deserves for that game he played the other day, and this whole season, for a matter of fact. I think he's playing at an all-pro level, and if you go back and watch that game, the amount of times his penetration caused Joe Mixon to kick it outside so Pascal can make the tackle or something like that. And, I mean, he even had a few stats, but as you guys know, defensive tackles don't necessarily show up in the stat sheet.
Right.
And I also believe this is an indication of how good this team is. That's my biggest concern right now.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm with you. And I've the last couple of days, I've tried to really pump up Ali McNeil because they don't get stats. They do all the dirty work, and then everybody else gets all the praise. The penetration, cutting a defense in half from the defensive tackle position, that's what beats guys like Saquon Barkley and Derrick Henry. Not to have that cutback, because as soon as Derrick Henry cuts back and he's going against the flow, now you're talking about arm tackles. And you're not going to arm tackle Derrick Henry. As soon as Saquon Barkley cuts it back, one, he's elusive. We've seen his athletic ability, but he's also can be a power runner. As soon as there's a cutback, everybody on the backside starts to become arm tacklers. But if you can create penetration with Ali McNeil, DJ Reader, or Levi Onwuzurike, coming out of Washington, the thing about Levi Onwuzurike was his quickness off the ball. That's what you have to be good against those type of running backs.
Yeah. And they say the fastest path to the quarterback is right up the middle, and we've seen difference makers. Aaron Donald, I'm not saying McNeil is Aaron Donald, but that position, when it's played at its highest level, can wreck a game. Chris Jones in Kansas City is another one of them, and while McNeil is a tier down from those guys, he has stepped up with Hutchinson out, and I thought Houston, when they played Houston this week, may have been the best game he played all season. They needed him. No Zadarius Smith. They needed him, and he stepped up. They paid him, and he stepped up. And he's the next guy, the latest guy that they've paid, and he's taken his game to the next level. Ticket Texter says their biggest concern is that they're peaking too early, John. Anything to that?
Oh, you mean you're playing too good a football now? So there are still things that they can get better at.
Yep.
And this is a question I'm going to ask Dan at some point. I don't know if it's next week or the week after. I don't necessarily know that we'll see how they play against the Jags. I don't know that there's a whole lot of concern. I think the bigger concern is who do they rest or who is, quote unquote, hurt for this game this weekend. But where can they continue to improve? And I think the obvious part is don't turn the ball over.
Mm-hmm. 5 interception day, clean that up.
But it's, can they get better in the run game?
I think so.
Sure. Can they get better in the pass game?
Mm-hmm.
Could Jared Goff, turnovers aside, could he do a better job of targeting Jamison Williams down the field?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the interception. I would have liked Jamison, the one that was thrown to Jamison Williams that I would have liked for him to go and try and make a play on the ball. But if that ball leads him, it's probably a touchdown.
You say Goff could do more targeting J-Mo down the field. I could say J-Mo needs to play more games and will play more games.
Right.
And my point is there's a ceiling.
There's more to be had there.
Yeah. Like for people who would say that this team is peaking too early, I'd argue their best football has yet to be played. And that's crazy. They're 8-1 and they're beating people on the road, first place teams.
Yeah.
And I would argue their best football has yet to be played. I don't feel like they've peaked yet, so I don't think they're peaking too soon.
And Jack Campbell, as good as I think he's played this year, and he's their leading tackler, I think there's ways that he can continue to improve. And we've seen him used as a pass rusher. The more he gets comfortable in that becomes another weapon. Him being able to run sideline to sideline along with Anzalone. And you get Malcolm Rodriguez back and healthy. Like, there are ways defensively that you could continue to play better.
I think you're right about that. Let's get to Austin and Dexter. Austin, you're on 97.1.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'd say my biggest fear with the way that they're playing and I was thinking about it the other day. I was thinking about this question. Then you watch Goff throw 5 interceptions, and then you come back and you win that game. So now I kind of switched my thinking. Are we going to be having, my biggest fear is, are we going to be having conversations about a bad call, a questionable 4th down call? Not so much, is there a player that I'm afraid of, but is there going to be a coaching error or a technicality that we're just going to, look at obliterating an amazing season and taking the momentum out of a certain game? What are your thoughts on that?
You're talking about a technicality like completing the process of the catch?
No, he's saying like a Dan Campbell decision.
Like the Dallas game last year, or the problems on the sideline when we were looking at trying to get the field goal unit out or going
Tampa.
for it, and something like that. Yeah, exactly. That's why we lost the Tampa Bay game in a lot of ways. It just took the winds out of the sails.
So Austin, your contention is this team is so talented. The only way they lose is if they screw it up themselves.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, do you trip over your own feet? I think I could see that scenario. I think they've gone to show they can go play against anybody if you have the right people in the right place. And you guys have said you got 3 pieces of the football team. If one's playing really well, 2 are not, you can bail something out and see what, like we did against Houston the other night. So is something like that? Are we going to be in that situation and then something else happens and it takes that potential off the table, whether that be a call from or officiating staff or the coaching staff?
Another fake punt that doesn't work. Doesn't work.
Listen, don't leave it in the hands of the officials. That's what we used to say when this team was a bunch of losers. This team's a bunch of winners. Don't leave it in the hands of the officiating. Rally through your mistakes. They didn't rally after their first half blunder against Tampa, but they did rally every other game this season when adversity's hit. I tend to think that's the team you'll get in a big spot this season. Ticket text 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls coming up next. We'll talk Tigers bottom of the hour. It's 97.1.
When it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank, and I think you should as well. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. Here's how they do it. They're going to get to know you as best as they possibly can by sitting down with you and finding out what's your job, what's your income, what's your goals, what's your family situation. All of those things will help them build a plan that is unique to you and fits your situation. And when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Guys, want to be the hero this holiday season? Well, skip those big box stores and surprise her with a Beauty Bird Day package. Amy Wise and her expert team of nurse practitioners have you covered. You can choose from their premium services, including laser hair removal, Botox, fillers, microneedling, rejuvenating facials, weight loss support, and IV hydration. Now, what I love is that Beauty Bird delivers a natural look, which means your lady will leave you looking and feeling confident and beautiful. Visit them in commerce and mention me, Heather, for $100 off. Head to mybeautybird.com today. That's mybeautybird.com.
Some great ticket texts, some phone calls we got to get to. The question, the biggest concern, if one even exists for this Lions team, they feel invincible. Eagles, the number one answer on our poll question. Your choice is the Eagles, Niners, Commanders, or other. We could also talk about the issues that this team has. I just don't see many of them. A ticket texter says the O-line is the biggest concern. They need to hold up. We'll go as far as they can carry us. Jeff in Petoskey. Of course, everybody knows Decker's dealing with a shoulder.
Yeah.
Frank Ragnow's going to gut out this season. Sewell is as big a difference maker as an offensive lineman can be. You need that group to stay upright, stay healthy, be raring to go come December, January, and February.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's always this behind the scenes, maybe it's just in the back of my mind with Frank's injury. I don't know that it's going to get any worse. I don't think it's going to get any better. But during every single game, I'm kind of, is it going to, is it one where maybe he tears it all the way and he's out and now all of a sudden you got Glasgow
and the trickle down effect. And this team goes, I agree with the texter, as the O-line goes, because if they can't run it, if Goff has to drop back 55 times, if Goff has to put the ball in harm's way, he's not as mobile. I mean, I'm not trying to dog the guy. All quarterbacks benefit from an offensive line. This team is driven by the offensive line. It's why that bye is so important. Could you imagine they wrap it up and Frank doesn't have to play week 18 against the Vikings and then also gets the bye week, and Frank Ragnow gets what feels like an eternity, 2 weeks in an NFL season, really 3 with the rest in there, to get ready for a playoff game? That would be huge. Ticket Texter says, my biggest concern is the 3-letter acronym, is what I would say to that. It says the acronym maybe hasn't been killed. It's just lying in wait to strike in the biggest moment.
Come on,
guys. Let's be better than that. Let's get to the phones. Trevor, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Good. I think my biggest concern with the Lions is that if Jared Goff has a performance like that in a big spot, it's not really that's not really the biggest thing, because I don't think he'll ever play like that again. But if something like that would happen, I think that could derail the team against a team like the Eagles.
Yeah, you don't want to play with fire. 5 interceptions is a surefire way to lose a football game. Got away with it. Don't want to be doing that in a big spot this season. What do we got here? Juan in Southfield. You're on 97.1. Juan, talk to us. Good morning, buddy. Juan, all right. Well, try again later. He said that he was worried about the effects of a first-round bye, kind of that rust factor.
I mean, they didn't have any problem coming off their bye. And I'm not that concerned about it. It's really going to be how do they handle the Vikings game along with the bye.
I would agree with that, because the 2-week layoff, I think, can be very damaging. We have seen teams rest their starter into the bye, then have the playoff game, and teams have come off really rusty in that situation.
Yeah, I think you put the faith in this coaching staff that always seems to get these guys ready to go. And to that point, what's the alternative? You want to be sweating it out playing a physical game to close the season? You don't want the bye. You want to play extra playoff games? Like, I understand it comes with some, quote, risk, but to me, like, it's such a minor concern.
It is, but you treat it like a preseason game.
Yeah.
Honestly, there is a benefit to the Eagles staying on your heels. So that you have to keep playing hot, keep the momentum.
Mm-hmm. Force you to keep playing your best football. Last word, Mike in Detroit. You're on 97.1.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
Man, I can't take it anymore. Can you imagine one of the Lions giving an interview and he says, well, my concern is we might be peaking, or my concern is I don't know if Hutchinson's backup is going to be able to compete, or whatever the case may be. We finally have a good team, a complete team. Let's just sit back and ride this thing, man. I am enjoying it. I'm a lifelong Detroiter, and it doesn't get any better than this. What's a worse situation than 5 interceptions or Hutchinson going down? The worst is happening as we speak.
And they're
but
still
we have
winning.
A good team.
Yep.
Next man up. I don't care about any of that. I am rolling, man.
Well,
I'm
yeah,
having
Mike.
A good time,
Yeah, Mike.
and there's zero fear.
Well, and that's part of why we bring this up is just the understanding that even preseason we're going, the kicker might be the biggest concern. What does that say about a football team that their biggest concern might be the kicker? It says you have one hell of a football team. And even that has been taken off the table right now. I mean, it's almost this reflection of, guys, there's really nothing to be afraid of right now. You're straining to find things to be concerned about because this is such a complete dominant football team. All right, let's get to Heather's news.
All right, so Michael Strahan, you might have heard this, has been facing a lot of backlash from viewers who think that his stance during the national anthem on Sunday's NFL on Fox broadcast was disrespectful, right? So this incident all went down it was a special Veterans Day program, okay? And it aired live from Naval Base San Diego. And instead of standing with his hand on his heart during the national anthem, he stood with his hands kind of like interlocked at his waist.
Yeah.
Paying attention to what was going on. Anyway, people have been outraged by this, that he wasn't there with his hand on his heart. People want him fired. They don't want him to have a job because of it.
It's ridiculous.
Anyway, I agree with you. Strahan just released this really kind of lengthy video statement where he said he was denying that he was making any sort of political statement. And he said instead he was just caught up in the moment. And if you know, I didn't know his family background. His dad served in the Army for 23 years. He grew up on a military base. That is his background. And he has a lot of respect for these individuals.
So who are these people? Just internet morons that want him fired? Like, I don't see anything wrong with the way he respectfully stood there for the national anthem. I see that at every sporting event. You don't have to put your hand on your heart, right?
Everybody can stand however they want. They do what they want.
You're standing at attention and respecting the flag.
And here's the thing about, and I know there's other former players up there like Gronk and some other guys who did have their hand on the heart. When you watch the NFL sidelines, there are guys that have their hands next to them. Yeah, they've got their hands like Greg is doing here, where they're holding on to their shoulder pads.
Yeah.
And then before you know it, you're thinking about the game, and yes, you're thinking about the moment. And a lot of times there's those flyovers. They're great. But this to me is they're just trying to take shots to take shots. They're trying to manufacture something, and everybody knows Mike and I don't really see eye to eye on many things, but I'll defend him on this one.
He doesn't like you much, does he?
No. In fact, he hates me.
He does. Starting next month, FanDuel Sports Network will start offering a la carte options for NHL and NBA games. So that is going to include the Wings and the Pistons, right? So they say it's going to be $6.99 per game. You don't need a subscription. Obviously, if you had one, you wouldn't be paying for the games. And you can kind of pick and choose which games you want to watch. And FanDuel says that this single game pricing allows fans to now catch their local NBA and NHL teams on a game-to-game basis, enhancing the flexibility of their offerings.
So the price point is what I don't understand.
Once a month.
$7 when a month is $20. I looked in December. There are 22 combined Piston and Red Wing games in December. That means it's less than $1 a game. So who is this person that is less than a casual sports fan that is going to buy one single random game for 7 times the price?
Well, they're counting on somebody saying exactly what you just said. oh, well, why would I pay $7 for a game when I could get $20 for a month? They're trying to make the $20 look like a bargain.
I picture it happening at like an instance like this. Like my mom doesn't have this subscription, but I'm going over there to hang out and we're having dinner and then there's a game. Oh, you know what? I'll purchase this game. We can all watch it when we're together.
Right.
And that's it. Then she never has to get the whole subscription.
Whole package, But with smart TVs, you can broadcast it on the TV. Like, I mean, there's a lot of workarounds.
You know what I think it should be? It should be $1.50 for the game. I mean, that would be more appropriate, right? That would still
make some money.
Yes.
A little bit more than it would cost per game per month.
But then it ruins their philosophy of
I know, directing everyone to the monthly fee. I'm sorry,
it's
John.
such a great value.
Finally, this is pretty cool. 2 Lions players rank among the top 10 in NFL jersey sales. Want to guess who they are?
Jared Goff.
No.
So much for the
Hutch.
chance. Yeah.
Yes.
Hutch is a good one.
Come on,
He's
Russ
number
St. Brown.
4. Yes, and St. Brown is number 6.
Okay.
Which is pretty cool. And it's a big deal because the Lions are the only team with 2 players among the top 10.
Take that, NFL.
That's right. It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, the Tigers' hot stove. Really? Quotes about blocking guys again? It's 97.1.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems and when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency. Your case could take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call should be to an experienced law firm like Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, and you want to make sure you have someone on your side, no matter if it's civil or criminal or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. And they've worked with them. They know how they work. Whether it's personal income tax or business payroll taxes, you're going to need a real team of local lawyers, not some tax organization with a random person you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Couple ticket texts on Strahan, then we'll get into Tiger baseball talk. Some quotes from Scott Harris. Why are we talking about blocking guys again? Texter says, wait, why does Strahan hate John Jansen?
Oh, long story. Kicked his ass, but
that's a pretty short story.
Yeah, that's the abbreviated version. It's about as far as we got to go.
And this one says, I'm an Army veteran. I'm not at all offended by Strahan's stance. He did nothing wrong. It's an effort to try to divide people. Don't let them do it. Tony in Grosse Pointe Farms.
Yeah, I mean it's disappointing that somebody even made this a controversy. Yeah. They showed him for 2 seconds. And now all of a sudden this is blown up into a controversy.
This is what people do nowadays, though. They do.
It's so ridiculous that we're even talking about it, but that he had to address it, that his employer had to address it. No, there's going to be no discipline. No, there shouldn't be.
Like, if he wanted to make a political statement, that's his prerogative. He clearly wasn't. So there's not even, it's a reach on top of a reach. No, Strahan, no issues here. Okay, Tigers. John, there are some quotes from Scott Harris in the Detroit Free Press, and I don't think they're going to make people happy. We're going to try to find a way to get better without blocking the young players that have propelled us to the postseason. That phrasing, we're not going to block our young players.
I just wish he wouldn't use those words. We PTSD, right?
The same article from Evan Petzel to the Free Press highlights, according to him, according to a source, the Tigers did offer Tarek Skubal a contract extension, and it was not a competitive offer.
Okay.
And in the same article, they say that Alex Bregman is, quote, unlikely because the Tigers are not a team that appears to be willing to make long-term commitments to free agent bats.
All right.
This is not, I don't like where this is going.
Oh, well, okay. So I don't like the blocking players comment, but I'm going to hold off on the Skubal contract as well as Bregman because the source is probably the agent.
Yes.
The agent thought that it was a pedestrian offer. It was a low ball. And so he's going to take it public and now try and create some controversy over, well, they don't want to pay Tarek Skubal. And then it leads us to the trade deadline and, is he going to be here long term? Well, if they haven't gotten a contract done, they have control for 2 years. I have no problem with them making an offer. That's what this is. You make an offer. It's not going to be what you eventually settle on. The agent counters offers, and it's going to be sky high. And then you find some way to meet in the middle at some point. And maybe it's not the middle, it's a little bit more on the agent side or the player side versus the team side. But I don't have an issue with that at this point.
No, it's just it's everything put together. Like, in and of itself, if the Tigers said, hey, nobody's throwing 200 innings anymore. We don't want to pay through the nose for starting pitching. We have 2 more years of control. We're not going to give in to Scott Boras, who wants to reset the market. We're going to offer what we think is fair. He doesn't think it's competitive. That by itself, okay. But then to hear, well, it's unclear if the Tigers would pursue a Bregman because of a 5+ year deal. They're maybe not an organization that wants to do that. Well, okay. And then the quote about we're in a much better spot as an organization. We have a lot of opportunity in front of us as opposed to big glaring holes we need to address. No, you do have some holes you need to address. You don't have a third baseman. You don't have a first baseman. Shortstop is not a solidified position. I'm not saying sign one of each, but John, the idea that this team doesn't have glaring holes to address, the idea that they don't want to block these young and albeit unproven players, that all of the homegrown guys are all going to turn into all-stars, that there's no need to even approach league average in terms of financial commitment to this team. It's at every level. If it's just Skubal, they don't want to pay him long-term, but they're going to try to win right now while they've got him and they pay a big bat, like, I could get down with that. I could. But if it's, we're not paying Skubal, we're not paying Bregman or any big bat, we're going to lean on young guys, we're not going to block anybody, we're going to try to run back last season, I think that's an insult to a fan base that's hungry for more.
I agree with the whole blocking young bats comment. Like, you can add bats, you can do both. I think Scott Harris knows that you can do both. And I want to see who he's going to add. But if you're talking about a source, who's Tarek Skubal's agent, and I'm not saying it is that source.
I bet it is.
But
my guess is it's Boras.
Okay, so who's Alex Bregman's agent?
Also Scott Boras.
Okay, so, I mean, what's the common theme here? It's the Tigers, it's Scott Harris, and it's Scott Boras.
Mm-hmm. A lot of Scotts involved.
Yeah, a lot of Scotts. And so I'm going to hold off on any judgment about a contract not being done, especially since you have a pitcher who's had injury history.
Yeah.
You've got 2 years of control. Do you want to treat him right? Yes. Do you want to take care of a guy that is going to be this year's Cy Young, which I can't believe we're a month removed from him actually playing, and we haven't yet named a Cy Young, and it's still not coming until, another week away?
Yeah.
Major League Baseball is so screwed up. But it's when you have one agent representing both, and he's making comments that, well, it was a lowball offer, and they're not going to go after Bregman. Okay, he's taking this public, and I don't know how that benefits him or
he wants to apply pressure, and I don't think Scott Harris should get pressured or bullied by anybody on the radio or on the internet.
And so that in and of itself is a separate situation.
Yeah.
What they're going to do in adding talent, if it's not Bregman, it needs to be someone else.
Yes.
And it needs to be an upgrade so that AJ Hinch, the another guy who is yet to hear about his award, Manager of the Year,
should win it.
And give him more tools. Give him more opportunity. Did Scott Harris not see what this town will do when they have a winning baseball team?
You said something you don't want to judge. I'm not trying to judge either. I'm just telling you what I'm reading, and it doesn't sound good, right? Okay. That's not the same thing as already casting judgment on the entirety of the offseason. My point is...
Yeah, but it doesn't sound good coming from an agent. And it also doesn't sound good coming from Scott Harris, where we heard from last year, well, we don't want to block our young bats.
That's the key. Scott Harris and anybody in the Tigers brass has the opportunity to call a press conference, and they speak with the media often, to clarify, to put their own explanation. If they don't, and if they keep selling the same thing as last year, should I not expect the same offseason as last year?
Well, I don't expect him to. Okay, if he wants to come out and clarify the blocking young bats comment, sure. If he wants to come out and clarify or address a rumor about a lowball offer or about Bregman or any other free agent, I don't think they should address every rumor that's out there.
No, but what I do think, and I don't think they need to formalize a press conference to react to hearsay rumor that may be from an agent. I think that's kind of beneath an MLB team.
Yeah.
But I do think when you have media scrums and you're asked about offseason plans and you go, oh, the payroll question again. What if you say, you know what, guys? We do want to be competitive with the top free agents. I can't tell you the amount we're going to spend or offer on these guys. That's really not what we do. But we intend to be competitive in offering services for some of the best bats in free agency. What would be the downside in that? Because if he doesn't deliver, then he looks bad. He's going to look bad either way. The fan base wants to know that you guys intend to go after difference-making bats this offseason. And John, it's why when I brought it up a week ago, I didn't fixate specifically on Bregman. Bregman has the connection to Hinch. He plays third base. He's a right-handed bat. He's a good defender. He makes a lot of sense. But if it doesn't work out, Houston retains him or someone overpays for him, I haven't fixated on one player because there are 6 or 7 bats out there that are headliners in free agency. There are trades that the organization could make. I'm not pinning them down on one name, but if their philosophy is we're not going to get the big name guys, we're not going to get the best players because we don't want to block our guys, it's the same message from a year ago, and that's what's concerning to me. Not the individual detail about Skubal. I get it. That's agent speak. That's negotiating. Bregman, it's only one player. But when you go 1, 2, 3, and all of the things are aligned together, it does concern me for what this offseason could look like for the Tigers. And I wonder if Tiger fans have any fear or any panic that this team is going to squander the momentum of last season. It's 97-1.
Founders Brewing Company has been making high-quality beers right here in Michigan for over 25 years with a focus on using the highest quality ingredients. You can always count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. And with that focus on quality, they set out to create a beer that lets you have it all, and it's all-day IPA. Here's what you get. It's a refreshing and deliciously flavorful beer, easy drinking and high quality. All-day IPA is an IPA that is naturally brewed with an array of malts, grains, and hops, creating a delicious citrusy taste and a clean finish. It's the perfect beer for anyone looking to make the ordinary extraordinary and the good times great. Speaking of great times, hey, we're in the thick of it. College football season. NFL games, all-day IPA is the perfect beer for anyone on game days. Visit foundersbrewing.com to find all-day IPA. All-day IPA, it's all in the taste. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
We have Lions tickets to give away today. Good morning, 97.1. A pair of tickets to see the Lions against the Jaguars. Be listening later in the show to find out how you can win. 8 o'clock, we're going to get into a new way to watch your local teams. Right now, we're talking about the Tigers. And it's the picture that's being painted both with quotes from Scott Harris and reporting from Evan Petzold of the Free Press. And it paints a picture that's concerning. The quotes from Scott Harris about not having any glaring holes and not wanting to block players. No, those aren't quotes from last offseason. Those are quotes from this offseason. The characterization is they did not offer a competitive extension for Tarek Skubal, and they do not appear to be major players for Alex Bregman. The phrase was unlikely. Now, that can change. Yes. And that's one person's interpretation, John. But
Same
the picture,
agent for both.
But the picture being painted is...
If that's how you want to paint the picture.
Okay, well, Scott Harris can clarify that picture at any point with their comments.
Sure, he can come out and address every rumor that's ever said in the offseason and say, yes, we made it a competitive offer to Tarek Skubal, which I'm not going to say that the source is wrong. I would 100% expect that they would make a lowball offer. You're not going to make an offer that says, you know what, this is our maximum offer. And, you know, for Bregman, if you don't want to go after him, here's one that I think you could not worry about blocking anyone. Right. How about Pete Alonso?
Fine. Great.
Get him a first baseman.
Well, they don't have a glaring hole anywhere.
What? Tell me, you're now. So now we're going down a different road.
Well, these are his quotes.
Because if you're telling me that Tarek or that Torkelson
yes.
is not a glaring hole,
they don't have any.
He's had plenty of opportunity to show that he was set down for a long time. When he came back up, he was marginally better, but not what you want from a first baseman.
Yeah. What I'm saying is the Tigers do not have a reputation that you can trust going into this offseason. So when you see these reports, even if they're not 100%.
Scott Harris.
Well, even Scott Harris, right? I mean, give me the big free agent move that
he's been here 2
made.
years. No,
right.
He has not. They
right.
haven't really been in position. And yes, they could have added last year, but they're in a position now where they are so low on the pay scale that even if they pay Soto exactly what he'll probably get, $60 a year, they're still almost going to reach the median pay scale.
Well, and I'll hit you with another Harris quote. Payroll questions again. Like, he kind of scoffs at the idea that we'd ask about payroll. So then I have every right to read into this and say, I'm concerned. That doesn't mean I'm judging the whole offseason today on November 13th. I'm just reading the quotes from the man himself.
He's also
and
said
the reporting.
That when the time is right, the money will be there. Now, if the time's not right now, then I start to question his acumen as to when will it actually be right. Does everything have to be on a tee for you to go out there and actually spend some money?
Like all this right now, I just believe this offseason is going to be a better version of last year's offseason, meaning they're going to add actually something that's a little bit more quality. I actually thought the hidden gem in Petzold's article was Jake Berger. And he's with the Marlins.
He Canna?
No.
Oh, okay.
He's better.
I mean, it's your word. Marginally
Positive
better.
WAR player throughout his career. Better WAR when he was with the White Sox with a better team. I mean, the Marlins were god-awful. They were the White Sox of the National League last year. He plays both first and third base. Versatility, provides flexibility for torque to potentially still play first base, but can easily go over there, and then you put in Vierling at third. I think he's under team control through 2028. I think there's some substance to throwing that name in that article as a potential target. It fits what they want to do.
It's a total penny-pinching small market move. He's a .5 WAR player last season.
25-plus homers.
Okay, I'm just telling you.
Pop, right-handed bat.
If you want to settle.
And then,
I don't want to settle.
So I wanted to ask you guys, what if the offseason looked like this? The two biggest moves were trading for Jake Berger and signing Sean Manaea. But I can see something like that playing out. I really can. Now, I'm simply proposing something here. Do I agree with this? No. I think you should swing for the fences and go get Alonso, and you should give up on torque. That's what I believe. But I could see them doing something like this and see that working. I really could, because it fits the timeline of the young guys coming up.
Well, it's funny you mentioned timeline because I think that was actually a key passage in Petzel's article. He points out that the Tigers' offer, from what he's heard, was not competitive to Skubal. And he cites an AL executive who points out, well, Skubal does kind of set the timeline. If they're not going to extend him, but they are a playoff team, you got to spend right now to win while you have Tarek Skubal.
Right.
So it really becomes this key. Fine, you don't want to overpay for Tarek Skubal. Then you better pay somebody to help win while you have Tarek Skubal.
Exactly. So what if that offseason trade for Berger, sign Manea, and Skubal's extended? Getting you thinking a little bit here.
Well, it would be a commitment to somebody who could be here for a while, a star player. I mean,
the best player on the team.
Yeah, a guy who was instrumental in the push late in the season. He pitched his ass off. Let's get to the phones. Let's go to Jake. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
I wanted to the three big names that are on my board are Bregman, Alonso, and Christian Walker, which is on the big boards of a lot of people.
Yeah.
But I just don't understand Scott Harris's comments of blocking the young guys, because those are the two positions that you have nobody coming. You have a young catcher and the kid from L.A., yes. You have an outfield that I think set for the foreseeable future. If you want to say you got to have a weak position somewhere, Trey Sweeney was more than serviceable at shortstop last year. But you have no prospects at first and third base coming up. So where are you getting this mentality that you have young guys coming up? And Torque. So how about this? Throw this out there to you. Another guy like Jake Berger that can possibly play third, but more of a first baseman. How about Vladdy? Use Torque as a headline piece. Go get Vladdy. I'm not even the biggest fan of his, but that would surely show an effort to get better now, which is what we need with a team like this that made the playoffs last year and is looking to build on that and have some success going forward.
Yeah, they were a game away from the ALCS. Vladdy is, 25, 26 years old, slugger.
Yeah.
He's got pop in the bat. You'd have to trade prospects and extend him. It would be the level of investment that we've been waiting for. Is it really a go-for-it move?
And so how much – because there's always a cost when you trade.
Yeah.
And the cost isn't going to be just Torque, right? We're going to give you our not great player for your great player.
You will have to give up one of your top prospects.
Or more.
But you got to let dominoes fall here, because the Blue Jays are in the Soto sweepstakes. John Heyman wrote about it yesterday.
Yeah.
That they're going to, other than the Yankees and Mets, they're coming hard. They went hard after Ohtani. They offered Ohtani over $700 million. So this is why you've got to have, it is November, and you do need to have a little bit of patience here to let the dominoes start falling, and also test Scott Boras here a little bit.
Yep.
People have fired him
Oh,
because
yeah,
he has gotten too far into free agency and burned some of his clients recently, and now he's coming out big braggadocious in the Skubal stuff, 35 to 40 million, and Soto's going to get more than Ohtani, and okay, let's see it, Scott. So there's a chess going on here.
And Scott last year, Scott Boras was the agent for Matt Chapman, right? I believe. And there was Cody Bellinger. These guys who waited and waited and waited and did not get the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. So there is a little bit of Scott Harris is under the gun. Not Scott Harris, Scott Boras, a lot of Scotts. Scott Boras is under the gun this offseason too. I think it's a pivotal offseason for Boras in terms of how he's viewed by his clients and around the league. And maybe Scott doesn't want to be his Huckleberry and race out to overpay someone. I can respect it. But it is a big offseason for Scott Harris as well. It feels like this offseason is going to be an offseason that we reference for years. For good or bad, John, right? If you're coming off a playoff appearance, if you're coming off of a season where you have the manager of the year, a young roster, and you fail to support and add to it, and you miss the playoffs, we will cite this offseason for years to come. The opposite is also true. If they add the right bat, they identify a player via trade or free agency to bring into this organization who makes a difference, it will be hailed as the Tigers understood. They read the room. They saw what the crowds looked like. They see what the city desires, and they made the team better accordingly. This is a stupidly pivotal offseason for Scott Harris and this baseball team.
I think it is. And that's where, yes, we want to at least know that there's a sense of urgency. I think that's what we're lacking right now, is that we feel like there's no sense of urgency to a team that outperformed and did make the playoffs. Why can't you do it? Why can't that be the first of many years? But to make that a possibility, you're going to have to add. If you enter next year as constructed last year, Does the same magic happen? Sure, there's always that chance, but does lightning strike twice?
Well, we had Benetti on, who's great, and he pointed out at the end of the year, it's like they were hitting 21 repeatedly.
Right.
It's not a way to go to a casino and go, I got to hit blackjack 8 times in a row. I mean, I'm just telling you, that's not a winning formula. Would it kill Scott Harris to offer some urgency publicly? I don't want him to overpromise. But I feel like he's either misread the room or he's been incredibly honest with us, and it's going to be a disappointing offseason.
We'll see.
Just offer a little urgency. Goes, hey, guys, I know this fan base is excited, and we're going to do everything in our power to upgrade this baseball team. That doesn't box him into a corner, but it's not, we can't block guys, and we don't have any glaring holes, and, the payroll question again. Gee, Scott, I wonder why people think this of you. They're using your words. Give people better reassurances. They want to believe in you. They want to believe in this baseball team. All right, we'll talk about how you can watch Detroit sports next. It's 97.1. Nine o'clock hour today, you'll have a chance to win Lions tickets. We'll tell you how. Pair of tickets for the Jacksonville Jaguars in town this Sunday. 8:50, a Lions conflict of interest. I think Colin's going to get in some hot water this weekend, Heather. I don't think he's going to handle this as well as he thinks he is.
I hope he does.
For his sake.
I hope, and for mine.
On the surface, he needs to.
8:50.
Underneath, he can have any feelings he wants.
Very true.
At 8:50 today, I do not believe in Colin. Based on what I know about him, I think this is a bad idea. But we'll get to it.
I know.
Do you believe in him?
I believe in Colin.
Okay.
Thank you.
I believe in a good dad.
Power surge later this hour. John's top 6 teams in the NFL. But a question about watching Detroit sports. In the summer, there was a big to-do about Bally in the blackout, and people couldn't watch, right?
Yep.
And things have been reshuffled. It's no longer Bally. It's the FanDuel Sports Network, FanDuel Sports Detroit.
Still Diamond Sports.
Yeah, still Diamond Sports, but the branding has changed. You can still stream it for $20 a month, but they have announced a new option for the Detroit sports fan, for sports fans across the country. Rather than pay $20 a month, they will give you the chance to buy games a la carte. You can buy an individual Pistons game. If you only want to watch one random November hockey game, you can buy one random November hockey game. The price is $7 a game. I'd like to ask this audience, does this appeal to you? Who is this for? 248-539-9797.
We've been trying to figure it out all morning, mostly at breaks, trying to figure out why somebody would buy just one single game. Or you could buy up to 2 a month. If you buy 3, you might as well just pay for the month. And there's a couple of reasons. Maybe you would do this if you're a fan of an out-of-market team and you just, hey, the Lakers are coming to town. I just simply want to watch that one. I don't want to watch the rest of the Pistons game. You'd buy that one. If you're a person that thinks you're only going to watch maybe 2 a month, you do this because you don't want to enter I'm going to get the month of valleys and then I'm going to cancel it at the end of the month. Yeah. Because there's a lot of people that just simply don't cancel those subscriptions.
They're counting on you.
They're counting on you not canceling the subscription.
Exactly.
It's one that's going to be deducted. It's $20. Maybe you won't notice it, and it's just going to go for 6-7 months before you realize it. You're like, oh, I need to cancel it. Now they've roped you in for that amount of money. I think the main reason that they have done this is so that people do go through the exercise and say, I'm going to watch 3 games a month. Oh, I guess it is a good value. They're trying to add value to the subscription that they already offer versus this once a month, twice a month deal.
You don't think people are actually going to buy the once or twice a month deal?
No,
right.
I don't know why they would.
I don't understand.
Unless it's an out-of-market team that you just simply want to watch, and you're not going to get the league pass. You're not going to do something more expensive, but they're coming to your town. I'm not going to buy tickets to go to the game, so I'm going to watch it for one night.
Look, we have people who are listening that are diehard sports fans, and they're going to buy the entire month either via cable or via their streaming option.
Right.
That's not who this is for. It's for people who may be listening driving in today that are casual sports fans. They pay attention, they're in the loop, but they're not like diehard sports fans. But if I'm a casual sports fan, why am I going to want one random regular season game? There's really no meaning to any individual regular season game. I could probably find one person who goes, oh, my wife's an Islanders fan, so we'll buy the Wings Islanders one game. But that's not a business model. I don't know who this is for, priced at $7 a game. If it was $1 a game or $2 a game, that to me feels a little more like, oh, I could decide to buy 5 games in a month, and that's a better deal than twice that if I'm not going to watch it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but does it cost them anything to offer this?
I guess it doesn't, but it just feels like bad business.
Well, why is it bad business? If they get somebody to make a bad business decision, like it's good business for them. Instead of, okay, we're going to offer our subscription, but if there are those out there that want something else, want a different offering, well, let's just offer it. It doesn't cost it. I can't imagine the expense of rolling this out and offering it on their website or on the app is costing them anything.
I guess again, market research. I don't know why $7. Make it 10. What does it hurt to offer 15 for a game? I mean, this doesn't feel like it's appropriately priced.
Then you're just not. I think 7 is low enough where somebody will be like, I can pay $7 for a game.
Okay.
And then if they're like, well, I liked it, I'll do it one more time. And then they maybe they like that one. And all of a sudden, they're like, well, I'll just get the month subscription now.
Well, then I mean this genuinely. Like, let me know if you're one of those people. 248-539-9797. I am legitimately
I'm not saying this
curious.
is great logic. I'm trying to figure out why somebody would do this.
They exist. I don't know if we'll get one of those phone calls today. I'm curious if this appeals to you. The option to buy games a la carte at $7 a pop from Diamond Sports, now branded as FanDuel Sports Network Detroit. If it was $2, I do think you get some people that would bite. I do. I think $7 is a market that doesn't exist in any sum total, any real number.
Well, and their business model hasn't been great.
So hey, this is
because
free tips.
they're in bankruptcy repeatedly, and they've changed their branding. They've changed their name. They're trying to put a new coat of paint on it and sell it as something new. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know why anybody would do this.
Mike in Livonia, does it make sense to you?
No, it does not, bud. How are you guys?
Hey, what's up?
So here's the deal with me, man. And John is spot on. This company's, I think it's being run by a bunch of idiots, if you ask me. So first of all, there was a lot of noise about the whole Comcast deal or Xfinity when they pulled the plug on that. But nobody's talking about the fact that they reneged on their agreement with YouTube TV, which a lot of people nowadays don't use Xfinity anymore, and we've switched over to YouTube TV, and it's amazing. And so I've tried their streaming option to try to, especially for the Red Wings, the playoffs last year, and I paid $20. But it was so inconvenient in the fact that, if there's a game on, okay, great. Then I have to turn on, switch apps, log in, blah, blah, blah. But then if I want to switch around and go from channel to channel, because everything else is on YouTube TV, then I have to log off the app, go into something else. And this whole option of $7 per game, again, I don't understand what they're trying to do. If it was $3, okay, fair. But $7, so like basically 3 games, I might as well just get $20 a month and just get the whole service. But again, I don't feel like, honestly, not enough, eyeballs or at least noise is being put towards the fact that they should probably come up with an agreement with a lot of these streamers out there, streaming services out there, like YouTube TV, to generate more money. So maybe get out of bankruptcy. It kind of baffles me how they've sat for 3 years and have said we're not going to go ahead and make a deal with them. And it took them forever to make that deal with Xfinity and a bunch of backlash. So I don't understand it.
So Mike, I don't know the dollars involved in those deals, but from your standpoint, and I've thought the same thing, being on more platforms, whether it's YouTube TV or they used to be on Hulu TV, being on more platforms, having more eyeballs feels like a good thing for your product. Now it's got to make dollars and cents, and I truthfully don't know what's behind those deals. But they are trying to find ways to make money, and this is their latest idea. We've got a bunch of phone calls to get to right coming up next. Does this make sense to you? The a la carte option, does this appeal to you? It's 97.1.
Hey, it's getting cold outside, and if you haven't had furnace checked, or if you need some service today, do what I did. Call the guys at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got all the best equipment, best prices, and offer same-day service. Plus, there's that 5-year warranty so that you know you're covered every single time. Call Mastercraft for your heat, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They even offer generators. They're going to take off $500 if you tell them I sent you for fast installation. Like I mentioned, same-day service is available. You can find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com.
You are now being offered the chance to watch Detroit sports a la carte, streaming game by game for a price of $7 per contest. Does this appeal to you? Because I don't understand it. The month is $20. A game is $7. December, you're getting 22 Piston Red Wing games for $20. But you're going to buy one for $7? The diehard fans are not who we're talking to. This is about the casual sports fan. But I wonder why a casual sports fan would buy a random game in the regular season. Like maybe you get a one-off here or a one-off there. This doesn't feel like it's priced right. But you guys tell us, 248-539-9797. And before we get back to the phones, we were talking Tigers earlier. I don't need to turn this into a big conversation, but I just want to read the latest quote from Scott Harris. This is in the Free Press, and it's about the shortstop position. They are currently planning to platoon Javi Baez and Trey Sweeney going into next season. Quote, it makes sense on a whiteboard, according to Scott Harris. We'll see how they perform and how they respond. First, we have to get Javi healthy for that to be a possibility. I feel better about the shortstop position now than I did as recently as 5 months ago. Their plan is to platoon Javi and Trey Sweeney as of today. I'm sure there'll be a lot of time for people to complain about that, but we have full phone lines talking about this. John, your response tells me everything. People want to talk about this streaming deal. Caitlin, you're on 97.1.
Hi, guys. Wow, that was just a nice segue. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard about Baez.
Yes, that was about my reactions as well.
I mean, a little face. But anyways, so while the numbers don't math, right? The math doesn't math. The $7 doesn't make sense. I have a second home up north, and while that seems very out of touch also, that this plan makes sense to me. We go up a couple times a year, and that would make sense to me to purchase it up north instead of paying it from month to month up north.
Caitlin, will your subscription, why can't you just log in with your subscription up there?
We have Spectrum up there. Okay, so I actually think, as I was thinking about this on hold, I actually think we hold Bally's up there through Spectrum. But I'm just saying, like, these people, some people might like that. I was just giving another.
Yeah,
like,
Caitlin, we were looking for scenarios. Yeah.
Yeah, so that really is like a scenario that would be, we go up there, our kids are in sports, so we're busy. We don't get up there as much. But you're right. The math doesn't math. It seems, a bit silly. And we are a hardcore sports fan, so we do want to watch these things. New Year's Eve, we have 3 families up there every year, and if I didn't have to pay for it month to month, it'd be great to be able to just buy those games. But I do agree with that one guy. It's annoying to switch back and forth.
Yeah, when you are streaming, and I am someone who streams, so I'm aware of that annoyance. But if you are someone who doesn't have Spectrum up north, and you are a streamer, which is who this is appealing to, people who are going to stream, you're right, John. You just log in to your account up north.
Right.
You just username and password, and boom, it's the same.
If you're streaming and it's just on the app, then you log into the app.
Yeah, you can cast from your phone or log into the app on your whatever device, Roku, whatever device you're using. I don't know that.
It gets really complicated when the streams cross.
Thanks, John. Or as a caller told us in the summer, you could just jailbreak it. It's not illegal.
Right.
I still love that call.
I do too.
Dean on a cell. Dean, you're on 97.1.
Don, how you doing? We got Stoney working the board over there.
Started with the D. I was close. What's going on, buddy? Sorry.
I got 2 boys. I got a kid that plays high school football. He's a freshman this year. So anybody that has a kid in sports knows that you don't have time to watch hardly any Tigers games.
Oh, yeah.
His football starts from May with the 7-on-7s and the practices and the weight room all the way to October. So being able to order just 1 or 2 games to sit down at home when they got time to watch it, perfect for us. Like, my kid, his sports is Sports Center when he gets home. You know, he gets out at 7, we eat dinner, he showers, homework, he's in bed. So, like, it's like perfect for us.
So how many games would you buy in a month? 1 or 2?
I'd probably buy like a couple games a month because, you know, he's got so much. His sports take up so much of our time. It's ridiculous. Like you wouldn't believe it. And it's
I believe it.
You know, we might go to a couple games a year down at Comerica, and then a couple Lions game. Now, if it's Lions, he's watching every game.
Right.
His butt's flat. But Tigers, Red Wings, Pistons, maybe a couple games a month because he just doesn't have time.
So for the busy person.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're only going to be home and you don't want to watch while you're at your kid's practice.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're running around.
Yeah.
All right, let's try this again with Matthew in Hazel Park. Matthew, your thoughts. You're on 97.1.
Hey, so I have an NFL app. I got NBA, Hulu, Live Sports, all of that. And I don't have Bally. So I was trying to watch the Pistons game, and the NBA was like, oh, we can't show that because it's on Bally's. And I'm not downloading 57 different apps to watch my local team. Like, when I watch NFL app, I can watch the Lions, no problem. It's just, and then the buy-in a la carte, 22 games at $7, it's about $154. I'm not doing that. That doesn't make monetary sense. That is a stupid business decision. The only way I would buy a game is if my family was visiting and they wanted to watch a specific team. But other than that, I'm just going to stick to.
Yeah, maybe a one-off at that point, right? But in that, yeah, I have a hard time thinking that it makes sense for most people to do this a la carte thing. I mean, to your point, people are already frustrated at how fragmented this has become, where you do already need 5 or 6 services to cover your entertainment. Like, at that point, we've just done cable in the aggregate.
Yeah.
I hope the teams are listening to this. I mean, people aren't watching your teams locally because of all this fragmenting and this Bally's saga that's turned into this FanDuel thing that makes no sense. And they're trying to trick you into buying the month. I agree with you, John, and because the per game seems so silly. I just, it's sad. Like I watched the Pistons game last night, majority of it. It was a pleasant surprise. They've got a lot of flaws, but they are better.
Sure.
It seems like they have a coach who is really trying to get the most out of them, and it's baby steps, and you don't get to see this. I mean, most people are still like, they just think the Pistons are a joke on Ticket Text, and you got to pay me $7 to watch them. The reality is, people, at least in a small sample this season, they look like they're getting better, and you're not getting to see that. The Tigers this year, everybody hopped on the wagon. You know, you could start seeing this turn in mid-August, but most people weren't watching, and then people started signing up for the apps and doing this or that. Like, I hope the teams just realize you got to get a better solution here long term. I know they ran into a mess with a team, a company going bankrupt, you know, but you got to save face here at some point.
Well, I mean, the solution is to win, and then people will pay to watch you, whether it's buying tickets or buying an app.
My youngest son watched the game with me last night, and there was a fascination to how that all played out and how they won the game.
Sure.
And that's not happening in most households right now.
To that point, Ticket Texter James in Linden says it's a prime example of why people just pirate sports now. Nickel and diming customers is out of control. Texter says it's absurd. I won't pay 99 cents for onion rings, let alone this. Mike in West Bloomfield. I would never pay that for a per game.
It's the cherry on top.
I know. Well, there's a better one here. I would never pay for it per game. Signed, Scott Harris. Texter says, all I can think of is maybe you're not a fan, but you have relatives over, and they are big fans, and you want to get the game for that. It's like a pay-per-view type of thing.
Yeah.
Speaking of pay-per-view, Stacy in Commerce, you think that's where this is headed? You're on 97.1.
Yes, I do. As a matter of fact, I think we're looking at their finger and not where they're pointing. Years ago,
Stacey, we lost you.
What's going to happen here, we've already bridged a situation where you can't just go ahead and buy season tickets for Tigers. The marquee games, the Friday and Saturday, are more expensive. So your $7, that's your crappy game during the week. But if you want to watch the special game, that's going to be $17 or $27. But eventually, and if you want, in this day and age, we want what we want. Hey, your friends come in from San Francisco and you want to watch a San Francisco-Arizona game? Sure, that's $15. You can get that, and what the teams are watching, Gov, the teams are seeing that. So if you have a better team and you now are getting money being paid for pay-per-view, well, they can share that revenue and say, okay, now I can put a better product on the field. So it's a product-based, if you're winning, people will pay for it. And this day and age, they want to hear it now. They want to hear it now. And a couple quick things. Go Blue, John, and hail to the up north people, because deer camp is right around the corner.
Yes, it is.
On Boys Blank Island.
Uh-huh. Oh, there you go. Opening weekend.
Just in time for the Michigan bye week for a lot of fans. There you go.
And me.
And Johnny got plans?
We'll see.
Well, maybe. Let's get to Bob in Chesterfield. Bob, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, so I'm going to jump into what the lady said earlier about a place up north. I have a place up north, and they somehow now block certain, like I can't get Fox when I try and stream it cast it from my phone to my TV because I'm not on my home Wi-Fi.
Oh, the geo-fence. You got geo-fenced in.
I can't just log in. I just can't log into an account and be able to watch it anywhere. I can't even watch it on my phone when I'm deer hunting or whatever I'm doing at the time. I have to be at home now, so it defeats the purpose. And there's only certain channels that do that. I don't know if it's because I'm Spectrum up north, Xfinity down here, but there are a lot of things I can't watch on my phone anymore.
Huh.
So this would help fill in the gaps?
Do you have the Bally's app?
I do not.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this is for people who are comfortable streaming the Bally's app but don't want to pay $20 a month and instead would rather, I say this as a question, would rather pay $7 per game. They obviously aren't people who want to buy lots of games.
Right, yeah,
they're
twice a month.
They're only people who want to buy a game here or a game there, which to me means that you are, by definition, a more casual sports fan. With nothing wrong with it. But
For
if you're
those teams, or you just don't want to pay to watch those teams.
Maybe they're not good enough. But then if they're not good enough, why would you turn around and like plant a flag on a November day and say, gotta see Wings Penguins tonight? Really? Do you?
Well, it could be somebody on the other team that you want to see.
Right.
It could be somebody that is in town that whether it's that athlete or it's that team that you want to see.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls on this, trying to make sense of a la carte streaming for Detroit sports. We'll get to Heather's news. We've got Power Surge. And we're going to move the conversation back a little bit here, but we will get into the juggling act that Colin will be dealing with this weekend. Best of luck to him. It's 97.1.
Okay, you guys, I have a really cool story to share with you. I was actually talking to Dr. Berkowitz from Michigan Hair Restoration, and he told me about this wedding that he was just recently at. He said, really nice wedding downtown, but he said what was so awesome is that one of his patients came up to him there, so excited to introduce Dr. B to his fiance. And he continued on to say that his hair restoration treatment with Dr. B changed his life, and that it was because of his newfound confidence that he was able to go online and meet her. And then a little while later at that exact same wedding, another one of Dr. B's patients came up to him with almost that exact same story, but this time they were already married. And this patient was excited to introduce Dr. B to his wife, who he wouldn't have met if he didn't go to see Dr. B. How cool is that? And you guys, your life is waiting for you on the other side of your hair loss treatment. With a full head of hair that you can run your hands through, who knows what you'll have the confidence to do. So go to MichiganHairRestoration.com today to schedule your consult with Dr. B. That's MichiganHairRestoration.com.
All right, guys, when we talk about big games, we talk about diving into the best pool in history. To watch those games, it's Stadium Swim, America's favorite place to watch all the big football games. And now we've got everything going on with hockey and basketball. So plan a trip to Circa Resort and Casino. They've got 6 pools, 3 different levels, and always a perfect view of that massive 40-foot-tall high-definition screen. Stadium Swim, America's favorite place to watch all the big games with the swim-up bars, the instant-ready selfie walls, and a non-stop party. Score your perfect game day spot with the cozy day beds, private cabanas, or just grab a lounge at the center of the action. Reserve your place today. It's 365 days of sports. How else but poolside? Located at Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today, circalasvegas.com. Look, we've been super busy today. We've got Lions tickets to give away the last hour of the show. Be listening for your chance to win. We'll tell you how at 9 o'clock. Got the power surge coming up before the hour ends. We brought up Scott Harris quotes, and, well, actions are more important than the words. The words are kind of concerning. And then we brought up Bally, and now FanDuel Sports Network, offering you the chance to watch Detroit sports a la carte. And I wondered aloud, who's this for? Priced $7 per game. Let's get to the phones. 248-539-9797. John in West Bloomfield. You're on 97.1.
Yes. Good morning. I wanted to make a point that I think these companies, Bally's and FanDuel, are, annihilating or losing out on future generations of fans, right? Because you grow up, you become a fan watching the sports on TV, or your dad's watching it on TV, or listening on the radio or whatnot. You don't become a fan by, shopping for merchandise in the stores. You grow up watching it. That's why around here we have, fans of teams from out of the state, the Yankees or whatever. They watch the games. So I think that, they're kind of, taking out some future generations of fans here by doing this, kind of cutting off your nose to spite your face, so to speak.
Sure. Yeah, I think accessibility is how you build fans.
We had that topic last week. I mean, our kids watching sports as much as other generations and TV execs are worried about the future of broadcasting and who's going to be tuning in. If parents aren't buying the app or buying games, then they're already missing out.
Well, and I think that they would argue, we are making it more available. We're giving you the chance to buy any game you want. I mean, it doesn't add up to me, but
availability doesn't mean it the
affordability.
Cost, affordability.
Yeah, availability not the same as affordability. And I think that's the issue you run into some of this.
They are giving you technically another option.
Yes. I just wonder who the option's for. And we found like needle in a haystack scenarios, right? Like your wife's favorite team is, you want to stream that one game and watch with her or your husband, vice versa. Or you're in a weird situation where you're at a house that doesn't have the game for a party and they just want to buy that one game. The thing I would say, though, is those have to be big games, important games that you're willing to pay a premium for. And those really don't exist in the regular season. If you're good, the regular season games, you're just waiting for the playoffs. And if you're bad, well, then that kind of takes the significance out of the games, too. You play so many of them, 82 regular season games. The idea that any one of them is worth paying 7 times the per game value, I don't understand.
And a lot of those premium games are already snapped up by ESPN or
NBC
or NBC or
TNT,
Peacock or some other streaming service.
So it's like, hey, on a Tuesday night or a Wednesday night, if you really are jonesing to watch.
Yeah. Like during the baseball season, there are some matchups that the Lions have that are on Apple TV.
Yeah.
Or on
the Tigers.
The Tigers.
Yeah, I know what you meant. Yeah, it's good.
Or they're on ESPN Plus. Like so when they're on those other services, because they are big games, you don't even have the option to pay the $7 for that one game on FanDuel.
Mo and Canton, what's your perspective? You're on 97.1.
Yeah, hi. So I work in manufacturing, specifically the auto industry. Okay, and I'm one of those cord cutters. When I had cable, I was able to stream it because I had the subscription, and you can take it with you. You can watch it anywhere. But because I cut the cord on the cable, it was getting ridiculous. I couldn't do it, and there was a few games here and there where I just wanted to watch. Specifically with my red zone and football, you can't take that with you. It's like you have to pay some absurd premium to take, have like red zone on the go, which I'm not going to do that anymore. But like, I can understand like with specific games, especially like if you're in the auto industry and you got to work an occasional Sunday here and there or Saturday.
Right.
I would love to be able to watch the game, at work or whatever. But you know what? I'm just better off listening to the Odyssey app, which is absolutely free. There you go.
Hey, there we go.
Yeah.
Hey, we'll take it.
Well done.
That's right. Yeah. You can listen to all the games.
Mm-hmm.
Pistons, Red Wings,
Michigan.
I should get paid for that.
Yeah, we can checks in the mail, Mo. Appreciate it. Good stuff. All right, let's get to Heather in the news.
You guys, I'm just reading about Dave Coulier. He was just diagnosed with cancer. So I've been reading his story. He was diagnosed with stage 3 non-Hodgkin lymphoma. Super sad. Diagnosed in October after he had an upper respiratory infection, and it caused some major swelling in his lymph nodes. And he said finally, by the time one of his lymph nodes was like the size of a golf ball, doctors were like, you know what? It's time to go in and get scanned, get a biopsy. And he said, I went from having what I thought was just like a major cold to being diagnosed with cancer overnight. Oh, very overwhelming. He said 2 weeks into his diagnosis, he started chemotherapy. He's facing it head on, like shaved his head kind of as like, you know what? You're not going to get me. I'm going to get you first. And he's taking a very positive outlook on everything. He also revealed he's going to be a grandpa. His son's expecting a first baby. So he's got a lot to look forward to and is hopeful.
The best of luck.
Yeah, it's so
pulling
sad
for him because I can only imagine how much of a nightmare that day is. But it sounds like the mentality. He's got the right mentality, man.
You got to have that. Yep. But I mean, I haven't finished reading the story, so there could be more to it. But he's completed 6 rounds of chemo already, taking everything day by day. So, gosh, let's hope he can pull through. He is like, I grew up watching Full House. That was like my favorite show. I mean, I taped it on VHS if I had to leave the house. Like I was obsessed with it. So,
and he's a big Detroit sports fan.
He really is.
He was at the Red Wing game I went to earlier.
He goes
this season.
to like a ton of Wings games. He's always been a Wings fan for sure.
Now, did he have like a tumor they had to extract?
Well, I think because when you get sick, like you have lymph nodes all over your body, right? And they get swollen when you get sick. It's your way your body is trying to fight off the infection. Well, his lymph nodes I don't know where on his body. I mean, you have them all over your body. Got so swollen from his illness, which is what he thought. His body's just trying to fight off this upper respiratory infection. So finally, I think he waited to go see his doctor because he thought my body's just doing what it needs to do.
Yeah.
And then when one of his lymph nodes was so swollen, was finally like, you know what, let's get this checked out. And I think they just did like a PET scan or I don't know what.
Maybe a biopsy.
Yeah. And a biopsy. And he said 3 days later, got the news. Yeah.
So we don't know if he has to cut it out.
Oh, Greg.
Come on.
Greg.
That was the great setup.
Greg. Great
setup.
In other news, Central Michigan's football coach, Jim McElwain, could be fired for his role in the whole Connor Stalions guest appearance on the sideline during that game last season. You've got your fingers crossed. Why?
Fingers crossed. Please tell me he's fired.
Oh, you want him to be fired?
Yes. Go ahead,
all right.
continue.
So anyway, the NCAA is investigating, and McElwain, they're investigating him, and if he is found to have been involved in allowing Stalions on the sideline, he could obviously be punished, and one of the punishments could be firing. Now, he has stated that he was unaware that Stalions was even at the game, definitely didn't condone it, didn't offer him the chance to walk on the sideline. But obviously, the investigation will determine if that's true or not. It will soon be legal for Detroit residents to own chickens, ducks, and bees, thanks to this amendment to the ordinance regulating animal ownership. So private homeowners will now be permitted to keep any of these 3 animal species on their property as long as they really follow all the rules. You have to have certain shelters for them. You have to dispose of their waste and make sure you have documentation and things like that. But it goes into effect next year, January 31st. So if this is something you want to do, go for it.
Chickens, ducks, and bees.
And bees, that's it. And there's a limit on to how you can only have up to 8 ducks, 8 chickens, and 4 honeybee hives.
Huh.
Yeah.
Who doesn't love honey?
Somebody.
You don't like honey?
No, I do like honey. I mean, it's not something I seek out. I like honey.
Well, yeah, but
I was just saying somebody out there, I'm sure, doesn't like. Oh,
butter?
No, that's not for me. Mm-mm.
Honey in your tea?
Oh, I hate tea.
Oh, okay.
No, I mean, I use honey for cooking.
Honey on like a pizza?
I make a. on a pizza?
Hot honey is a trend. Have you not had this?
Hot honey on your pizza?
Oh, yeah.
It's wonderful.
Oh, nasty. No, I would never do that.
Don't knock it till you try it.
Okay. Do you like pineapple on your pizza?
No.
Okay. But you like honey on your pizza.
Little jalapenos, hot honey. Oh, that's Heather with the news. We've got the power surge next. It's 97.1.
Hey, the NBA is back, and FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, wants you to catch all the action. Right now, FanDuel is giving everyone 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you have to do to catch every tip-off or buzzer beater is place any $5 bet on the NBA to get 3 months of NBA League Pass, courtesy of FanDuel. So that means you don't have to miss Wembanyama's second season. Hey, maybe you want to see LeBron and play with his son. Whatever it is that you want to watch, you can get it all with NBA League Pass, and you can get 3 months free if you place a $5 bet on the NBA. Visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to make every moment more and learn more. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. After 3-month free trial, the full price of League Pass will be automatically charged monthly. Cancel anytime. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Will limit one pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
9 o'clock hour. Thanks for spending it with us. Here's the game plan. If we have time, we'll get to the college football playoff rankings before the hour ends. May show some love to the Pistons. How about finding a way to win? Would have lost that game last year. But the focal point of this hour is, one, your chance to win Lions tickets. Be listening this hour for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Lions and Jaguars on Sunday, plus passes to the Lions VIP tailgate party at Eastern Market. It's from the Bullseye Event Group. Here's how you're going to win. You're going to listen, and when you hear the drop of John Jansen saying, "No problem handling wet balls," you'll call in. You'll have your chance to win. You can get tickets. Go to bullseyeeventgroup.com for tickets to the Lions VIP tailgate. Yep. We have some ticket text on Hot Honey Pizza for you, Heather. People are saying you are missing out on this. They're shouting out local places up and down the ticket text saying you are way off. It's fire. That's Steve on the ticket text. Hot Honey is a game changer. Heather's missing out. And another one says we have local places that do it with pepperoni, and it's the best thing I've ever had. I urge you to try it.
Oh, it's the same thing on Twitch. Hot Honey on Pizza is amazing. You need to try it.
I have never heard of it. So that was my instant take is like, what? That sounds disgusting.
Yeah, honey on pizza. This is new to me in the last 6 months. The kids have been doing this for some time, and they're like, Dad, you need to try hot honey on the pizza.
I guess it just seems crazy because pizza to me is already so good that I would never think of like, let's add something new to it to make it even better.
Well, it's like the Lions this year. It just keeps getting better.
I would try it.
Okay.
Here's how I recommend. Don't have it applied to your pizza. Because some places will,
like
put it on. Like when they deliver the pizza to your table, they'll already have it on there. Ask for it on the side. That way you can still enjoy the pizza as you have previously, but you can also dip and then use as much of it as you want on either every bite or however you decide to use it.
Hot Honey aside, the real story with Heather is what's going to happen this Sunday.
Yeah, Sunday's a big day.
Conflict of interest for Colin.
Yes. So obviously it's a Lions game day, right?
Oh, yeah.
He was actually going to go to the game with his brother and his nephew. They were all going to go together, kind of something to go do, right? And then they were buying tickets, and Colin was like, wait, what's the date of that game?
Oh, boy.
Oh, it's the 17th? Oh, that's my son's first birthday. So before we decided how we were going to celebrate it, he knew that's
he backed
the
out
first
of
birthday
being gone.
and said, you know what? I can't go to the game. So we are going to have his first birthday party, and we're doing a football-themed, Lions-themed game day party that starts at 1 o'clock. And then we're obviously going to have the game on, but also have family over and celebrate Brooks's first birthday.
I have doubts that Colin will be a present father on his son's first birthday because you have shared how into Lions games he gets. And I think that's a common experience. I think the Lions have become must-watch for people to where other life things may have been taking a back seat. Now it's your son's first birthday. You can't. But John, do you see the concern?
No.
No?
From someone who doesn't have kids, that would be a comment I would think that you would have. From someone who has been through 5 first birthdays, he will have no problem focusing on. Will there be moments where he'll watch the TV? Sure.
Yes.
What helps is that it's not likely going to be a drama-filled game. It's the Jacksonville Jaguars. They're one of the worst teams in the NFL. Now, could it? Sure. But he will have no problem being the dad that I believe he is and will be, and focusing on the first birthday. And he can record the game. He can rewatch it later. He's going to see enough of it. Yeah, and rewatch it later. So, no, I have no doubt he will be 100% present at Brooks's birthday.
I don't know if I would say 100% present.
He'll be there for the moments that matter.
Yes, the
key third
cake.
downs, the red zone. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, we want to cut the cake. Sorry, the Lions got to get into the half. They've got the ball, 2-minute drill.
It is interesting, right? Like, because the TV has to be on. It's basically all day. Like, there's days that it's like we're eating breakfast. He's like, hold on. It's whatever starting. I don't know what it's even called.
They're playing in Germany or they're playing in England. Yeah.
Or like it's just pregame stuff.
Yeah.
He's like, I got to watch this. It's always like the day I didn't realize, the Sunday night, the night game doesn't start till 8 o'clock, but 10 o'clock is the same time as this Lions yada yada. I'm like, dude, we're eating breakfast but the TV is always on. So he'll be present for the birthday party without a doubt.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're going to have family there, and it's a big day, but there'll be
other
some
people
distraction.
there that want to see the game. He'll
yes.
be socializing with them while they're watching the game as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm silly to even be concerned on your behalf, to John's point. Don't have kids, don't understand how a 1-year-old's birthday party goes. I just know Colin, from what I understand, is going to want to see the big plays in the Lions games. And if you guys are cutting cake or your presents or...
We'll do that at halftime.
There you go.
Yeah. So you got it all planned out.
And I will be the one mainly running around with Brooks. We're going to do it all in the basement. So we're all going to be contained in one area. But
so
I
it's
think
at home too?
Oh, yeah, it's at home.
I thought you said it was going to be
Oh,
somewhere.
no,
this is
at
going to
home.
be even easier for him to do it.
This is going to be easy. I do question, did you consider moving the party to Saturday?
We did, but it's very rare that we've had one of the kids' birthdays fall on a weekend day. And it's just, that's the day his birthday is. It happened to be a Sunday. So we're like, let's just do it on the birthday. And I have family members that prefer Sunday gatherings over Saturday gatherings.
What about having them over after the game?
Well, we thought about that, but one is perfect because that's like right when Brooks wakes up from his nap.
Mm-hmm.
So we thought, okay, well, he'll be up and at it for several hours. He'll be in a good mood.
You've got to do it when it's going to be best for Brooks.
And that's like he wakes up right around 1.
If it's at kickoff, then so be it.
He's awake Saturday at 1.
I know. Colin was on board for this, for the Sunday. So he said, I mean,
because he's already banking the win.
He was, I mean, it was partly his choice too, right? I didn't schedule it without consulting with him. So
sure. I mean, he looked at the schedule and said, this is the Jaguars, not the Bills. This won't be an issue.
Yeah.
No stress for this one.
Yeah.
Okay, so the question then is, with the Lions becoming appointment television, have you had to alter any of your Sunday plans so far this season, or even looking further ahead later in the year, holidays, end of year, playoffs? Have you had to make major changes to your schedule because the Lions are irresistible? You can't miss games. And that's how Colin is. He can't miss games.
He's obsessed.
Yeah. There are a lot of times where if something's going on, I'll record the game and watch it later, which I kind of like to do anyway, or at least watch it on delay so I can fast forward all the stupid commercials.
Isn't it hard, though, not getting updates? Like, isn't it hard not
No, I
seeing
can
what
just put my
happens before
phone
you
on
watch
Do Not
it?
Disturb, and
See, that's
then
tough
I
for
don't.
Colin,
They
because he
don't
gets
come up.
texts and people are texting him like, "Oh, dude, did you see what
Yeah,
happened?"
but if you put it
And
on Do Not Disturb, then you don't even get notified that those texts are there.
he's not good with that.
No.
Last year for Kelsey's birthday, it fell on the Broncos primetime Saturday night game.
Yeah. Broncos coming in on a hot streak.
A big game, right?
Oh, yeah.
Our family's in town. We went to dinner. Had tickets to a comedy club later that night. We get to the comedy club, and I was going to be a good soldier. She goes, if you want to they have TVs out here at the bar. If you want to just watch the game.
She gave you license to ignore her.
Yes. So she went into the comedy show, and I'm just at this comedy bar watching the Lions
Was
play
there
the
other
Denver.
people?
Yes. And we
Okay.
had great camaraderie. We're having drinks, having a good time. But yeah, that was last year. They're even better this year. I imagine people are trying to compromise and bargain and move things around their schedules.
I do prefer to watch it as the game is going on for obvious reasons, right? Yeah, because you can try and block out as much as you can, but eventually you're going to find out what's going on. When the kids had the fall, like Jack's had football games and Elias had softball games on Sundays. Normally, I just like to focus on what's going on the field, watch them. But because I wanted to see it while it's going on, I was able to stream while watching them play as well. So that's about the only change I've made. I still don't mind watching it later, even though I may even know the result. I'll go back and watch the entire thing and enjoy it just as much.
Because it's about the journey, John.
I don't really. You can call it however you want.
No,
but
I'm with you. I think there's a lot of people who, if they know how a movie's going to end, it doesn't make the movie a good watch, or if they know how the game is going to end, it just takes away the excitement. If you like football and you're a football junkie, and I love football, I want to see how, the why, the plays, all of it. Even if I know the score, I don't mind watching it later. But there is a difference in the drama of edge of your seat. I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, for sure. It changes it if you know.
Yeah. We got ticket text. We got phone calls, 248-539-9797. With the Lions becoming must-watch, have you had to alter any of your fall plans? And does anybody believe Colin is going to be a model parent during this Lions game? It's 97.1.
Hey, I've been talking about injury attorney David Feminio for some time. Just listen to some of the results that David and his team, and it's an amazing team, has been able to get for injured clients. $3.5 million for one, $5 million for another, $11.5 million for an individual injured client. You need an attorney that's going to fight relentlessly just like that for you. You can call and speak to David right now by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always get to the website. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Lions game days are events. They're parties. They've become must-watch. We've talked about it. This weekend, Heather, it's Brooks' first birthday.
It is. How has he won? He's already 1 year old.
Already won.
We're going to celebrate big during Lions game day.
During a Lions game. And we
Yes.
know Colin, your husband, super big Lions fan. And he's going to have to juggle both being a father and being attentive and looking after and celebrating
And being
his...
a host at our house.
Of course.
And yes.
You can't just like sit in a corner and
No.
watch the game on the TV. But you've described him as someone who is obsessive. And we're not judging. I think we all are caught up in the fever of this Lions team. So the question was, do we trust Colin to pull this off, being big-time Lions fan and being host, father, etc.? And the broader question is for everybody out there. Have the Lions being this good altered how your weekends go? Whether it's canceling plans, shifting plans, bargaining with your spouse. 248-539-9797.
I'm going to amend my take on this just a bit, not in regards to him being dad of a 1-year-old and this being the birthday. I think he'll be present for all those moments. The issue that I've always had is I like watching games with my kids. They can ask me dumb questions. They can ask me anything they want. They can distract me, and I'm okay because I can always rewind and go back and watch, and I'm fine with that. It's when there's other people around. If there's somebody there that that annoys me watching the game, they're asking dumb questions. Yeah. I will treat you like you're asking dumb questions, and then it becomes uncomfortable. And I'm okay with the uncomfortability. It's generally everybody else in the room that is not. So I think as long as he likes, and I'm not talking about just, hey, it's family. I like you. We're related. They've got to be people that he would want to watch a game with. That's where he may get irritated.
There's a couple in there that he would want to watch the game with, but there's also
a couple that maybe not.
Probably. I mean, including me. I mean, he wouldn't choose to watch a game with me. No, he wouldn't.
Your questions would irritate him?
Yeah, and not questions about the game, but just questions about other things going on outside the game that I bother him by.
Yeah, but that's where you're like, I'm not listening.
Well, that's what he does.
And that's what he does.
Yeah.
Ticket Text says, the only one who's had to alter plans is my girlfriend, who is not a big football fan, because I make her watch with me every single weekend.
True love.
Texter says, I'm a nurse who has to work every third weekend. The girls I work with don't care about the Lions, but they still don't want to work Sundays because it's the weekend. I've had to trade multiple holidays and on their undesirable days to get people to pick up my Sundays.
Oh.
But the good news is I've cleared all my Sundays through the Super Bowl. Derek in Livonia.
Boom.
So he had to bargain. He's had to use holidays. He's had to just shift his entire time off schedule, but he's cleared for the Super Bowl. Have people already blocked off the Super Bowl? Like if you're someone who works weekends, is that something that you are actively, because you don't want to be stuck working that day if you can avoid it?
Oh yeah, I'm sure. If you're a diehard Lions fan, then this is the year you want to make. You've already made accommodations. If I'm supposed to work, if my shift falls on February the 9th, I'm asking off.
Heather, I got a quick question about this party.
Yeah.
So it starts at 1?
Yeah.
And so what? We're gonna do food about 2:30, halftime.
I'm guessing he is gonna, unless we get it delivered, he'll probably have the food ready to go right at 1.
Sure.
Because he's not going to want to miss.
No.
Good plan, Colin.
Smart.
Right. So what is the schedule of events?
Oh, we don't really have a schedule.
Presents at 2:30.
We just have the time. People are arriving. We're gonna just do pizza, some salads, and drinks for whatever.
Right.
We've got a cake.
So it's basically a watch party along with the birthday party, and then the birthday happens at halftime.
That's what I'm thinking. We'll do like the big birthday stuff at halftime. The cake, the singing of happy birthday.
Yeah, 15 minutes.
You can happy birthday's like 30 seconds.
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah. Get your piece of cake. Get
How's
quality
Emily
time.
gonna handle all this?
She has no clue she's super excited because it's a birthday, so she's excited for cake.
Yeah.
She wants
you're
cake.
facing the challenge though of when he starts getting presents and she doesn't.
I know this is her first time really now she understands it because she's probably going to be the one opening them. At 1 he's not really actively ripping paper. She's going to open them. We'll see.
Ticket Texter says,
see how that goes.
My half birthday fell on a Lions Sunday. I told my dad to move it. Signed Olive in Canton. and more of your thoughts on the phones. Let's go to Gino. Gino, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. How are ya?
Good.
Good.
Good. And happy birthday, Brooke.
Thank you.
So I don't know so much that this is rearranging or arranging, but my wife and I, we go on at least one cruise a year. And not last year, January of this year, we were on a cruise. It was a Sunday to Saturday, and that Sunday was the last weekend of football. And they didn't have the Lions on. They had a great big TV at the back, top of the ship, back at the ship. They had some other game on, but that was the last game, and we clinched the playoffs. The good news was, and John Go Blue, we got to watch the national championship that Monday night.
There you go.
On the ship. It was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
The bad news was the Lions were scheduled to play their first playoff game on Sunday, of which we beat home. I mean, I didn't miss them, but it would have been great to see them with other Lions fans on the ship.
Okay.
This year we booked another one, January.
Oh, boy.
And we are on the ship January 11th, which is I think it's a Saturday. So that following Sunday is the division games for the playoffs.
Yeah. If they have a bye, that'd be their first playoff game.
Thank you. If they have a bye, that means I'm going to miss them on the ship again.
Did you consider moving the cruise to like mid-February?
Now, you talk about rearranging. I've been married for 40 years. You think that qualifies for a divorce? Yeah, that's not happening.
You're going to pick your battles is what it sounds like, Gino.
Guys, great show.
Appreciate the phone call.
Well, Jim, you got your swingers cruise in late February.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you got to make sure you plan accordingly for the Super Bowl. My 30th birthday, we took a cruise.
Other Lions fans.
My 30th.
I wonder if there's a lot of Lions fans would be on that cruise.
What are you asking here? Are there Lions fans out there that are swingers?
248.
I mean, yeah. I'm just hoping that Jim doesn't have to watch the game alone.
So 2 years ago, the only cruise of my life I've ever been on, the one that everybody seems fixated on, was for my 30th birthday, and that was the year the Lions just missed the playoffs. So I was sweating it a little bit.
I bet you were.
At the end of shut up. At the end of that season, going, I might miss this playoff game, a playoff win. Thankfully, they waited another year for me. Let's get a few more thoughts in here. We'll get news before the hour's done. We have Pistons to give a little love to from last night. Apparently, I'm going to take more arrows today.
Yeah.
And maybe, just maybe, we hit on the college football playoff rankings. Dante in New Baltimore, save me. You're on 97.1.
Well, I'll give you a great story. I could be one of the luckiest men in the world when it comes to the NFL and football. My wife loves it. Absolutely loves football, to the point where in the last 5 years, she's like, the questions are limited. She's actually telling me plays. Like, for instance, this weekend, got to do fall cleanup. We got to clean outside. She's watching the weather report, and she goes, oh, it looks good Saturday and rain Sunday. That's perfect. I'm like, well, if it rains Sunday, we can do it then. She's like, no, the Lions are on. I'm like, oh, that's right. So we want to do it on Saturday. But even more so, when we go to public places on a Sunday when we can't get out of something, I'll have the Fubo app on in my pocket. She'll have one earbud. I'll have the other earbud. And we're actually listening to the game when we're at public places. I mean,
there you go.
It's crazy.
Yep.
It's absolutely crazy.
It's true love.
She loves it. And it's fun because the dog has a jersey now. All this Lion stuff comes out. Like during the game, we bought this nutcracker at Bronner's last weekend. It's a Lions nutcracker. I mean, it's fun. I mean, it's actually something. It's the Christmas play. Wait, what am I missing here?
So I'll let you in on we had a topic about, and Bronner's came up, I don't know, maybe 6 months ago, and that's actually a drop. That was Jim Costa, who at that time had no idea what Bronner's was. So he claims to have been born in...
Is Costa from Michigan, like born in Michigan?
He says he is.
He says he is,
Dante,
but we're doubting
if
it.
he doesn't know Bronner's, he ain't.
Thank you.
Dante, I asked you to save me, and all this has done is caused me more headache and heartache.
Sorry. So I dug the hole a little deeper. I'm sorry. I'll throw you a rope.
Dante, appreciate it. Call back anytime.
He answered the drop
I love it.
That was a great
Wes
moment.
Byers. Oh, it's a Christmas place.
Grew up at 5 in Levan in Livonia. Was born in Providence Hospital in Southfield. I've
Yep.
only lived in Michigan.
Never been to Canada.
But I have. Yes, John, we can go through my resume. I want to talk to DJ. DJ, you were referenced yesterday in Crosstalk. You are an iconic Lions fan. You have rearranged your schedule for this team more ways than I can think of. How are you?
What's up, Costa? Are you all right, my dog? You good?
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, he'll recover.
Yeah, man. So, I told Doug and Karst this, and this is actually true. Earlier in the summer, man, I decided to have a hair transplant. And when I did that, I waited until the Lions' schedule came out to schedule my trip to Istanbul, Turkey, around their bye week. So I literally planned everything, and when the Lions went on bye, that's when I went and had my hair transplant.
How long did it take you to get there, have the transplant, and get back?
So the way it works is you fly. It takes 10 hours. You fly to Paris, and you 3 hours to Istanbul. So 7 hours to Paris, 3 hours to Istanbul. You get there on a Monday. For prep, the next day you have the procedure. Procedure is 5 hours where they take the hair from the back of your head and they put your hairline back where you want it, and then you got to stay there for 2 more days, and then you come back. So that whole week, I was theoretically traveling to Turkey, and then I came back and I went to the next game right after that.
Yeah, I'm showing John some of the photos you had DM'd me. You DM'd me one day, you go, I just landed in Paris. I go, DJ, what are you doing in Paris? And you're like, oh, I'm on my way to Turkey. You really have rearranged your life around the Lions schedule. Appreciate it, DJ.
Yep, my man.
All right, good stuff. We will get into a little bit of the Pistons from last night. They won, and it was in, well, quite the finish. It's 97-1.
Hey, you guys, do you want to be the hero this holiday season? Of course you do. So skip the big box stores and surprise her with a Beauty Bird Day package. Amy Wise and her expert team of nurse practitioners have you covered. You can choose from any premium service. They've got laser hair removal, Botox, fillers, microneedling, rejuvenating facials, weight loss support, and IV hydration. Now, unlike those fly-by-the-night spots, Beauty Bird delivers a natural look, leaving your lady looking and feeling confident and beautiful. Visit them in commerce and mention me, Heather, for $100 off. Head to mybeautybird.com today. That's mybeautybird.com.
Texter says a lot of pizza and pineapples on that cruise.
Upside down
pineapples, yeah.
A lot of Lions fans who are swingers and vice versa on the ticket text. This one says, I'm betting Jim packs that hot honey for the cruise.
Oh, no.
Let's get to the phones. Joe and Groseal. You're proud of yourself. Joe, good morning.
Good morning. When Heather was telling the story, I thought I was listening to my daughter-in-law because we, too, are having a Lions-themed first birthday party this Sunday for my grandson, Bo. The only difference is we're having a halftime arrival, hors d'oeuvres and drinks during the second half, and then the party after, and Colin has a job to do. He's in charge of civic engagement, guest engagement. He's got to make sure all the guests are happy, doing what they want to do, and he can be right with them. There'll be enough people there to help out with the other particulars until the game ends.
Yep.
It's a perfect time to have a party, and I love it, and I just couldn't believe my ears when you talked about it.
That's great.
All right. Hey, Grandpa Joe, what's your job?
Yes.
My
job is to make sure that everybody is happy too, and I'll be by the TV.
Okay, so you're part of the crowd engagement as well.
I will be.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right.
They're appointment viewing.
Yep, they certainly are.
Yeah, they definitely are. The Lions are.
See, showing up at halftime, though, is tough because you're
driving
your
while
guests
the game
have
is
to
going
miss.
on.
Yeah, unless you live real close.
Yeah,
halftime goes quick.
See,
15
I think
minutes.
you guys are doing it better. You've got to drive before the game.
Right, so your guests aren't missing any of the game.
Yeah. You can listen to all the pregame on the radio, and then as soon as you arrive, there's kickoff.
Yep.
There's food, halftime party, second half. And by the second half, all right, especially if the game's out of control, you can
decide if they'd like to
disengage from the game a little bit more.
Absolutely. Last night, a game that the Pistons disengaged from in the final minutes of the fourth quarter made it quite the finish. Pistons won. They're 1-0 in the NBA Cup, for anybody who knows what that is. It's where the Pistons play on a bright, aggressive court that attacks your retinas for 2+ hours. They play a few of these. The best teams from each group go to Vegas and play for money in in-season tournament.
The court's kind of one of those where you're watching it for a while, then you close your eyes and you actually still see it.
Yeah.
It's kind of burned in there.
It's seared into your retinas. They won the game, John, and they deserved to win the game. They were fighting for loose balls, won a lot of the battles. They were really the better team for 40+ minutes, and sure.
Yeah, loose ones, wet ones.
Whatever it comes down to. But they were, John, we talk about fight, right? We talk about, like, is a team actually learning how to scrap and claw and find ways to win? And they did it for about 40 minutes, and then Tyler Hero got red hot. They let him back in the game. They go to overtime. Cade Cunningham's a walking turnover, and you go, oh, no, they're going to lose this again. But to their credit, they execute a brilliant play out of a stoppage, alley-oop Cade to Duren, tie the game. They did the work, and then Miami gave them a gift. A Chris Webber timeout taken with no timeouts left. Jalen Rose courtside, can't make this up. Flashback season for him. And the Pistons get away with a victory.
You talk about learning how to win. And I think you mentioned it leading up to this, where this is a game last year where they clearly would have lost it.
Yep.
And probably wouldn't even have taken it to overtime. But this one, they do get to overtime. And I even go back to October or as early as November when they're playing Charlotte, right? They find a way to go up in the final moments, but nobody blocks out. There's a tipped ball, and they lose the game. There are so many opportunities to win and lose games. They just weren't taking any of the opportunities to put a team away, to actually win a game. And then last night, yes, there's a great play design. They get an easy bucket, and then it's all sealed because of the extra timeout, the technical. You hit your free throws, game over.
You get the ball.
They found a way to win that game, whether it was going to be in the in-season tournament or it's just a regular season game. It's kind of both, but they found a way to win. So you can see that from the start of the season to now, there's been improvement.
Yeah, and listen, they've been like a running joke on this show, and they are the punching bag in town. We give them love today. That was encouraging. Those are steps, albeit baby steps, but the stuff that we needed to see. There's an improvement from coaching. Ivy had a nice fourth quarter. Need Cade to get going a little bit late in game, but they are slowly headed in the right direction.
Yeah, and they're in a conference that's not very good right now. And so you've got one team at the top, Cleveland, who's undefeated. You've got two more teams with winning records, and then everybody else is either at 500 or below. So all they got to do is kind of do what they're doing right now. They didn't get their fifth win until January last season.
Yeah, when you put it that way.
They're 5-7. Nobody is expecting them to be a 500 team even. We're talking about maybe 35, 40 wins if we're going all wild and crazy.
I'm talking 30.
Yeah, but and that doesn't mean that they're going to win every close game.
No, they're
but
going to
you got to win some of them.
Exactly, and they were winning none of them a year ago. Shout out to Cody, who won the Lions tickets this hour. He was listening really closely. He heard John Jansen's drop. No problem handling wet balls.
Mm-hmm.
And he called in. He wins a pair of tickets to see the Lions this Sunday against the Jags. He gets a pair of passes to the Lions VIP tailgate party at Eastern Market. He's got open bar, all you can eat, 3 hours before each Lions home game. Go to bullseyeeventgroup.com for tickets to the Lions VIP tailgate. Let's get to Heather's news.
Well, Dave Coulier is opening up about his health, and he just revealed that he is battling cancer. He was diagnosed with stage 3 non-Hodgkin lymphoma, diagnosed back in October after he was suffering from this, upper respiratory infection. And then he had some major swelling in his lymph nodes, decided to get that checked out, had to undergo a biopsy, some scans, and revealed that, lo and behold, it was cancer as well. Very overwhelming news, of course, for him. He has already started chemotherapy. I think I read that he's already underwent 6 chemotherapy sessions. He's taken a really positive outlook, wants to be positive and strong for his family. He's about to be a new grandpa. His son is welcoming the first grandson. He said that he did get a bit of positive news. He did find out that it has not spread.
Oh, well, that's good.
So he said that means the curability rate went way up, right? Because it has not spread throughout his entire body. So he is remaining positive. He's going to fight this. And he says he's going to be really open with everyone, going to share his news. And he wants to be vocal because he wants other people to take care of themselves. Go get those tests you might be putting off, your colonoscopies, your mammograms, just your everyday, routine checkup. Yeah. Go take care of yourself. So he's going to keep us all updated. So hopefully he can get through this.
Well, we live
in
an era with a lot of medical anxiety, and I'm sure it's your worst nightmare to go in for something and get a diagnosis like that. But I mean, for him to have this mentality, this mindset of, I'm going to do everything I can. I'm going to fight this.
Yep.
He should be commended for that. And we wish him well.
Yes. Michael Strahan is opening up after he was really criticized for the way that he was standing during the national anthem on Sunday afternoon. So this was during Fox's special football coverage from Naval Base in San Diego. And you can see the rest of his co-workers, some teammates standing with their hands over their heart during the anthem. But he was standing beside them in attention, but he had his hands, kind of interlocked down by his waist, right? Yeah. Well, fans didn't take too kindly of this, ripped him to shreds, want him to be fired over this. And it has led to him releasing a video statement denying that he was making any sort of political statement, but just said, you know what? He got caught up in the moment.
I thought it was ridiculous that it was a controversy, something that he addressed. And originally he didn't want to address it because he didn't want to give it any more attention than originally. And no, he's not going to be fired over it. He's not going to be disciplined over it.
Did you say the network had to come out with a statement?
They came out with a statement and said, that they weren't going to discipline him over it.
It's like, well, of course we're not going to. I can't believe, well, I shouldn't say I can't believe. I know what the internet is like. Yeah. But what, he didn't put his hand on his heart, so...
It's just people trying to find a way to be...
I know.
Jerks.
Mm-hmm. Finally, John Krasinski from The Office was just named People Magazine's Sexiest Man Alive for 2024. The big announcement was made last night during The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. And Krasinski says at first he thought he was being punked when he learned that he had won the title, right? Yes. Like, me, you got to be kidding me. Said he immediately blacked out Zero thoughts immediately, but his wife is very excited. So
I'm sure.
good for him.
That's cool. Yeah. I like him in the Jack Ryan ones on Amazon. The
I
series.
never watched it, but I liked him on The Office. Big fan. So congrats to
Cool.
him.
Yeah.
Mr. Sexy.
Let us know on the ticket text.
Yes. New business cards.
Heather with the news. Hey, some thoughts on the college football playoff rankings that came out last night. Some great news for the Big Ten. It's 97-1.
Well, the awards just keep rolling in for Dr. Berkowitz at Michigan Hair Restoration. He just won the Macomb Daily's Reader Choice Award for 2024's Best of the Best Plastic Surgeon. Congrats to him. And you guys, how incredible is it that Dr. B is right here in Metro Detroit, making it easy to restore your hair by the very best. If you've been thinking about going to see him, go do it now. He's going to have you looking younger and feeling more confident with a thicker head of hair. And the sooner you go to see him, the more options you're going to have. Dr. B has the most advanced medical therapies and natural pathways to stop your hair loss and improve thickness. And these therapies, they just keep getting better and better results for his patients. With treatment plans that fit almost every budget, Dr. B will create a custom plan that's just for you. And he guarantees all of his treatments. So call today, mention 97.1, and you'll receive a complimentary natural hair remedy treatment at your consultation. That's $1,000 value. For more information and to schedule your consultation, go to MichiganHairRestoration.com.
By the way, if you didn't win the Lions tickets today, you will have another chance on Friday. One last chance to win tickets for the Lions and Jaguars on Sunday. If you're looking for some new gear, I don't know if you saw this, John, shoptheticket.com. We are selling shirts inspired by Amon-Ra St. Brown. You can buy Minnesota Sucks, Chicago Sucks, and Green Bay Sucks. The black t-shirts the same way Amon-Ra St. Brown wore them. Shoptheticket.com.
Was this a t-shirt or a hoodie?
It was a hoodie. I think
his was a hoodie. These are t-shirts on our site. Maybe we have hoodies too. So there. If you want them, go get them.
They're there.
College football playoff. Rapid fire takeaways. I know Carson Anderson are coming up. This is not a huge story for us because they're going to change every single week. But what did you make of last night?
Glad to see Indiana in the top 5. I think it's very appropriate that they would be up there. No real shock other than when you start doing the math. Obviously, 4 Big Ten teams, 4 SEC teams. You got the auto bids, you got Notre Dame. But the chaos that is about to ensue in the SEC.
Yep.
That can ensue in the SEC. When you look at just the conference itself and all of the teams that have either 1 or 2 losses, and then you start looking at all the teams that could have 2 losses, like there could be 5, 6 teams with 2 losses.
There's a scenario where 7 teams are tied for first place in the SEC. And before you say, well, that's probably too complicated. No, all it would involve is Georgia beating Tennessee
right,
and Texas A&M upsetting Texas. That game is in College Station.
Right.
You would have 7 teams
with 2 losses
that would finish the regular season with 2 losses in conference play.
And that's what you get when you have either 16 or 18 teams in the Big Ten. Now, the Big Ten's done a better job of sorting things out. In regards to there's not as many, I guess, good teams. But you start looking at tiebreakers and then what it would cost teams.
Yeah.
To win the coin toss and you're in the SEC championship game. Obviously, one of the teams will win. They get the auto bid. The team that loses now is going to have 3 losses. How will the committee view that along with the other teams that didn't participate but also have 2 regular season losses?
And whatever you think of the SEC, the way it's setting up right now, they're not going to get any more than 4 teams, right? Because the Big Ten has 4 of the top 5. The Big Ten will get 4. Then you have the auto bids, the group of 5 and Notre Dame. There's only 4 spots left for the SEC. And if they end up with a cluster of 5 or 6 teams all jostled up, that's going to be a real mess for the committee to sort out. And while they are cannibalizing themselves, the Big Ten has had a group step up. And because of that, you're going to see a home playoff game at Penn State. Like right now, if the playoff was today, Ole Miss has to go to the Big Ten to play Penn State.
The irony of those 2 programs playing against each other in the college football playoffs, it's dripping with irony.
What is it? It would be SEC Penn State
versus
Big Ten Ole Miss.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Spider-Man meme. But the game would take place in Happy Valley in January in the cold, December in the cold.
Mm-hmm.
Indiana right now would host Alabama in Bloomington in the cold in the Midwest. So the Big Ten right now, in addition to having 4 of the top 5 seeds, the way that plays out for the bracket, they get to host the SEC, which is a huge advantage, I think.
It'd be hilarious and awesome. So it's something that when they originally came out with the home playoff games, everybody is waiting to see.
Army, undefeated at 24. Do they have a shot, John?
Oh, sure. They got a shot. They play Notre Dame. And it all depends on what happens with Boise State.
If Boise loses another game, they'd be a 2-loss team. Army, if they're undefeated, gets that spot.
Mm-hmm. So Boise State has San Jose State, Wyoming, both of those games on the road, and then home against Oregon State.
I'm going to ask you a question that I think I know the answer to. Could both get in?
No.
Undefeated Army beats Notre Dame, which kicks Notre Dame out. The Big Ten gets 4, the SEC gets 4, and the group of 6 gets 2. Boise with 1 loss, an impressive only losses to Oregon, and then Army has a Notre Dame head-to-head win to go perfect undefeated. Could both make it?
No, too prematurely. I don't think so.
Okay.
But it's possible, sure.
Yeah, I know.
Would I like to see that happen? Yes.
Oh, hell yeah. Is it going to happen? Not probable.
Yeah. Well,
possible, but not probable.
What makes it you don't think Army will beat Notre Dame, or you think
No.
the committee just wouldn't allow it?
No, I just don't think Army's going to beat Notre Dame. I would love to see it.
I think that's true, though, too. I don't think the committee will do that.
They would
well,
make them
we look
pick,
at their QRC rating and didn't elect them when we watched all the games.
Well, where did Army fall in the mathematical experience of Greg Palm?
How far away were they?
I just closed it, guys. Gosh dang it.
Yeah, that's all right.
Don't
That's
worry
all right.
about it. We got next week to do it.
They're out, but a Notre Dame win will boost them.
A ton of wins for them if they beat the Irish. One other little nitpicky note, just because I want to. LSU beat South Carolina, but is behind South Carolina. They're both 6-3. I don't know how to explain that. It's not a huge deal, John, but
no,
it just
they're both out.
Little nitpicky
all
things
that
from the
matters.
playoff rankings.
It's how teams are playing right now.
Okay.
What your eyes told you last, and they played in September, I believe. They
played earlier.
South
Yeah,
Carolina, September. So
and
since
LSU
then-
just got routed by Alabama.
And South Carolina's got some nice wins. They're playing pretty well right now. So that's why I tend to agree. I always like, well, let's see if there's only a way to determine which team's better.
Oh, they played on the field.
Oh, they played together.
Yeah, Gator, it's like, what if we invited both teams to a field, we televised it, we kept
Yeah.
score, and we'd use that to determine who the better team was?
Sure.
Yeah.
But by that logic, then Florida State would have been in the college football playoff last year.
I kind of think they should have been.
Well, I kind of do too, but that's a whole other issue. But it's I guess it's not a whole other issue. It's kind of similar.
It's kind of the issue.
Yeah.
But one last note. Georgia right now would be out, which I think is a headline for people, but I think that's something they got right last night. Georgia should be out as of today.
Yeah. If they beat Tennessee,
They'll be right
this
back
weekend,
in.
They're right back in. And
Yeah.
Tennessee might be on the outside looking at.
It's a mess in the
Well,
SEC.
that's what happens when you've got
16 teams and no divisions.
Yeah, I don't understand the no division thing is, I don't know, it's crazy. There's obviously college football is off the rails.
Yeah,
in many respects, it's not just the playoff. Yeah,
We had caller DJ call in like a half hour ago.
How's he doing?
He sounds like he's doing well. He's filling us in about his trip out to Turkey.
Yeah, it takes from what he told us, it's going to take a while before you really see everything. He says the hair falls out, then it comes back, and then it should be back permanently. And it's like,
And he did say they took the hair off the back of his head.
Yeah, I'm glad you got clarification.
Yeah, I didn't even ask it, but he offered it.
Yeah, he probably heard you talking about it.
Could have been.
Douglas, what's up?
Not a lot, my friend. Not a lot. Actually, there is a lot. I got to tell you, I enjoyed the hell out of last night's Piston game.
Yeah. What'd you think of the court?
We'll talk about the court.
Oh, okay.
Debate
There
on
we
the
go.
court.
I like Jim's your description of it when I was driving in.
It's seared into your retinas.
Yeah.
Don't talk about retinas today. I just had a follow-up appointment.
Oh, yeah?
No. Everything okay?
No, I got dilated pupils.
Oh, so we're going to see the sun. Oh, they are big. Wow.
They are. Tune in.
Doug's
Radio
big
with big
retinas,
retinas.
baby. Let's go. Real radio, real retinas. 97.1.
Do have an Are You Going to Eat That schedule for the noon hour. College football blitz thingy at 10:30.
Do you want to turn the lights off again for you?
No, it's not that bad. Look, I had a procedure last week for a couple tears in my retina. And it can happen, all right? You get a floater in your eye, and it's a gel that dislodges from your retina, and it can happen to everybody. And
your way of saying you're not special?
No, I'm nothing special at all. So I had to get a procedure done, and today was the follow-up. And the follow-up included pupil, my pupils are dilated. So they're big, giant.
They're letting in as much light as they can.
Yep. And everything's blurry.
You look like a cartoon chipmunk.
Do I?
No, actually, I'm not even
sure if you could tell on the cameras in studio because I'm so far away, but from the camera. But yes, I have dilated pupils, which is always weird. And people poking around your eyes, when they say, we're going to give you numbing drops so that we can press around and look. And I'm like, great. So you get the numbing drops, and then you don't feel any pain. Your eyes wide open, and you know that they're pushing because you feel pressure on your head. Just the most bizarre thing. But here I sit.
Yes, there you sit. Yeah. Well, speaking as somebody who has dealt with eye issues since birth,
yep.
I understand. It's no fun. No fun.
People on Twitch are asking, where are my big giant sunglasses? I don't need them today. It's not as bad as it was last week. I just had big giant pupils.
I know. Shoebox greeting cards was asking where they were too.
Huh?
You ever see the old lady in the shoebox greeting cards? Am I the only one who knows this?
I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Kang, you know what the hell he's talking about?
No, I'm sorry.
Do
I have to Google this?
You could, I guess. I don't know. We can go get like a birthday card or any kind of special occasion card. If the shoebox greeting cards are the funny ones, they're usually funny. They always have the old lady that's got the giant glasses.
Oh, now I know what you're talking about. I had to look it up. I didn't know that's what it was called, Gator.
Should I just said the old lady in the greeting cards? Maybe that's not.
Here's somebody who gets it. Look on Twitch. Jay Money writes, I get it, Gator. And then his next post is, it was a reach.
Sorry.
They're not all gems.
They ain't all gems. No. That's a good chance.
Yeah, but he's still got his fastball, people. He's still got his fastball. All right, so last night, a lot of sports on TV. I feel like last night was kind of one of those nights of, all right, we got a early regular season college basketball matchup of interest. We got an early, but what turned into a damn entertaining Piston game. And we had Maction. Maybe I'm the only one that cares about the Maction, but I had the Maction going. Mostly Bowling Green and Western Michigan. You know where my dollar went? On the Falcons. I had $1 on Western last weekend. That did not work out well.
No.
I got it back last night with the Falcons. Anyway, so I don't know. Where was your attention divided between all these games?
Well, Michigan State, Kansas.
How far can a basketball team go when they can't hit a 3-point shot?
Not far enough. Was watching that and then Pistons. Yeah, I started watching Pistons more in the second half than I did the first. A little bit in the first, but much more in the second.
Yeah. It's a hell of an entertaining game, and it'd be cool if that team, we've kind of had a rebirth of interest, like in the Tigers. I was kind of out of nowhere. Tigers made a run, and it was fun. It was like, hey, they're back, and that's fun. And the Lions have been, getting better and better through it, and we've forgotten how good it can be when the Pistons are good. And unfortunately, they just haven't been. They've been bad. And every time I watch him, I just think, I really want to see this core stay together. And you hope contracts aren't up and they get broken up right when they might have a chance to get good again. And that's what I always hope that, that they stay together and we just see what happens. Now, I don't know what's going to happen.
Well, the NBA, it's different. I mean, yes, there's a salary cap, but you can always re-sign your own free agents. And if you're signing your own free agents, you can go above and beyond the cap.
Mm-hmm.
It's the luxury tax era. So if your team's worthy of doing that, you do it because you'll make money easily. We all hope the Pistons can get there. They gave Cade the big contract. Let's see how this thing works here. But they're 5-7 through the first 12 games. I said yesterday, they didn't win their 5th game last year until towards the end of January.
Yeah.
This is their second 2-game winning streak of the year.
Dude.
Already.
If for people missing, not everybody's going to watch. Got it. The Pistons ran an elite sideline out of bounds play to win that game.
It was ridiculously good.
Was it 1.8 seconds to go?
1.8.
And they're down 2.
In overtime.
After blowing a 14-point fourth quarter lead.
And also important that they had a timeout left so they could use the timeout so they get the ball.
Get the ball in midcourt. Yes, having a timeout left and not having a timeout left impacted the outcome of that game. They run this sideline out of bounds play, down 2, where Cade throws a backdoor lob to Jalen Duren. And I mean, it's a work of
30-foot pass.
It was a work of art. If you haven't seen it, check it out. I was like, my wife was asleep, and I'm like, I got to tell her to make sure she sees this in the morning because it was awesome. It was awesome.
Was that worthy? It was worthy enough to tell the wife in the morning.
Now, let me be clear. It wasn't worthy of waking her up.
Honey, wake up. No.
You got to see this.
No, not that. You got to.
I've seen it. It's not impressive.
Right.
All right,
I told you I'm tired.
You got to see it. You're not going to believe it. I can believe it.
Yeah. You got to see this backdoor lob. Is that what you're calling it these days?
28 years. I believe it. The backdoor lob. Let's hope it's not going. What are you doing?
I don't care if I don't have any timeouts. Timeout!
What's my say for you?
Technical foul.
Fontecchio.
Is that what we're calling it too?
No, I swear to God, honey, you got to see this highlight.
Oh, highlight. Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's worth it.
No, I mean, because how far is the pass? It's at least 30 feet. Is it closer to 40 feet?
It might be 40. It's if you haven't seen it, go Google it. It was cool.
It's an amazing pass. And I think it's something that every team draws up, but they can't always execute because people are expecting it. And yet it worked brilliantly.
Sequentially, after the backdoor lob, one of the best coaches in sports.
Right.
Screwed up and screwed up and screwed up again. And I always laugh a little bit because when a coach who's great makes mistakes, it's a reminder that they're all human and mistakes are made. Because, so what were they, in order, he calls a time, Eric Spoelstra, calls a timeout he doesn't have, then inserts a player to throw a lob before it's their ball.
Right.
And then, I mean, it was, he just kept doubling down on the mistakes. And I'm like, it's Spo. It's like one of the best guys in the game. But it's just an example of how it happens. Even the best in the game make mistakes.
You know, Kevin Love, he's the guy that was put in to lob the pass that he wasn't allowed to lob because it wasn't
did I
his
say
ball.
Love or did I not say
No, you didn't say it. I'm just mentioning it. So it's Kevin Love who's pretty good at it throughout his career.
Yeah.
You know, he only played 10 minutes last night and he started the game.
Yeah.
Only 10. But yeah, and Spoelstra's one of the best coaches in the league, been around for I can't believe it's been 17 years he's been an NBA coach. Still looks pretty young. But he's been getting it done for a long time, and he's went from being not all that respected to being pretty respected with different incarnations of his team there, and pulls a Chris Webber. And everybody's just like, did that happen? Okay. I mean, people watching TV, I don't know if people watching TV understand. I didn't know until they said it. He doesn't have any timeouts. Oh, well, that's interesting.
Yep.
And then, obviously, Pistons make the free throw and get the ball.
Wow. And the Pistons now are in the 7th spot in the East. I don't know if they're going to be in the 7th spot for long. I got to tell you, being 5-7 is a little exciting. It's not a lot exciting to me, but it's a little exciting. And look, I know there's some Piston fans out there, and Cade's put up some phenomenal numbers and the triple doubles and all that. He still has turnover problems and whatnot. And Duren just feels like I feel like Duren can be a dominant presence long term.
Has he grown though? Has he gotten better each and every year? Because I feel the same way. He's got all this raw, untapped potential, but this is what, 3rd year?
Yeah, and we're obviously getting nothing out of Sarr, and we can't wait for him to be back. And Ron Holland gets a little playing time here and there. But look, Piston fans, I know you complain, want us to talk about you. It was a good game. It was an entertaining game last night. And look, maybe the most entertaining thing was Tyler Hero. I hate to say it. Every once in a while, you find yourself in awe of what an opponent's doing. Because he hit 6 fourth-quarter threes. And you talk about heat check threes. It's an example of, even though it's happening to your team, you still go, oh, my God, this guy's incredible. And and it's a meaningless November Piston game. So it's not like there was a lot of premium on it. It wouldn't have been devastating had they lost it. Because like the game where LeBron in the playoff game where he scored like 25 consecutive points, that sucked.
Yeah.
Because it was a playoff game. This right here, right now, it didn't do any damage. And I'm kind of like, I want to see where he shoots from next. Because you talk about heat check.
10 of 17 from three-point land, ends up with 40 points, and it is fun when guys do that. It's like I remember watching Zach Edey in the tournament with Purdue, and it was every possession went to him, and he just kept making I'm like, how many baskets is he going to make? And I forget, were they going against Tennessee or somebody, and Tennessee had the player, and they were going back and forth, but it was ridiculous. And to see a college player go for like 40 in a game is unbelievable.
If you want to give us an example, first of all, Piston fans, you want to talk about last night's game. And if you want to give us an example of an opponent where you were just in awe of them, and even though it happened to your team.
I think if you play for Miami, Doug, they just call it check.
Oh, I see what he did there.
Yeah.
Because they're the Heat.
They're the Heat. Gator got it.
I feel it.
Thank you, Gator. You know what? I like that shoebox joke earlier.
Thank you.
It's got to be the pupils. I'm not getting anything because of the pupils.
Letting all the sun in and letting all the smarts out.
Yeah, Doug's too dilated.
Way too dilated today. It's Carson Anderson, the Blitz thingy at 10:30. 97.1 The Ticket. Lions fans, listen up. UMCU, the official credit union of the Detroit Lions, is celebrating its partnership with our city's gridiron heroes, including Jahmyr Gibbs, Brian Branch, and Terron Arnold. They got something amazing just for you. Introducing the new Detroit Lions Black Debit Card. Lions are hot, so are the black uniforms, and this debit card is hot as well. It just isn't any old card. It's designed for the true Lions fans who live for every touchdown, every victory, and with the Lions rocking their sleek new black uniforms. You can match their energy with this exclusive debit card, available only through UMCU. Join UMCU. It's quick and easy. I did it. Choose the Lions Black Debit Card or select from 3 other bold designs. Either way, you'll be carrying your Lions passion everywhere you go. UMCU has been a trusted partner of our community for over 70 years, and now you can join the winning team. Visit umcu.org today for details and get ready to show off your Lions spirit. Some restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA. UMCU, where Detroit pride meets financial success. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Gator, did you see who People Magazine just named the sexiest man alive for 2024?
Thank you, Doug. Thank you. You're the first to congratulate me, and I heard about it when I was driving it.
Did you?
Yeah.
Kang, did you see it?
I think I saw it. Did they release this yesterday? I think I saw it
I've
yesterday.
seen a story with the Dateline today, so I don't know.
Anyways, I think I saw it. If it's the person who I think it is, do you guys even know who this is? I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Remember?
Maybe it's not the one.
Who do you think it is?
Benny Blanco. No,
I don't know who that is.
Okay, all right. I
Because
saw
that's
something
not
else.
who it
Then. Maybe
is.
he's one of the people inside the magazine. You know how they name like others as well.
Okay.
Others receiving votes.
Okay. Who is Benny Blanco?
He's dating Selena Gomez. You guys know who she is, right?
Yes, know who she is.
He's a music producer.
So, okay. So you didn't see who was named sexiest man alive. Gator, do you know who it is?
Yes.
Okay. And it is?
John Krasinski.
Yes. Who played Jim in The Office.
The hunky John Krasinski.
The dreamy John Krasinski.
Wow.
Emily Blunt's.
I didn't know that.
Emily Blunt's husband.
Yes. Another actress Doug doesn't know.
No, I don't. So is he been in? Look, I'm out of touch. Is this just in? Has he been in anything since The Office?
Yeah. Been in a lot.
Dude.
That's great. No, it's great because in your world, he's like, oh my God, Jim from The Office is the sexiest man alive.
He actually, you should know this. I'm surprised you don't. He wrote that song that Shabuzi sings.
Oh, did he?
I know.
1 to the 2 to the 3 to the 4.
He's been in certainly movies. The movies with Emily Blunt with the Quiet.
Yeah,
is he the new Bond?
Quiet Place.
Yeah. He's the new Bond.
No, but he's the new Jack Ryan.
Yes,
he did the Jack Ryan TV series,
and that is
badass. He's a badass.
Jack Ryan's a badass.
Yeah. Jack Ryan from the you watch the no, because you may have back in the 90s the Harrison Ford movies.
Raiders?
Not Raiders.
Oh.
Jack Ryan's the character. Same thing from oh God, Hunt for Red October. You see Hunt for Red October?
I did see Hunt for Red October.
Alec Baldwin's character was Jack Ryan.
Oh, was he?
CIA recruit who became a member of the CIA.
Who was Sean Connery?
Sean Connery was the Russian.
Oh, was he? I don't remember.
Defected.
So Krasinski plays the Russian.
Krasinski is playing the CIA operative Jack Ryan.
All right.
Who was previously played by Alec Baldwin, Harrison Ford, and Chris Pine.
Okay. And so that's what he's been up to, huh?
Yeah.
All right, gotcha. Good for him. I thought it was a little odd that a guy was on a show that got was done a few years ago, a guy named People's Sexiest Man Alive. Because I was like, what's he been up to? But I don't see movies, nor do I watch much TV. But the TV I watch, Yellowstone and Severance, both back. I have not watched that episode of Yellowstone yet. That might be on the agenda today. So. All right, feedback coming in regarding the Pistons. Cade can no longer be the primary ball handler down the stretch. Literally, single-handedly, almost coughed up the game. This is a big issue moving forward, guys. Okay, so here's the deal. This kind of definitive text that he can't do it down the stretch is basically an argument that you don't think he'll ever do it. And I think when you have a young team that's probably not winning the championship, and one of your best hopes is that this guy develops, I disagree with this vehemently. I think you keep giving him that opportunity. And you can try others to in his role, but it feels like he is so close to becoming a great lead dog for this team that I would not subscribe to this theory that you can no longer have Cade be the primary ball handler. Don't you keep trying to develop that? I mean, now's the time to do it.
I do think you keep trying to teach him better skills at it, but at the same time,
I mean, I guess it's just, sorry to interrupt, I guess it's just a different approach to where the Pistons are. I'm okay with them continuing to try to hope that, turnovers can be a problem. But
I mean, would it behoove the team if they could find somebody else that handles the basketball for the majority of the time until it's, time to make that decision. Then you hand it to Caden. Okay, now you decide. You're going to drive, you're going to shoot, or you're going to pass it. But you're not handling the ball necessarily. It's a problem because he's a turnover machine.
From an unnamed texter, Hunter Dickinson is older than 75% of the Pistons. I think that's true.
That might be factually
I think
true.
that actually might be true.
Yeah,
Hunter
might be
Dickinson,
true.
who turns 20, did we say 24 or 23?
Going to turn 24.
In 2 weeks. I called last night's game a meaningless game in November, and someone takes issue with that. Roy writes in, it wasn't a meaningless game, Doug. It was the first game of the midseason playoff in-game championship thingy. And that's from Roy.
Facts.
And he's right.
It's a cup game, man.
It was a cup game. And if you know, they make sure you know it's a cup game by putting the most distracting floor you've ever seen out there.
Very.
And we will topic that distracting floor coming up a little bit later on. 248-539-9797. All right, straight ahead, the college football blitz thingy. And then big news in Detroit broadcasting that we will touch on here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
So those red, white, and blue trucks are all over the place. They belong to great folks at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They're there to keep you warm. They're there to help you out. They're there to solve any problem that you have with your heating and cooling issues. They want to make sure your drains are all clear just in time for Thanksgiving dinner, which is just a couple of weeks away. You don't want to think about that, right? If you have some sort of disaster, make sure everything's going great, because not only are they going to help keep you warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market, but they can also help you out with, like I said, with like pesky drains or whatever. But if you don't want to take my word for it, that's fine. Okay, look elsewhere. How about the Better Business Bureau? They've got an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Or how about some of their 5-star reviews they have on Google? They're awesome. Whether it's your furnace, your water heater, a boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 ticket. Hope you're doing well on this hump day. Gator, are you ready for the college blitz thingy?
I think so.
All right, let's tee it up. Heads or tails, Gator?
Tails.
And it is a head. So, tell you what, I will receive.
Doug, are you ready?
I am ready.
Are you dilated?
I'm dilated.
very
As
aggressive.
dilated as one can be.
All right, here we go. Question number 1. Will Deion Sanders be offered a head coaching job in the NFL? And if so, by whom?
This is starting to feel a little bit to me like Harbaugh to Michigan. And that is, everybody's going to talk about it, and it's going to get downplayed, but it's going to happen. Deion Sanders will be introduced as the next head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, and he will do everything he can to get Shedeur to be the quarterback. And this has started to gain momentum. Does Dallas start to throw games down the stretch? Is Jerry working channels behind the scenes? I think this is such a Jerry Jones move. And do we even need you guys to answer? Isn't this clearly what's going to happen?
Oh, I think Gator should still answer.
All right.
Gator?
Yes, I think he'll be offered multiple head coaching jobs, but I think he'll only accept if he knows that he can draft his son. That's the only way he's coming to the NFL, is if he knows he's got the lock on Shedeur. And I think the Giants will call.
Ooh.
And I think the Giants will do everything in their power to make sure that Shedeur is a New York Giant.
On a side note, wouldn't that piss off Jerry Jones?
Yeah. Yeah, it would.
You know what? I don't know, guys. First of all, if he were to go to the NFL, I'm going to say no. He's not going to be offered a head coaching job. But those are two prime destinations, Dallas and New York, of course. Dallas, I say no, Doug, because I think Jerry Jones he likes stars, but he wants to be the ultimate star of that team. And if you bring in Deion and Shedeur, I think that's taking too much shine, too much limelight off of Jerry. He likes to be the guy. And as far as New York, Shedeur, I think they want Shedeur. I don't know if they want Deion. And I know you're saying kind of goes hand in hand, but not in my book, because I don't think Deion will be offered a job by anyone this year, at least. It's weird to me because I'm not sure the NFL is ready for Deion, and it's a different kind of weird because Harbaugh is a different kind of weird, but he's obviously doing well with the Chargers. So as far as what team, obviously no one, because I don't think he'll be offered a job. All right, the college football playoff. They won't take 4 2-loss SEC teams, would they?
They might. Plus a 1-loss team in Texas. You might see 5 teams from the SEC going in.
And 4 of them having 2 losses?
And 4 of them with 2 losses. Yeah, this is how crazy this whole situation is. When you don't have divisions, when you're not figuring things out, and you have that many teams in a conference, and you're not getting enough cross-pollination with it. When you have teams that are playing Marist this weekend and not another SEC team, this is the problem that you have. But it's, there's no question. There's stiff competition in the SEC. They have the best teams in the country. But I don't think this is what people really wanted to see, was to see 5 SEC teams, 4 Big Ten teams, and then the rest you fight for scraps. That doesn't seem like a whole lot of fun, but I think this is how it's going to play out.
It's not a huge stretch to see there being a 7-way tie atop the SEC with 7, 6, and 2 teams. And the new format with the college playoff has been almost ruined by conference expansion and this ridiculous not playing everybody and these log jams at the top of conferences. And by the way, there's going to be a lot more losses suffered by really good football teams under this format. But when you have so many teams that don't play each other, how do you really crown a champion? And I think they got to take a look at this. I don't think they can break up these conferences, but they have to split in divisions or something. But yes, I think they could take 4. I think they could take 5 2-loss SEC teams. Because you look at the spot, like, is Indiana, they lose to Ohio State and have like 0 quad 1 wins, does Indiana get left out? They could. That could be a spot that opens up for another SEC team. Does Penn State, if they suffer another loss, are they out?
It's interesting.
Yeah, would they take 2 or 4 2-loss teams from the SEC? Yes, and they will. It's the SEC. It's all about ratings. These are the teams that your average or less than average fans know about, and that's who they want to tune in to see. And you always have this, eyeball test. I mean, last year they left out an undefeated team. I know they had an injury, a big injury, but the eyeball test told them, right? And everyone's eyeball test told them that, Oregon was better than Washington or whatever. But I think so if it's up to them. They're just going to put who they want in there. And by the way, injuries could also play a role with other teams, like, a team that's Army or whoever suffers a big injury. They might be left out just like Florida State was. So, yeah, they'll take as many SEC teams as they can and want to. Travis Hunter, right now he's the odds-on favorite according to Vegas to win the Heisman Trophy. Should he be, though?
Well, look, I don't think there should be any odds. I don't like odds being placed on things that you vote for. And he's on my ballot, but there's still so many data points to come in. You talk about Ashton Genty at Boise. I still like Cam Ward of Miami, even though they lost the game. It's not like he played poorly. So, should he be the odds-on favorite? Right now, I'm a Genty guy, but that can change, and I don't even like saying who I like winning a race that's far from over because you wait for all the games to be played. So I don't think he should be, and I don't think anybody should be.
I mean, should he be the odds-on favorite? I kind of agree with you. I hate to see odds on something that hasn't come through yet and something that's going to be voted on. He's outstanding. There's no questioning the talent of the young man. What he is doing is insane. To play both sides of the ball, to play over 100 snaps a game is crazy. And to do it this is different sports, but in a way, it's like Shohei Ohtani, right? The totally different sports, different kinds of fruit, but there's still fruit nonetheless. He's playing both ways at an elite level. He's a lockdown corner that nobody throws to anymore because they know, this guy's too good. I can't throw over there. So he's not even getting tested anymore. And then on the other side of the ball, he's an incredible wide receiver that once the ball's in his hands, anything can happen. He's great, but in my mind, it is a 3-horse race. It's the same other two guys you have, Genty and Cam Ward. And I was disgusted over the weekend of people constantly dismissing Cam Ward because Miami lost. Cam Ward threw for 350 yards and 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. He had a great game. So what are we talking about that he's no longer in the hunt? How do his odds drop? But I think it is the 3-horse race. It's going to be interesting the rest of the way.
Yeah, I mean, nothing's decided right now, of course, guys, but you can always bet on things like the NFL MVP, the NBA MVP, NHL MVP before the whole season's over. I mean, that's about getting value. It sucks that it is, technically it's voted on, so you feel like, this could be, the people really have a say in this who vote on it. But Hunter should be the odds-on favorite. It's incredible what he's doing. This isn't a gimmick. He's literally that good on both sides of the ball. I really like Genty. Cam Ward, like you guys have said too, he's definitely in this race still. This is not over by any means, but money-wise, and that's where Vegas lies. Where's the money? Travis Hunter should be the favorite right now. All right, Tennessee. They are a 10-point underdog at Georgia Saturday night. Who comes out on top?
Look, I think Georgia's going to come out on top. Their 2 losses this year are both on the road. They're playing at home. They're on the outside looking in right now in the college football playoff. They were just dissed on national television last night. Everyone's writing them off, saying that their quarterback sucks and what the hell is this that we're seeing on the field. They were embarrassed last week with the pass rush from Ole Miss that just took care of any kind of offensive game that Georgia was trying to mount. There's a lot of pride on the line. It's a really good football team, and they know that everything matters is just get into the college football playoff. I think they're going to take care of Rocky Top.
So it depends a lot if Nico Iamaleava plays for Tennessee, concussion protocol. Yeah. And if he doesn't play, then Georgia's going to win. All respect due to who's the backup, a kid that finished out the Mississippi State game last week. I mean, he was okay, but Mississippi State is terrible. Josh Heupel said that Iamaleava was all precautionary. Actually, I think he used the word cautionary. Is it cautionary, precaution? I don't know. Point being, if Iamaleava plays, I think Tennessee can win this game. Absolutely. And I love them plus the points. But there's no way we're going to know if he's going to play. They're not going to release that until game time. We'll see if he trots out on the field. But if he plays, I like Tennessee plus the points.
Yeah, at first it's like if you're just looking outside, looking in, not really knowing any of the details, you're like, this spread makes no sense. And it actually got bigger after Georgia lost. Like, okay, but the injury thing is very big, of course, like you guys have both mentioned. I'm not sure still if Carson Beck is good or not. I've been told this before the year, during the year, and now I don't know. But with that being said, very tall buildings in the middle of the desert. I got Georgia as well, man. I think Georgia pulls this off. They're trying to get people to take Tennessee for a reason. I got the Dogs in this one. Who is the best team outside of the Big Ten and the SEC?
Okay, tough question because most of them have dreadful strength of schedule rankings. A sneaky good resume is Louisville, but they've got 3 losses. They've played a tough schedule, and I wanted to go with Boise, but their best win is a loss at Oregon. I wanted to go BYU, and they're undefeated, but their strength of schedule, they got really no great wins. I hate to say it, it's Notre Dame based on large part of their win over Texas A&M.
I considered Notre Dame, and then I realized it's Boise. Boise they haven't played anybody. You're right. Their best win is a loss, but that loss was at Oregon, and it was by 3 points.
And it was 2 special teams touchdowns they allowed.
So I think it's Boise State.
I'll take Miami. I still believe in Miami because they might have the best player in college football still, Cam Ward. I said earlier that Travis Hunter is and should be the odds-on favorite to win the Heisman, but Cam Ward is not that far behind, and I think he can carry this team if need be. I think Miami doesn't get enough respect. I'm going to go with Miami. All right, no really great games in the Big Ten this weekend, but if you had to pick, which game would be the most entertaining for you? Which one are you going to try to watch?
So I was struggling with this question because I'm not sure, does this mean in the Big Ten or does this mean overall? Because overall,
the Big Ten.
Okay, good. Because I was saying overall, it's pretty obvious what people want to watch. But in the Big Ten, I like the matchup Saturday night in Madtown. Wisconsin is hosting Oregon. Now, Wisconsin was dreadful last weekend, and they're not a great football team. They lost to Iowa 42-10. They lost to Penn State prior to that, and their wins aren't all impressive. However, you know what it's like nighttime atmosphere when you get a college town like Madison, which is a ton of fun, and the students love to have that fun. I think it's going to be a different type of atmosphere that Oregon's used to. Plus, Oregon, Doug, as you like to say, you got to travel.
I got to travel.
You got to travel.
It's clearly slowed them down on their trips to West Lafayette and Ann Arbor.
Yep. So they have to travel. And they only scored 38 and 35 in those games.
Yeah.
But I think this could be an entertaining football game with Luke Fickell taking on the Oregon Ducks and Dan Lanning.
So curiosity for Ohio State Northwestern, that's a low total, and it's being played at Wrigley Field. So it's curiosity there. But I tell you what I'm hoping it is, and you're going to think I'm pathetic. I'm visiting my son in Arlington, Virginia this weekend, and on the docket, I may choose to go to Rutgers at Maryland.
You are pathetic. Why?
I may choose because I never get to be a fan. I want to go set up a tailgate.
You were a fan like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, but it's so rare, and I loved it. I want to go set up a tailgate, put on the Michigan State-Illinois game, then wander in and hope to see a classic between the Scarlet Knights and the Terrapins. Who's with me?
Not even your son is with you.
I'm working on him.
All right, guys. I'm going to go with Nebraska at USC. USC's wearing the throwbacks. This is dependent, though, on Raiola playing for Nebraska because I want to see, I like seeing Dylan Raiola play. Yeah. But USC is also starting a new quarterback this week. So I like to see Lincoln Riley with his new toy. I think it could be an exciting game between 2 young quarterbacks. They could be the future of the Big Ten with these 2 guys. So Nebraska USC's got my attention this week in the Big Ten.
And there you go. That concludes the college football blitz animal mascot thingy. Hey, if you're in need of a midweek boost, FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, has you covered with the Hump Day Parlay Reward Stack. Now, every Wednesday, you can get parlay profit boosts on everything from spreads to over-unders and even player props. So, don't let the weekend have all the fun. Take advantage of the Hump Day Parlay Reward Stack. Who knows? It might become your favorite day. Look for the Hump Day Parlay Reward Stack in the FanDuel app to find your profit boost. New to FanDuel? Visit FanDuel.com/Doug. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel is the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Maximum wager amount applies. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. The buy-in price for Rutgers at Maryland is $12. And I'm like,
well, you better hope that the Maction goes in your favor tonight. You can afford those tickets.
Look, it's just a chance to go to a college football game, and not have any responsibilities. Pre-game tailgate. We didn't get to tailgate at Purdue and Oregon because we rolled in right around game time.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess the thing that would cost the most is like getting a parking pass. You've been to Maryland Stadium, right?
No.
No. All right.
They weren't in the B1G when I was there.
Kang, I'm assuming you've never been there?
No.
Yeah, I can get you a ticket this weekend if you.
Oh, yeah? All expense paid trip?
I can get you a ticket.
Oh.
I'll expense that.
You driving?
Yeah, we are, because my son, who lives out there now, we need some stuff. So we're loading it into the car and off we go. But
so there's more than just
my wife's going, and we'll see if I can. Now it's up to hey guys, let's go tailgate. Hey, let's go into the stadium.
Turn into a Doug trip, Kang.
It always does.
This turns into a Doug. Yeah.
It always does.
Well, hold on. If I get them to go to the game, it's turned into a Doug trip. Is this like the worst pot? Like, can you think of a worse Big Ten matchup?
No. No, I can't. I mean, like for me personally, no. There's nothing less exciting than those two teams. Like with Purdue, I can muster up some kind of warm fuzzy because that's where my dad went. Outside of that, I mean, Purdue's awful. Indiana's actually good this year.
Mm-hmm.
Northwestern is intriguing. Northwestern is such a beautiful setting.
Yep.
You can handle, like, if you had to go watch a Northwestern Rutgers game, I would do it because it's so beautiful where it's at.
Because it's on the...
It's right in the water. It's awesome. But Rutgers, Maryland is the worst.
Maybe we take some texts from people, just the worst game you knew it was going to be bad, and you went anyway. 248-539-9797.
Look, I've gone to some Michigan State games that I knew were not going to turn out well.
Yeah.
But I think that's different too because you're
It
going
is
to
different.
see your team. This is
I'm
you have no dog in the
I'm
fight.
No dog in the fight. I agree with that. If we need to eliminate all the local stuff, and it doesn't have to be college. But if you just were in a town and said, "Yeah, I'm going to go watch this Jacksonville Patriots game." 248-539-9797. Let's get to your open line calls. Ray is in Romulus, and he's on 97.1. Hello, Ray.
Hey, Doug. How you doing? Hey,
good, Ray.
Listen, you being a former basketball player, I'm quite shocked that you made those comments about Cade Cunningham. If you take a look at it, we probably lost 2 to probably 3 games in the fourth quarter, having a fourth quarter lead, but just turning the ball over on just petty dribbling acts by Cade Cunningham, and also Ivy. So what I'm trying to say is this: we should not continue with that experiment that you mentioned, because Cade has already proven that he's not a point guard, he's not a ball handler. Ivy is not a ball handler. It will be so nice to see this team acquire some type of point guard, because there's no true point guard on this team to distribute, because we all know Cade can score. We all know that Ivy can score in transition. But when it comes down to Cade handling the ball and trying to dribble between his legs and getting it taken away, or Ivy running at 100 miles an hour and then jumping in the air and just throwing the ball, who knows where it ends up at. I've seen that story so many times. So we should not experiment during the season and lose games while trying to, see what's going to happen.
Well, I guess it's a different way of how you want to go about it. And I'm not debating that there hasn't been issues, because clearly there have. Ray, for me, I keep giving them the ball because I want these guys to be able to develop that. It'd be awfully useful if they do, and I think they can. Guys get better. They're still both in the infancy stages of their career. And so, hey, if you're about winning a game, the next game they play, you might be right. But I'm not about that. I'm taking the 30,000-foot view and playing the long game with them.
But understand this, Cade has never been a good assist-to-turnover ratio guy, ever. And so how is he going to now do it in the NBA when you got the best athletes in the world?
Because he's getting better.
Happen.
Oh, see, I'm not closing the book.
Turnovers?
I'm not closing the book on that. Yeah. I mean, a
You
couple
said-
years
you
ago,
said-
they said he couldn't shoot threes, and he's 8% better from three than he was a couple years ago.
But Doug, I mean, but do you agree that it would be better if we had a point guard that can distribute the ball to these guys?
If they did and could acquire that and needed to win a game, yeah. But I'm going to continue to try to develop them until they have that.
And lose these games in the fourth quarter, because there was no way in hell we supposed to have lost that game against Miami.
Right. Well, they didn't.
I know, but come on.
They
Come
didn't
on.
lose
That
the
was
game.
That was a stroke of luck. What
Well,
happened
you know,
during
was
that
it a
game.
stroke of luck that Harold got on the heater too?
That who?
That
Tyler Hero got
Tyler
like
Hero
crazy.
got on the
Hold on,
heater.
No, Tyrell he has shown that
All
before in
right.
previous games.
So
he has shown
You'll
that.
dismiss that. They had a 9-point lead late in the game, and you'll say there was no luck in that. But there's luck that the Pistons were able to pull
But
it out.
he has proven to be able to make a streak of threes. Tyrell has done that. That's nothing new for him.
Well,
That's all
again,
agree.
if they're trying to win a single game, Ray, you bring up a point that I would agree with. I'm not trying to win a single game. I'm trying to make this team as best they can be. Like, if you look, you sound like you think Cade is defined, and this is who he is going to be the rest of his career. But just look at his assist numbers. This is in his career. I brought this up. 5.6, 6, 7.5, and this year 8.3. He's getting better at that aspect of the game. Now, his turnover numbers are high this year. I would agree. His shooting throughout the course of his career, 31, 28, 35, 34.3 right now, better than it was earlier in his career. Parts of his game can get better, and I am hoping that the turnovers are part of it, and that I would stick with it. Obviously, you wouldn't.
Now, if there was a plus point guard that became available on the market, should they consider it? Absolutely, they should consider it.
The question too is, guys, like, you got to ask Bickerstaff or you know what you want yourself is, do you want Cade working on this stuff only in practice, or do you want to try to get better during the game, right?
Yeah.
Because if that caller, I forgot his name, but
Ray,
I think he wants the Pistons to win games now, which I totally understand. So maybe in his mind, it's like, listen, don't do it during the game because he's just not good at it enough yet. Because they clearly have to be working on this in practice. When you let him do it in the game though? Because how are you gonna know if he's gotten better or not?
Yeah, I guess it's just different philosophically.
Yes.
As to what you're trying to accomplish, and I understand his frustrations.
Like last night in the Duke Kentucky game, if for those that stayed up, Cooper Flagg, might be the number one pick overall. In my opinion, he would be, but still early. But one of the best players in the country. Last two possessions
Did you
of the
just
game.
say he might be your number one pick? You've been talking about him for 2 years.
Well, might for other people. For me,
okay.
yes. But he was great the whole game. The last two possessions, turned the ball
Turned it over.
I mean, but he's going to get better. He's not a finished product.
Yeah, I mean, he's a college kid, but I still.
Kate's like, what,
I was going to say,
24?
Kate's not that
I don't
old
know.
either.
Yeah,
When he says
23.
Yeah.
When the caller says he's never been able, how long has he been trying to do it? Because he's not that old.
I guess I just don't think of him as defined yet. And if you don't think he's ever going to develop that, then yeah, I would subscribe to his theory to move on. I'm not there yet. God, I hope he's not done developing. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. All right, there's somewhat big news here in Detroit. It could affect all of us, many of us. We'll get to that today at 11:02 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hope you're all doing good. Okay, so look, story got released yesterday that impacts some of us and maybe more than others about the accessibility to the FanDuel Sports Network. Now, the FanDuel Sports Network, to be clear, is what Bally's was, and prior to that, what Fox Sports Detroit was. This is our local regional sports network, which is now known as the FanDuel Sports Network. And not everybody has access to it. We all know what happened in the middle of the summer, where many people that had a part of their basic cable package with Comcast, and I think I don't know what bulk of our audience that is. People get they get their media in a variety of ways now, but it feels like, and people can correct me if I'm wrong, that still the vast majority of people are still getting just cable. There are streaming options, and many people do it. Tons of people do it. But I think if you slice up the pie, it feels to me like most people still have cable.
Yeah, but it has definitely changed over the last several years. I think favoring the other side, it's getting to that point. But I think you're right. Our 51% is probably still on the Comcast Xfinity side.
Yeah, and if you look at all the different ways you can get DirecTV, Dish Network. There's Hulu, there's YouTube TV, But I think if you split the pie up, the biggest piece of pie is probably still cable. I might be wrong on that, but it's probably still cable. With that said, they're making they announced today the first time, or yesterday I guess it was, single game pricing to its direct-to-consumer streaming menu starting December 5th. So if you right now, whatever you have, unless you're over the air, I believe, unless you still have like an antenna and are going over the air, you can buy a single game to watch it, a single Red Wing game or a single Piston game for $6.99. So if you're, for whatever reason, you just decide I got to see this Red Wing Toronto game or this Pistons Lakers game or whatever it is, and you do not have access to FanDuel and whatever your streaming or cable package is right now, you can pay $6.99 for a single game. You can also choose a monthly rate, which I believe is $20. It seems to be that it would be more likely that if you are interested in one game, you'd be interested in more than one, and all it takes is 3 in a month to makes more sense to get the monthly subscription, right?
Right, because then you get both Pistons and Red Wings.
Yep. I
even Gronk know that math makes sense.
But Gator, this is something that I've been fearful of coming for 30, 35 years, back when I first started paying for cable. Whenever it was, I first started paying my own bills, however long ago that was. The term pay-per-view has almost always been sort of in addition to what you have, you can pay a little bit more to get this extra.
Mm-hmm.
Pay-per-view was always something extra. If I want that fight, it's extra. If I want out-of-market games, and I specifically remember it with college football, there was years ago, ESPN put together this thing where I could pay a little extra to get out-of-market games that weren't otherwise available. So I was never offended and upset about pay-per-view, because I always felt like, all right, I've got what I'm paying for and I'm happy with it, but if I want a little bit more, I can pay for it or pass.
I remember being in college, and at the time, I think it was Pass Sports that became what we have now, which is FanDuel, after several different iterations.
Right.
But at the time, they carried most of the Red Wing games, but not all of them. And there were literally a handful of games that you could get if you paid. It was like a $5 fee for the one game. And I was so pissed at myself for not doing it for one game. And I remember it was Boston and Detroit. They played in Boston, and there was a massive brawl that broke out. And Vladimir Konstantinov was involved in the brawl. And I hadn't seen Vladdy fight at that point. And he'd already, I think it was his rookie season, it had already become my favorite Red Wing at the time. I'm like, how do I miss this? And you see highlights of it. You're like, oh my God, this is amazing. How did I miss this?
Right.
But to your point, it was a one-off type thing. You already got most of the games on the cable system, but the ones that you didn't, you could pay a little bit extra for it. Okay, I would do that. People had always said about cable that they wish they could do the a la carte system, right? What do I need Court TV for? I don't want Court TV, or I don't want, the Food Network or whatever it is that people don't want. I'd rather have this, and this. They always wanted to kind of formulate their own little individualized custom cable television package. And we would have the debates about this like 20 years ago. And it would make sense if they did this, and they wouldn't do that. They had their own, little packages they would put together. So now where we are, it's the opposite. Now it's like everything is available that way, and it becomes way more expensive if you start, because I want to watch I want the sports package, but I want to watch on Hulu because I don't trust Xfinity or whatever it is. Next thing you know, you've got a bill for streaming that's ridiculous.
So
even though the bill for Xfinity is ridiculous,
anybody who has a job is into maximizing their own profits. Anybody that owns a business is trying to figure out how do we make more money. Anybody that's in charge of an office, or you have a company, or you're the manager, how do we cut costs and increase revenue? And this is no different. This is it just impacts so many of us because, virtually everybody has a television and is looking for accessibility to whatever it is they want to watch. And Gator, there are things in sports that you can just see coming. The first time I remember mainstream American sports, one of our big four, crossing a threshold was, we're just going to put the advertising on the practice jersey. That's it, just the practice jersey. Well, now, in all the sports but the NFL, there's advertising on the game jerseys. And when they put it on the practice jersey, we knew it was coming to the game jersey. Now, the NFL still has the practice jersey, but we know it's coming. We know our NFL jerseys will have advertisements on them. As it stands right now, feels like we are just inching ever closer to everything being pay-per-view. Everything being pay-per-view. And it's probably not going to be a cheaper option, although you will have, right now, we don't even think about it. Well, I don't even think about it. I've got the games on my current cable package. I know what I'm paying for, and, I've got them, and it's great. But it feels like a given. It feels like a right. It's not, but it feels like it because we've always had it. It's clear that regional sports networks have been struggling. Like Colorado, the Avalanche won a Stanley Cup, and their whole season was behind a paywall.
Mm-hmm.
I think the same thing, I think my relatives talked about it happening in San Diego, where they couldn't watch Padre games. We went through whatever it was 3 months of it with the Tigers this year. And it sucked the life out of the season. Now, they were fading at the time, so people didn't really care. But, I think that we kind of need to brace ourselves for more pay-per-view options. Like, one of the most offensive things I ever remember getting introduced was the concept of your ticket prices are staying the same. Don't worry. But you have to get a seat license. Okay. I don't care what you call it. You're raising the price of my tickets. All you have to do is pay the $500 for the right to purchase your season tickets. The tickets prices are staying the same. And I'm thinking, F off with this. And now there's seat licenses almost everywhere. And I still find the term seat license to be offensive to the sports fan.
It's very offensive.
But it's been around now for a few decades, and it's there, and we know we have to pay it, but all it is a way of bringing the ticket prices up. But I guess I want to know what are you willing to pay? If right now, fans, you don't have access to Red Wings and Piston games, are you going to buy this? Are you going to say, okay, at least now I have the option? Because if you don't have access with whatever your I don't know which does and which doesn't. Like is Hulu, YouTube TV. Some of those don't get FanDuel. If you don't have that, is this better than the nothing that you have? Like, are you thinking, well, at least I now can decide I'm going to pay the $6.99, or is it just patently offensive? 248-539-9797. And then the other thing is just the concept of we're headed towards a world where this is going to become more normal. That it's just going to be the additional overcharge that we have to pay to see the games that we want to see. Because I'm skeptical that future is not right around the corner. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights is in feast mode right now, so get ready to gobble up these deals. Right now, Lisa New 2024 Silverado 1500 double cab 4x4 2FL for just $289 a month. It's $289 a month for 24 months with $19.99 down. Unlock the savings with a GM employee discount, Costco member private offer, and Chevy lease in your household. Grab the great deal on a 24 Silverado while they last at Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights, where they guarantee the lowest price or it's free. 17.5 and Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Get the best deals of all this fall and Say Sarah. Call 87-SAY-SARAH. Go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. All right, so a release yesterday from FanDuel that basically if you do not have access in whatever system you have, and I don't know which ones, whatever streaming or cable provider you have or Dish Network or whatever it is, if you don't have FanDuel, you can now pay $6.99 to get any single game. Or you can pay $19.99 a month. But if you're not, was that not available before? I think it was probably available before, but now they're just making single games available, which seems like an awfully high price for single games. If you're not willing to pay $19.99 a month, which I heard Costa, he mentioned this to us in the office this morning, that if it's December, there are 22 Red Wing and Piston games combined. So $19.99 a month is less than $1 a game. So financially speaking, if you are choosing not to pay $19.99 a month, where it's less than $1 a game, why would you choose to pay $6.99 a month? And I guess the only reason, and I have a suspicion, I'll get to that in a minute, but the only reason is to do it is because you seriously are like, okay, I want to just watch this game. I have to see the Pistons play Wembanyama. I have to see this Red Wing Chicago game. Like Patrick Kane's return to Chicago, which was a big deal last year, But I don't know how many people will take him up on this option. Because if you're not going to pay less than $1 a game, why would you pay $7 a game?
Well, right. I guess the fear is that it goes away from cable altogether and becomes this thing, right?
Yeah.
And that everybody decides to do that, and then it just basically what ends up happening is it ends up shifting to another big outlet like a Hulu or a YouTube TV. They'll strike a deal with them that is more beneficial than Comcast when they feel the time is right, and that time can be right if Comcast subscriptions go down. If less people more people start cutting the cord and going to these other streaming services, well, then it might behoove them to say, well, we're going to hook up with them, and then now you're going to pay through and it'll end up being a streaming service instead. And I don't know where the money is, where it makes more sense. I like convenience, and that's why I stay with. For me, this is what works for me. I stay with Xfinity because I enjoy the freedom of being able to go channel to channel without having to, go into a third party or whatever and have to wait a minute for the app to load in and all this. And then you may or may not have issues with lag time and stuff. And if I wanted to go back to another game, that I don't have to wait another minute to get out of the app and all that stuff. So for me, it makes more sense. But I am concerned that this could be going away, that this might be, we could be seeing the beginning of the end of cable freedom, if you will.
Let's go to Sammy on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Sam.
Hey, what's up, guys? I agree with both of you. I have the NBA app. I was trying to watch the Pistons game, but I couldn't because it was on Bally's, and I'm not paying for Bally's. I have like 7 or 8 different streaming services. Now, I don't have kids, but each one's like $15-$20. After a while, it starts to add up. It's the future is just there's going to be no more cable, and you're going to have to pay to watch everything. The only subscription I care about is Netflix, because this Friday the Tyson-Paul fight is on Netflix Live, and it's just too many streaming services. These money-hungry people. I don't like it.
No, I don't like it either. But
well, and I think Comcast don't they have some kind of deal where you can combine Netflix and a couple of others, Disney Plus and ESPN Plus or something like that?
Hulu and Disney Plus have a deal together. It's like $15, but then Netflix is raising their price, so now that's like $27. The NBA app, I got NFL. Each one of those are like $20-$25. So it just adds up. I'm not saying I can't afford it.
No, you're right, but it does add up. It becomes ridiculous when you start to look at it.
Yeah, they just invent new streaming apps for to get money out of people. Eventually, you're going to have to pay to watch the Lions game.
Well, here's my question. So, are you canceling Netflix after this fight?
Yes.
Okay.
Because they're raising the prices.
Okay.
I think the prices, the new basic plan I think it's going to be like $28. I saw, and when I started, it was like $11, and it's ridiculous now because.
All right, so here's
really good to watch on there.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Appreciate it. 248-539-9797, phone calls and feedback. I have a suspicion, okay, that this is going to get tied in to some sort of gambling deal. Because the name of this new network here in Detroit is FanDuel. And I don't know this to be a fact. Obviously, I do FanDuel live reads. But could you see a future where bet this game, get this game?
Yeah. I could. Sure.
Make a minimum wager on this game and you will get it. You'll get the game free. Does that sound like something that may happen?
Wouldn't surprise me.
That's what I'm kind of wondering if this is setting that up. Bet this game, get this game. From Kyle at work. No, I will not be buying anything that's pay-per-view. These companies and their undying need for unlimited revenue is crazy. They are bleeding us dry. I hate it too. I hate it. Okay. And it's gotten wildly confusing too. I mean, you really have to be dialed in on because I've tried other options. I've tried some streaming stuff and I realize that it's not worth it. And I've several times gone back to cable. We did it for our place up north. But Kyle's at work. Kyle, you sent us this text. Kyle, what is your work? And does your work turn down what they think is potential profit? Because I don't want to call your business greedy, but isn't every business almost by definition greedy because they're trying to maximize profits? I'm not taking up their side necessarily.
Well, I mean, there's a difference between a non-profit business and a for-profit business.
Exactly. Noah says, I think the next step behind FanDuel is bet X dollars tonight, Red Wing game, and get a code to watch it for free. There you go, Noah, the bet this game, get this game theory. I have YouTube TV and haven't had local NBA and MLB for years. When those are bad, which they have been, I don't miss them one bit. No, but look, they're announcing this it starts December 5th. If the Tigers have a big off season, which is something that can be debated, whether they will or they won't, I mean, are you going to pay for opening day? Are you going to pay for Tiger games? They get off to a hot start? Because he's kind of right. Right now, neither of these teams feel particularly championship caliber. Our two winter sports teams, the Pistons and the Red Wings. So it's kind of easy to pass on them. But
well, it's also hard to really kind of envision until we have to face it. Because right now, it's a different situation. Right now, the situation is solved from what happened over the summer, and we're able to watch the Red Wings and the Pistons without an interruption. We're looking forward to the Tigers in the spring without any interruption.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up a little bit later on. We will talk about this Tiger offseason. It's 97.1, The Ticket.
Cold weather can really wreak havoc on your garage door. I bet you weren't thinking about that, right? The springs, the rollers, any of the moving parts, they can break when the temperature drops, and the temperature is starting to drop. So you've got to maintain these doors. You got to make sure you got great service. And the folks over at Precision Garage Door, they scream great service. It's awesome. Like if you want them to come over to your house and take a look at things, and maybe you need new garage doors, maybe you just need new parts, you can go to the webpage at precisiondoormi.com and schedule an appointment online that makes sense for you. You're not beholden to their times. It's on your schedule, which is awesome. Or you can go the old-fashioned route and just give them a call, and they can install a new door for you in as little as 24 hours. So if you need new garage doors and some repairs, Precision is the place. Just call 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or schedule an appointment online at precisiondoormi.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket, talking about this announcement yesterday from the FanDuel Network, which is what Bally's was, which prior to that was what Fox Sports Detroit was. These are our regional network. This is our regional network that you can carry, that does carry Red Wings, Pistons, and Tiger games. And if this is it, I mean, this feels like if you currently don't have access to FanDuel, you now can get access by paying $6.99 for a single game pay-per-view, which, you know, financially, if you're not paying the $19.99 a month, I'm not sure why you'd pay $6.99, but maybe there's just some game you have to see. It feels like it's a step towards maybe something bigger. I talked about bet this game, get this game, which it could be. It could be a variety of things as the first step towards. But it also has an eerily similar feeling to, we're just going to put an advertisement on our practice jerseys, which before long we saw advertisements on the actual jerseys. And so I guess we shouldn't, you know, the question is, what's next? 248-539-9797. Bob, you're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Bob.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up?
I was listening to you, and I agree totally. It's just another revenue streaming source, because tickets are going, you know, as far as the pros, salaries are increasing. They got to pay for it somehow. The owners want their share. In college, now we have the NIL and that lawsuit that was just settled where players are going to get paid going back to 2016. So, yeah, they're just going to just pass that cost on to us. I have a friend that whose sister lives in Washington State, and according to her, and I didn't verify it, but according to her, Washington was playing Washington State, and the only way you could get that game was going on like a Peacock. Can you imagine Michigan State, and we have to buy for that game? So, I think it's just it's all about the money, college pros, and it's all going to be passed on to us. Have a good day, guys.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong.
It's already there.
Yeah, Peacock's Michigan and Michigan State haven't played each other on Peacock, but I have no doubt that day is coming.
You want to watch a football game in the NFL tomorrow night? What do you got to do?
Amazon Prime.
Yeah, we're already going through this. You wanted to watch some Tiger games during the course of the season on a Saturday. Oh, it's not available. Wait a minute. Where is it? Oh, Apple TV. This is already happening on a smaller scale. The question is, when is it going to? They're going to ramp it up.
It's never going to stop, and that's it. Doesn't feel like it. From Lance and Trenton, I'm guessing this will be a big benefit for people traveling. Can't stream out of market. I travel a lot, and I would pay $6.99 out of town for a game. It's cheaper than going to a Buffalo Wild Wings. It's a good point. The way the Red Wings are playing, they should pay us $7 a game to watch them. From an unnamed texter, $7 a game, get out of here. The moral thing to do these days is to find an illegal stream.
Here we go.
Just jailbreak it. Jailbreak. Here, we're gonna every time these topics come up, it's only a matter of time. There's the first jailbreak. I'll just jailbreak it, guys. It's free.
Jailbreak.
And I'll say the same thing I always do. The moment I do that, I'm convinced that the authorities are going to show up on my doorstep and I'm being hauled off to prison because I tried to watch that Red Wings Canucks game. I can't watch the Wings, Tigers, or Pistons. I stopped caring. I also can't watch most of college football. I stopped caring. NFL still mostly available over the air. I still care. Go Lions. That's from Calvin and Warren. Note, I pay $240 a month, basic cable and internet, roughly, and did not pay for the Tigers, and I won't pay for the Wings. I just can't buy into this idea. I'm a huge sports fan, but I'm not willing to pay more. I'll be interested to see this person's stance when what if it were the Lions? What if it were a team that was competing for a championship? And I understand. I think it's easy to pass on teams that aren't playing for championships. Do you do that when they're at the top of the standings? And that's a personal question we'd all have to answer. David, you're next. Hi, David.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So I'm wondering if this is kind of like a demographic thing that they're trying to lure, younger people. Sounds kind of creepy when I say it that way, but if they're trying to entice, a younger demographic. Because honestly, I'm kind of interested in it. Not at $7. I think that price is a little too steep. But like in the wintertime, when there's nothing to do, and I don't have Fox Sport or Fab, whatever they're called now. I got YouTube TV, so I don't have that channel. So if it's a good Red Wings game and it's a Friday night or a Wednesday night, and I've got nothing to do, I would really consider purchasing a one game for just to watch for the night. Probably not for the Tigers because they play like 5-6 games a night for 182 games. But yeah, this is something that I am definitely interested in, and it's kind of funny listening to all of you guys' text messages and stuff like that. But that's just my opinion.
No, I'm glad you brought it because, it is making something available that I guess wasn't previously available to you, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I have YouTube TV. I've cut the cord probably like 10 years ago. And, ever since COVID happened and they got rid of the local regional sports channels, I haven't been able to watch any sports unless I go to a bar or if it's on a different platform. But, I would consider it, not for that price, but I would definitely consider it.
Thank you, David. 248-539-9797. William in Detroit, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, William.
What's up?
Hey, William.
Hey, I've been listening to you guys a lot, man. Probably, I'm 64 years old, and my friend's had this guy, that's been hooking him up, and he's been getting all the channels and all the movies and all the pay-per-view. And I was scared, to even try it. I started about 7 years ago when the Valley went down. I had it. And my thing about it, just like what you guys are saying, it seemed like they turning everything into pay for this or pay for that. Well, I paid $30 for my cable system from him. I paid $30 for my internet. I paid $60 a month. I'm good.
So, William, correct me if I'm wrong, you're paying some guy $60 a month?
No, I'm paying him $30 a month. I pay Comcast or Xfinity $30 a month for internet.
So he pays the internet, and then again, he has a guy who hooks him up with.
So you're paying some guy $30 a month for your cable?
Yes.
And I'm going to guess here that it is not probably legal?
Well, I'm guessing it is illegal because if it wasn't, he'd have been caught.
Yeah.
I mean, a 10-year run, he'd have been caught by now if it was illegal. See, I keep listening to these. Listen, I keep listening to these commercials. How they telling you, where they charging you for the internet, but you really can get it free. Then I keep listening to all these streaming apps. But if some guy is getting it free and offering it to people to pay him, it must be free. There's some way that they know how to get it for free, but they selling it.
Come on, William. William.
Free?
Yeah.
You think it must be free then? If some guy's going to sell it to you, then it must be free to him?
It's got to be.
No. There could be another response.
Or, listen now. Or he has the right technology to get it free.
Well, free and legal are different things.
Yes. The right technology.
Right. So you understand that maybe he gets it free and passes that on to you for a price, and that is illegal.
Okay.
Right? And if he gets caught, it's illegal. Because,
I don't know
for
what
a
he's
bunch
doing.
of reasons.
We don't know what your acquaintance is doing.
Some dude is out there and he's got the hookup and he's going to sell it to you, and it's not Xfinity or some big conglomerate. If it's JT living on the street or whatever, I'm going to guess it's illegal.
Is my thing. It's not illegal for me to buy something.
Yeah, it can be.
Kinda. If you bought cocaine on the street, is that illegal?
Oh no, I don't buy cocaine.
I hope not. I'm just saying, if you bought it, it's illegal, you get in trouble, just like this.
Well, here's the thing. I ain't got in trouble yet. I'm gonna have to ride it to the I'm going to have to ride it till the wheels fall off.
All right, well, William, good luck, man. Good luck.
It can't be illegal. The dealer hasn't been caught yet.
Wow.
Well, he's definitely getting a bargain.
Until I get caught, it's fine. What's the problem?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's complaining.
Jay
Until
in
you get
Miami is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jay in Miami.
Hey, hi, fellas. How you doing? I just want to suggest a little bit. I kind of agree with William. You know, I got a Fire Stick, and I don't want to get in trouble here. You can get it jailbroke. I pick up all the Tiger games, Michigan games, state.
Yeah. Is that
everything.
legal?
Lions.
You think the jail?
I don't know if it's legal. I don't know the
called
ramifications.
jailbreak. What do you think?
You get a Fire Stick. You know what a Fire Stick is.
I know what a Fire Stick is, but when you jailbreak a Fire Stick,
you can break those, and you can get apps, and you can pick up UFC fights,
Yes.
everything free.
Do
You're
you
not paying
think
a
do you
damn
think that's
thing.
legal?
I don't know if it's legal.
It's called jailbreak. What do you think? Honestly.
Okay. What are the ramifications? I mean, everybody's doing it.
I'm not.
I don't know.
I'm not.
I'm not
just suggesting something. I'm not paying $6.99 for a ball game, for one ball game.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Like you guys were saying.
Yeah.
I understand that. I'm just trying to get some suggestions.
Yeah.
The jailbreak. What do you think it means? I don't know. Oh, okay. All right.
I bought it.
Think
Must
that's
be legal.
Right. Must be legal. I mean, I was able to buy it.
Interesting. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. The NBA is back. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, wants you to catch all the action. And right now, FanDuel is giving everyone 3 months of NBA League Pass free. All you have to do to catch every tip-off and buzzer beaters, place any $5 bet on an NBA game, and 3 months of NBA League Pass comes courtesy of FanDuel. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel is the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. After 3-month trial, the full price of League Pass will automatically be charged monthly. Cancel anytime. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. What the hell is this?
AC/DC, baby.
This is the most excited I've seen you in a while. Why are we playing this?
Well, you'll hear in a second.
Do we have to?
Yep.
Okay.
Why don't you just sing it for him, Gator?
Yeah.
Jailbreak. Jailbreak. No. All in the name of liberty, baby.
Doug, this is like the exact opposite reaction to when you told him about Shabuzi yesterday.
Yeah, this really is.
Classic AC/DC. Mid-70s.
I told you yesterday about classic Shabuzi, and you didn't care.
It's not really classic.
It's got to be.
We're talking about jailbreaking, and the first thing that came to mind was jailbreak.
Well, to be clear, we weren't talking about jailbreaking.
That's what
We were talking
this
about
conversation always turns into jailbreaking. You know what this does.
Well, that's true. We were talking about FanDuel's the FanDuel app and their new option for people right now, whatever you have, streaming service or cable system or whatever you're paying for, if you do not have access to the FanDuel network, which is Pistons or Red Wings, you can pay $6.99 and get a single game. Now, you can also pay $19.99 and get an entire month, which given that there's 22 games coming up in December between the Pistons and Red Wings combined, it makes way more financial sense to do that. But somebody pointed out and said, dude, I travel a lot. This is great for me to just get a game here, a game there. So, and others, I think we're kind of, my suspicion is this is the first step towards something else. But 248-539-9797. Jason's in Grand Rapids, and he's next here on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Jason.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I love this concept of mutual exclusivity between free and illegal.
Yeah.
You've got to know the difference.
Right.
So anyway, I may be unique in this where I appreciate the single service FanDuel app for $20 a month. Like, I'm over here in Grand Rapids. It's a little bit of effort to go to a game if I want to go. Even the folks in Detroit, you think about the parking, the concessions, the gas to get to the stadium. $20 a month to watch every game is great. That's a deal to me. I cut cable a while ago because I had to get to a package of hundreds of channels just to gain access for the privilege of paying for adding on Fox Sports Detroit. I mean, it was like a $7 monthly fee on top of my cable fee. So I'm thinking $20 a month to get exactly what I want and nothing more is awesome. I was glad when they finally came out with the standalone option.
All right, good to know, Jason. 248-539-9797. Chris is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Chris.
Hey, how are you guys?
Okay.
I live in Canada. Let me start with Shabuzi. You brought up Shabuzi.
Yeah.
The album Cowboys Live, Outlaws Never Die, the one a couple ago, fantastic. Just saying.
There you go.
But yeah, so up in Canada, I get 2 devices for $100 a year, and I can plug in and I get every single channel. Now, $100 a year in Canada is probably $20 to you guys, but it's not jailbroken. But I get everything: NBA League Pass, NFL. Premium.
Wait a minute. It's not jail. So what is it other than illegal?
It's kind of like it's deregulated. So my guy's in a province far out east. I can't say what city, but he buys units and then he resells the units, right?
So you
wholesale.
You know damn well what you're doing isn't legal.
What happens in Saskatchewan?
Yeah, it's out east. He's talking PEI, Nova Scotia, Newfoundland. It's got to be a Newfie. Chris, you know, it's deregulated. He buys units.
You're right.
Yeah,
but my name has been changed to protect the innocent.
Yeah, good. The
right,
innocent.
Tom.
The innocent.
There's nothing innocent.
It's an innocent crime, guys.
Is there no victim?
What happens in Halifax doesn't necessarily have to happen in Windsor. different.
Did he say it's kind of deregulated?
Oh, holy semantics, Batman. How can I spin the narrative in my favor?
Jay is in Cedar Springs and next. Hi, Jay.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, Jay.
Hey, so I want to say that it's an interesting topic about the fire sticks and the jailbreaking and the legalities of it, but it's actually not illegal to stream the content because you're really just getting add-ons. If you don't download the content, you don't own it. So when you're streaming it, you really don't have access to it again, for real. And I actually, quote-unquote, break fire sticks myself.
So you think this defense would hold up in court?
I believe it will, because you're not stealing anything because you really don't own anything to steal.
Have you consulted a lawyer on this?
No, but I've been doing some research because, like I said, I wasn't sure if it was legal or not, but they have had people who was like my man said, he had his own hookup guy who charges him monthly.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's definitely probably just barely legal, like he said.
Probably just, you can't even say it with a straight face, Jay. Come on, man.
It's almost legal.
Jay, thank you.
Getting a service you didn't previously get, not paying for it, and having to.
We've had kind of deregulated. We've had definitely, probably, almost legal.
So we've obviously this has come up many times before, but I don't think actual jailbreaking a Fire Stick is illegal. Like, you can modify things, okay? Number one, it's going to kill any warranty you have on anything. If you modify any product that you bought from the store, whatever it is, your warranty's out the window, essentially, okay? People are willing to risk that, of course. Now, I think it's the copyright infringement is that gets you in trouble after the fact, and that's where it probably gets a little bit gray, like Jay was talking about. Like, I can go out and modify my car right now, right?
Yes.
But it kills the warranty. Like, whatever,
Correct.
Ford, GM, whoever I bought the car from, they're like, hey, you did this to it, your warranty's out the window. But it's not illegal for me to put a spoiler on my car or do something else like that, or change
Not if
the
you
paint.
own it. If you lease it, there's a different thing. But if you own the car, you can do what you want as long as it.
I'm not sure this is an apples-to-apples comparison,
Probably not.
though.
My point is, you can jailbreak a Fire Stick. That's legal. That's my point. What you do
using
now,
using it might not be legal.
Actually, watching the content that you get from
Yes,
jailbreaking it, that's illegal.
That's where you get a little gray.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I don't know that to be a fact, but if I took this to a lawyer, I think a lawyer would say, yeah, this could get you in trouble.
Could.
Listen,
it's barely. It's deregulated.
Barely and almost maybe, I don't know. If people, Netflix is cracking down on people who share the password, right?
Yeah.
If Netflix has that technology, you think maybe there's other technology out there that can discern whether or not you're cheating-ish? Maybe, sort of, possibly, absolutely.
It feels like these companies would be working on the technology to track this stuff.
Uh-huh.
Scott writes in, new option. Option A, $6.99 per game. Option B, call Williams' buddy. Martin, you're on 97. Want to take it? Hi, Martin.
First of all, I just want to say this is Albanian, Martin. But yeah, I pay $50 a month. I get the hook up too.
This is not Albanian, Martin. I know what you're doing.
My boys, it's Albanian.
I know what you're doing here. What are you doing?
Boys, I got people in India, man. They give me an app. I download $50. You get whatever you want. UFC, you get FCU, DFC, whatever you want. They give you, man. Everybody's got a guy. You guys got to get that little street cred so you can just not always follow the rules. Who's going to pay $120, $150 every month for every different app there is in the world? What do we got money like that? I got a guy. You need him. I'll send you the info.
I don't want your info. I do not, Martin. I do not. I appreciate it, but
Martin,
no, I'm all
Albanian,
good.
Martin. This ain't Chaldean, Martin. It's Albanian, Martin.
Yeah.
But I mean, what are you guys gonna do? What do you think? You don't think half the people are doing what we're talking about right now?
Oh,
No,
I think people are doing it.
Hold
I think
on,
people
hold
are
on.
doing it until they get caught, and then when
Half
they
the
figure out the
people,
system.
is half
You're
of Metro
talking-
Detroit
listen,
doing this.
I promise you, half the people have a guy that are doing some kind of legal or unlegal activities to get what they need. I promise you, not everybody listening here, and the people that don't, like, damn, I wish I knew that guy. I wish I knew that guy. Because everybody doesn't want to pay for stuff like that. I'm telling you, boys, people are sick of half. Guarantee you half. And I'm being generous. Half.
Okay, if you're not being generous, what do you really think it is?
I'm thinking at least 70% got a guy that's got the hookup.
70% of people are illegally streaming.
People in the world that I know of that don't have some guy that they got the hookup to. A lot of people got hookups, man. That's how we roll in this world.
And two years ago, how many games do you think the Lions were going to win?
2 years ago?
Yeah.
I was 6. I got them 15-3 or 14-3.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Caldy and Martin.
70%.
Tried to pass himself off as Albanian Martin.
Yeah, it's funny.
He probably doesn't know that Albanian Martin called yesterday to refresh us the difference between the Martin.
Chaldean Martin and Albanian
Yeah.
Martin. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, thank you for all your phone calls and feedback. Carson Anderson, I someone a ticket. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Busy second half of the show planned for you. We have not talked at all about our Detroit Lions, who are making the turn and headed towards a Sunday game against the Jacksonville Jaguars. And you put something in your show sheet that really surprised me. We'll get to that in a minute. Gator, you like to point out words that you think are just inherently funny. The one that always comes to mind is the word nugget.
It's funny.
Mm-hmm. Two more I don't think we brought up, but are common everyday words that are used. What do you think of the word loaf?
Loaf's been one of my favorites, probably longer than nugget. I think loaf has been funny to me.
Thought you'd like loaf.
Loaf is hysterical.
What about the word curd?
Curd's funny.
Yeah.
It's not in the same category as loaf or nugget, but it's funny.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Just a couple there that I thought loaf and curd.
Loaf.
Nope. Loaf is great.
Don't let your meat loaf, man.
And it's used every day. Loaf of bread.
Yeah.
Hey, don't loaf. Better hustle.
Yeah.
Don't loaf. Gotcha. Established. Curd and loaf.
Yeah.
Funny.
The other uses for loaf too, but we'll let those go.
Yeah, we will. Kansas, Michigan State last night. Ugly early. Spartans 2 for $1 million from the floor. Well, from behind the arc. They weren't that bad from inside the arc, but it was a weird start to that game. Only Hunter Dickinson could score I think he was the only Jayhawk that scored the first 10 minutes of that game. Neither team did particularly well in the offensive end. Jace Richardson made Michigan State's first 3-point field goal with 1.7 seconds to go in the first half, and he happened to get fouled. 4-point play kind of deal. But, yeah, I mean, look, early season game, the only thing that conclusion, I don't know if this is a conclusion. It's early for any conclusions. It's a good game against a top-ranked team. Reality is we might be seeing the test of the boundaries of how far a team can go when they can't shoot the 3-point shot. Because they haven't. Yeah, it's too early to say that they can't, but they're off to a pretty bad start shooting the ball from beyond the arc.
Yeah, but it's like 3 games. They expect Akins to be able to shoot just fine from beyond the arc. I think they would expect the new guy to shoot just fine from behind the arc.
Fiddler,
thank you.
Yep.
But I don't think this is your typical Michigan State team that would have like 4 or 5 options and a couple that look really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to have to find it elsewhere. In addition, but right now they're struggling to hit that shot. That shot will go down at some point. But this does not look like one of the upper echelon Michigan State teams at all. I mean, it's an unranked team. Though they played the number 1 team in the country pretty close last night for most of the game. It wasn't until the final few minutes that things started to slip away from them. But it was a tie game for a while. It was a 1-score game for a while. Is that impressive enough? I don't know. This is beginning of the season, right? Izzo always schedules these tough games at the beginning of this season to get the team ready for what it's like to play big game atmosphere when you get to the tournament. And that's why they do what they did.
Well, they've been a part of this Champions Classic for a long time.
Well, yeah, but because this is what Izzo does. He wants to make sure that his team is playing the best of the best.
It's kind of down this year. Their schedule isn't as heavy as it's been in the past, but then again, there's additional conference games. And I think this is the only ranked team they play in the preseason. But nonetheless, we'll see how they got us. I would imagine they will shoot it better than they have, but through 3 games, they are not shooting it at all. Pistons get a big win over Miami in a game where they blew a big lead in the fourth quarter because Tyler Hero made 6 threes in the fourth, and I was kind of in awe of his shot selection. I mean, I guess we've seen it with Steph Curry and Klay Thompson for a long time, but I felt like Hero was taking fadeaway, 4 or 5 feet beyond the arc, fadeaway contested threes and making them look like layups. It was ridiculous. And then the Pistons went out and ran maybe the best sideline out-of-bounds play I've ever seen. Once the game got forced to overtime, if you haven't seen this, Pistons are down 2, and there's 1.7 seconds to go, 1.8. I can't remember what it was. It was one or the other.
1.8.
And they throw a lob to Jalen Duren, and the way that they designed the play, they made it look easy, and it wasn't. Of course, Duren's got this catch radius and the ability to finish where Cade just need to throw it up there. But if you haven't seen it, go look at it. Like, this is a brilliantly designed play, J.B. Bickerstaff.
It's like a quarterback leading a receiver. And once that receiver gets a step, anything can happen. That's what happened. Jalen Duren got a step. Cade Cunningham threw the perfect pass, and it was alley-oop time, dunk it, and then Spoelstra calls timeout when he doesn't have one, channeling his inner Chris Webber, and results in a technical foul. Free throw gives the Pistons the lead, gives the Pistons the ball, foul right away, and, here we go again.
Now, there's some games to be played, but the Pistons are currently just a half game out from not having to play in a play-in game.
Yes, the Pistons won 5 games already. They're 5-7. They didn't win their 5th game last year till like January 20th or so, January 24th, I think. It's a nicer start to the year than what we've seen in years past. Certainly last year was horrific, absolutely horrific. But one thing the Pistons don't do, at least right now, that other teams are doing, the load management.
No.
But
they're all 22. They don't need any load management.
No, you wouldn't think, and yet at some point they are going to start doing that. They do it in different ways, I guess. They had their inactives last night, which were guys that were been playing big minutes in other games, but they're not the core group. I want to see this core group play as much as possible early on so that J.B. Bickerstaff he can form this great opinion on what can we do here? Does this work? Does it work with Ivy, Cunningham, Duren, and Tobias? Does this work with this group of 4? And the 5th guy rotates whatever it is, if it's Hardaway Jr., if it's Fontecchio.
Well, that Hardaway Jr. injury was scary last night. When they're holding up towels around him, like, that was weird. The knee to the back of the head. I didn't see an update. Hopefully he's okay. On top of that being a win to put them a half game out of the playoffs, or the not having to play in the play-in round, it's also an NBA Cup win. NBA Cup, baby. Which means we get the wacky floor. Okay, the floor. I can't stand it. It's hard to see the basketball, the contrast between the players and the color of the floor. Like, everything is the same hue, and it's hard to watch. But Gator, I realize I am over the age of 30. So it's not probably meant to appeal to Doug. You too are over the age of 30. Kang, you are over the age of 30. Did you like the floor?
I thought the floor looked cool, but I'm not sure I like it.
I thought the floor was incredibly distracting, but I think I love it. I love the contrast. I think it looks. I mean, this is different than, say, the field at Boise or the field at Eastern Michigan. I think that just looks weird. The court last night I thought was pretty cool, but if I were a player, you would think it'd be. As a viewer, it was distracting. I can't imagine as a player it wouldn't be distracting. It's something you got to get used to, but I thought it was pretty cool.
Okay, here's what we're going to do. The system's kind of locked up right now. We can't play the 10 text sound, so I'm just announcing. We're taking 10 texts right now, only from people under 30. Please state your age. There you go. 10 texts, first 10 texts at 248-539-9797. State your age and tell us what you thought of the floor. Please do that as well, yes. Sign your text, state your age, and tell us what you thought of the floor last night. Again, only people under 30. See if it was just us, or if the younger demographic was like, no.
Apparently you're the one that didn't like it.
No, I didn't like it, and it was distracting. You liked it, and it was distracting. Kang liked it, and it was distracting. But
Kang and I are younger. I mean, in fairness.
Technically, you are. 248-539-9797. We'll get to those texts and your phone calls. Are you going to eat that today at 12:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket? Do you know what the water score is in your home? Telltale signs like water spots, dingy laundry, or dry skin indicate your water score isn't as high as it should be. Weather's turning cooler. Call my friends at CGC Water and find out your water score. They'll test your water and survey your home to rank your water. If you aren't satisfied with your water score, CGC can recommend the Connecticut water treatment solution to improve it. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cdcwater.com. Your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Tell them Doug Karsch sent you. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. Here are the texts. Regarding the Pistons floor last night, we are self-aware enough to know when things are not target. We are not the target demographic of something that has been introduced. I thought the floor last night was distracting. I didn't particularly like it. Gator, you liked it, but also thought it was distracting. And Kang, same thing. So we asked people from the younger set how old you are and whether or not you liked it. From Chris in St. Clair Shores, he writes in, I'm 27. I liked it, but it was hard on my eyes. From Brendan B. in Lake Orion. I thought the blue floor was easy on the eyes, especially after 10 beers. I'm Tyler. I'm 26. It's absolutely horrendous. I couldn't care for it if I tried. Classic hardwood can't be beat. Ed and Warren, I'm 25 and I hate that court. It's annoying. It takes away from the game, in my opinion. James, 28. The blue floor is fun, but it's annoying as a viewer. Lucas from Sterling Heights here. I'm 18. I thought the court was cool, but it's also pretty distracting. I feel like it doesn't have a place on a basketball court. Okay. Steven, 27. I hate the floor. It looks like NBA 2K. Zach at Macomb. I'm 26 years old. I hate the court and hate the idea of an in-season tournament. From Charlie, I'm 23. The blue court is cool but distracting. I'll take it if they keep winning, though. Guys, I'm 29 years old, and as soon as I saw a picture of that court, I had a similar thought. It looks kind of nice, but man, that's insanely distracting. Never thought why they'd have to change it up so much for the in-season tournament. It's from Brian on lunch in Plymouth. Sounds like most people say the same thing. Okay, theory, cool. In practicality, when it comes to watching a game on it, it's not so cool. 248-539-9797. Thanks for all your texts. We go to Fred. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Fred.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I watched that game last night, and there were several moments when I almost threw my beer at the TV, particularly during that overtime. When does Cade Cunningham learn to protect the ball? Them turnovers are killing us. They could have won that game.
They did.
Sooner.
Yes, they could have. They did. He did turn it over a lot. Look, I'm all about giving Cade the basketball in these. I think that their best scenario is that he develops and can be a lead dog and can have the ball in his hands late in games. And I'm not seeing a lot of premium on these games yet. And so this is the time where you can afford to keep going to that well. For me personally, I would, but I know others wouldn't. This is the second call we've had today that wouldn't.
Now, one question before I let you guys go. And by the way, him dropping that dime on Jalen Duren, those two are in sync, and they've done that a lot since they've been playing together. And Jalen Duren is actually learning how to drop dimes on other teammates. So I think that's a pretty good dynamic there. But what do you think about the fact that if the Pistons had a true point guard to kind of control that, they're pacing a little better, who maybe wouldn't get stripped so much? I mean, just what do you think about a real, honest point guard for the Pistons?
I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I mean, the question is there accessibility to that player? I mean, they could be near the top of the draft again next year, and it very well could be the direction they go. But, again, that'd be another young player introduced to the mix. Then you started getting into trades and free agents. I mean, it would be really, really cool, Fred, if they were close enough to drawing getting a playoff spot that they could actually buy, which I don't think is going to happen.
Well, thanks for listening. Look, I'm not hating the team. This is the best they've been in quite a while, so I'll take it. And I do think there's a lot of potential for this core to get better. So I'm okay with that. It's really hard to watch all these turnovers. And thanks for letting me say that, guys.
No, appreciate it. You're not the only one. We did this earlier in the show.
I'm just still trying to figure out how the hell the NBA Cup works.
No one knows.
What? So you got 4 games in the tournament, right? In the group play.
Yes. Yeah, group play, group stage.
So then what happens after? So are those teams that win or that win their groups? They keep playing. Do those games count? Are those extra games played in the 82-game schedule?
No, they're part of the 82-game schedule, and everybody else is kind of backfilled to end up with 82 games. So dumb. It is one of the most forced things ever.
It is the most forced thing ever.
There are games that the Pistons will play that aren't on the schedule.
The only game that doesn't count towards the regular season is the championship game, I believe.
Is it called the Mega Bowl? It should be the Mega Bowl. Mega Bowl. Mega Bowl. Flint. 8 o'clock. Tomorrow night. Be there.
in Vegas.
Well, they missed out on that because the Mega Bowl, the first and only Mega Bowl was played in Flint.
I know. Well, this one's going to be in Vegas.
You got to get tropical.
Can you help a brother out? What was the Mega Bowl?
You didn't see semi-pro? Oh, you've seen parts of semi-pro.
Yes, I have.
Yeah.
Is that you crossed the line, my man?
Yeah,
Okay, yeah. I did see that scene. Yeah.
Yes, and it's about the ABA team is going to merge with the NBA, but Jackie Moon, the owner of the Flint Tropics and player, Will Ferrell, decides that he wants to create the Mega Bowl to try to create more buzz and get people to show up to the Tropics games.
Did it work?
Oh yeah.
Did it?
Yeah.
Well,
I don't want to spoil
this.
things for you, but
part of the weirdness of
pretty great revelation.
Last night's Piston Miami game was the Pistons' first game in Group B. Okay?
Yep.
In their group is Milwaukee, Indiana, Miami, and Toronto. The Pistons are now 1-0, tied with Milwaukee for first in Group B. Tonight, is it tonight?
No, it's not tonight. This is a regular game. No,
No.
cup game.
No. Tonight they do play Milwaukee.
Yes.
But it is not
Yes.
an NBA Cup game.
Correct.
What?
Yep.
The next cup game is after the Milwaukee game for the Pistons.
But they will play Milwaukee in a cup game
later on.
So the cup play started last night.
Yes.
One of the teams in their group is on the schedule tonight, and it's not a cup game.
No, the next cup game is November 15th, this Friday against the Toronto Raptors.
Okay. Gotcha.
Then there's going to be a bunch of regular games, and the next cup game is November 29th versus the Pacers.
They got Milwaukee on December 3rd. I assume that's the cup game?
Yes, that's the fourth cup game.
Yep. Everybody knows this, right? Sorry, we're being very repetitive here. I apologize.
This is a lot like the SEC. It just means more.
And another reason why the court is the way it is, too, I think they did this clearly on purpose, but like to let you know this is a cup game.
Yeah,
make it as obvious as possible. Like, not just have like the little decal in the corner that says NBA Finals.
I
like
didn't realize until I saw the blue court.
That's what I'm saying.
Now, wait, is this game different? What's special about this game? I think it's a cup game. Oh, now it makes sense. Cup game.
Mm-hmm. Ticket holders rejoice. Secondary market blowing up. NBA Cup.
Probably a hard ticket last night.
You know what? It's funny because we sit here and we mock this thing, but our team isn't particularly good. I mean, they are what they are. They're getting better. And I still think if they were good, I don't know that we'd care.
Hey, they had 18,000 people there last night almost.
That's true.
That's pretty. I like that part of it. I mean, all jokes aside, we're so starved to see the Pistons be good again.
Yep.
You know, we had some spoiled years here as Piston fans. We were spoiled in the 80s, going into the 90s, and we were spoiled in the 2000s. And we've had a long drought since then. So we really want this team to be good.
Another edition. Are you going to eat that at 12:35? 97.1 the ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. What do you got going on tonight? Anything exciting? I'm always hoping that you, single guy, you're going to be doing a lot of stuff that I don't do anymore. Anything exciting happening?
Let's see. Well, when I get home, I'm waiting for some contractor type guys to come over to fix some things around the house.
Okay.
Beyond that, no
big parties.
It's a Wednesday night. Not a whole lot happens on a Wednesday night. But Pistons playing. It's not even a cup game, so I don't know if I care so much.
You're gonna watch anyway?
Yeah. Got wrestling tonight.
Do you?
Well, AEW, All Elite Wrestling is tonight.
Is that not a big deal? Is it a big deal?
No, I always record it, and the question is, do I watch it live or not? I don't know. We'll see what happens. I don't anticipate going out tonight. I don't think any of the bands I follow are playing out tonight.
Red Wings play tonight, right?
Red Wings play Pittsburgh tonight, so I'll be watching that. That's there you go.
I'm a little disappointed because I'll be in Pittsburgh tomorrow night. I missed them by a day. It'd be fun as hell to me.
You're gonna spend the night in Pittsburgh?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh.
Yep. Yinzers.
You're going to go on the incline?
Probably not, Gator. I don't think we're going to go on the incline. But yes, I missed the Red Wings by a day.
Seeing relatives?
No, all my relatives have moved out of Pittsburgh.
Okay.
Yep.
You want to see my relatives?
Do I?
See my Uncle Tom?
Where in Pittsburgh?
Wexford.
I'm very familiar with Wexford, right next to Bradford Woods, just south of Zelienople.
Yeah. See my cousin. I think he's in Cranberry.
Is he?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that exit off the turnpike, Cranberry exit. Big soccer facility you drive past on the right there. Yeah, my grandparents were in Bradford Woods for a bunch of years. Then my grandmother moved up to Zelienople, but Coriopolis had relatives in Coriopolis too. But they've since all moved to Mabel Karsh, Fritz Karsh. May they rest in peace.
Mabel and Fritz.
Mabel and Fritz, grandparents.
People named Mabel and Fritz are no longer with us.
We don't see a lot of Mabels and Fritzes anymore, do you?
No.
And Barney the dog. Love Barney the dog. But
R.I.P.
One of my grandparents' house, and the people next door, they built football goalposts in their yard. And I could be in my grandparents' yard, put the ball on the tee and try and kick it through the goalposts. It was like the greatest thing ever as a kid. I couldn't believe I got to do this. These just random people built some goalposts in their yard.
Huh.
And they were the old school, with the H. It was basically H. And so I was like, this is great. So I'd always bring a football on a tee and I'd stand in my grandparents' front yard and try and kick field goals into the neighbor's yard.
I like it.
Yep. So anyway, it was fun. You ready for another edition of Are You Going to Eat That?
Yes, because I'm getting hungry.
Okay. Well, this is going to be an interesting one.
Now, just so you know, Doug, we've done this before where something here during the Are You Going to Eat That segment inspires me to go get something to eat. In the house right now, basically all I have are fixings for a chicken sandwich.
Okay.
And deli chicken with Munster cheese, which I'm not opposed to. I'm looking forward to it. But if you've got something up your sleeve there.
Well, a couple of weeks ago, the last one was the Meximelt.
Yeah.
And you committed on the spot.
I was so excited.
You're like, I'm going to get the last one on my way home. Will you commit right here, right now to the last one?
No. I can't commit because there's a lot of stuff here that I don't like, which we go through. I have not. Now, if we do this segment, I never know what it is.
No.
But there's a lot that comes up that I'm like, absolutely not. I'm not going to try.
Are you sure you won't commit to the last one?
I'm not going to commit. I'm not going to say I'm absolutely going to not do it either, though.
Okay. Because it's ingenuity.
Oh, ingenuity.
Always tastes good, right?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Here we go.
This was linked and sent to me. Apparently, it's available on Amazon. Fried egg and sea salt flavored chips. Imagine the perfect fried egg. Now imagine that exact flavor in a potato chip. It's that good. Gator fried egg chips.
Look, I
would eat that.
I would try it, but Ken, correct me if I'm wrong. Do you think this would just smell like a fart?
Eggs can do that sometimes. Yeah, eggs can be like that.
Like if you open a bag of these,
open a bag of farts,
fried eggs, fried egg chips. I imagine if you get a whiff, it's going to smell like a fart.
Yeah. I'm hoping they tested this out first.
I mean, it's a chip. Would I try a chip?
Basically say, yeah, I'll do it. It sounds horrible, but I'll do it.
But I want to try. I'd try it. But you wouldn't try a chip?
Not a fried egg chip. No.
A chip?
What do you want me to say? No, I'm never going to eat this ever.
I'd try it.
You got to try it.
I love the salted snacks.
It might smell like a fart.
It might not. You don't know.
I'm not a huge fried egg guy either. So,
fart egg?
Well, it's not
fried
actually.
egg. two yeses and a no, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Next up, Arby's has a Thanksgiving menu, including the deep fried turkey gobbler.
Okay.
This is a thick sliced deep fried turkey breast with crispy onions and everything seasoning, Swiss cheese, savory herb spread, lettuce and tomato on a toasted buttery brioche bun, oven roasted and deep fried.
I may pick that up today. That sounds delicious.
Yeah, you will.
That sounds delicious.
There's a yes.
Am I wrong, Kang, or does that sound delicious?
If you're wrong, I don't want to be right, man. I love Thanksgiving. It's my favorite holiday. You put that in a sandwich, I'm all in.
You had deep fried turkey?
Yes.
Oh, my God, it's so good.
I'm a yes on this.
Whoa! Whoa!
This is something I may actually eat.
Do you think Evan would pick us up some before the end of the show?
If Evan were cool. I don't know if Evan's one of the cool kids.
That sounds really good.
Okay. So all three of us say yes to that. Next up, at Minnesota football games, you can get apple fries. They are like French fries, except they're made with apple and they're coated in cinnamon sugar and served with a caramel dipping sauce. Apple fries.
Okay, I'm assuming these are deep fried or they're cooked of some kind. It's not a raw apple.
Yeah, I'm assuming so.
Well, I'd have to assume.
Well, it says these are properly cooked up apple fries, and they are, well.
Yes.
Yeah, they're cooked.
100% I would. If it were raw, I can't do it because I'm allergic to raw apples. But you deep fry this thing or however you cook it. And yeah, I mean, this sounds like a delicious dessert.
Oh, this sounds fantastic.
You crush this.
I mean, a la mode, too, would be something nice, right?
Yeah, a little ice cream there.
Yeah.
I think I'd try these.
There you go!
I think I would.
He'd work out a lot after, though.
You had him an apple.
Sure. Yeah, I do like the apples, and this sounds
Lifetime
actually
on the
pretty
hips,
good.
but it might be worth it.
Yeah, moment. Yeah.
It could be. All right, finally.
A moment.
There's a German butcher.
Hang on. This is the one that you wanted me to commit to, right?
Yes.
Sight unseen.
Yep.
And it starts with, so there's a German butcher. Brings all types of visions right now. The movie Hostel comes to mind, and it does not sound good. But go ahead.
Okay, German butcher named Michael Reese. Ingenuity here.
You can't be named Michael Reese and say you're a German butcher. Give him a different name.
It says Michael Reese. Rice? Reese?
I don't know. Call him Johann Stuttgart or something. I mean, that sounds better than Michael Reese.
Okay, so it's Michael Reese. Germany's facing a growing issue with raccoons.
Absolutely not. I mean, what? Germany's being overrun by raccoons?
It's believed there are 2 million raccoons in Germany
That's
currently.
A lot of raccoons.
And that number's on the rise. Reese, a hunter as well as a butcher. And this is raccoon hunting season in Germany. He was able to cull 200 of the pests on his own. Instead of throwing it away, he took the meat and turned it into sausage. Raccoon sausage.
Nope.
Gator?
Nope. 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 I am disgusted by this on a number of different levels. First of all, I love raccoons.
What?
I think raccoons are awesome. They're awesome to look at. They're funny. I could watch raccoon videos all day. They're amazing. Are they destructive? You betcha. Get in your garbage, throw it all over the place. But the fact that they can use their hands, it's not even a paw. Those are hands, man. These creatures are amazing. And this guy's going to butcher them and turn them into sausage.
Yep.
This person is inhuman.
Wait a second. It's inhuman because you like raccoons?
That's right. It's also inhuman because, I mean, raccoon's a filthy animal. I mean, what are you doing?
There
Are you
we
going to
go.
eat a filthy animal like that?
He's turned it into sausage.
I mean, I get it. We eat pigs.
So Gators a no. Kang, you are.
First of all, I appreciate raccoons as well, Gator. It's kind of strange that they're
Thank you.
clever, right? I think
Wait a
they're
sec.
curious.
Birds bother you, but you like raccoons.
Oh yeah, it's not even close.
Birds
Raccoons
aren't
over
clever.
birds. That's not even the same. No, not even the same category. But am I going to eat raccoon sausage? No, of course not. That sounds terrible. Sounds disgusting. I know Doug's in though because it is the other white meat, right,
Yeah,
Doug?
Right, exactly.
I mean,
no,
part
not
of
at
me, there's a big part of me that wishes that we could domesticate raccoons.
I know.
And I just want to pet a raccoon. Hey, buddy, how are you? Same thing with skunks. I love skunks, but, of course, the problem with skunks.
all. So you wouldn't eat sausage made out of skunk meat?
No, I would not do that. I wouldn't eat a squirrel.
But it's sausage.
Right, and no.
All right,
I want my
three
sausage
no's.
the old-fashioned way.
Germany's
slaughter
gone.
a pig or slaughter a cow.
Well, Germany's gone too far with the sausage, man.
Yeah.
I mean, they've run out of things to make out of sausage or what out
No,
there,
they got
They're trying
abundance-
to kill two birds with one stone.
Yeah.
right?
So there you go. Another edition.
Yeah, I was right to think of hostile when we first started this thing.
Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Hey, it's Hump Day, and Twin Peaks is determined to be your destination of choice as they celebrate bourbon and brews every Wednesday. Swing by your favorite lodge Wednesday as they roll out the red carpet. Of course, the beautiful Twin Peaks girls will be serving up samples of high-quality bourbons, some of your favorite craft beers as well. You might think of Twin Peaks as a regular sports bar, but they are so much more than that. Guests can always, and are always, shocked to find out they have a scratch kitchen. And their bar menu boasts some of the most exclusive high-end bourbons and tequilas found anywhere. Talk about the ultimate man cave experience. See for yourself today or clear your calendars for Heads Up this weekend as they are hosting the party all weekend long. It starts tomorrow night with an awesome NFC East matchup, Thursday Night Football. We all know who we need to lose in that one. Go Washington. Friday boasts the ultimate test for Jake Paul as he steps in the ring with Mike Tyson. Saturday showcases the return of John Bones Jones to the Octagon for UFC 309. And, of course, your Honolulu Blue back in action on Sunday. Twin Peaks can't wait to host you for all the action. Don't miss out. To find a location nearest you, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. All right, Gator. We have not brought up the Detroit Lions at all today, which is obviously the biggest story in sports in Detroit. Has been for a while here because we have one of the best football teams in the NFL. NFL.com released their power rankings today. And Lions are ranked number one. It's not exclusive. I can't remember who else has them number one, but other sites have the Lions number one, which is pretty amazing because there's an undefeated two-time defending Super Bowl champion. So the fact that the Lions are actually getting a nod there really says something, because there just seem, I always worry about some of these things being, well, we're going to do something different. Sports Illustrated has the Lions number one as well. Maybe it's the Athletic. So we've got this football team that is challenging to be considered the absolute best in the league. And then it's really cool. And we're kind of getting used to it. And I think hoping, very much that they can just maintain the course. I always say seasons are long and things can get worse. Things can also get better, right? I mean, there's no saying that this team has actually peaked.
I don't think they peaked at all. I don't. I think that they can be better on the offensive line. They can be more consistent on the offensive line. I think that they can score more. I think defensively they can be better. I love what they've done. But they could absolutely be better defensively and get a more consistent pass rush, get more pressure on the quarterback. Maybe we'll see some of that happen on Sunday with Zadarius Smith suiting up for the first time in a Lions uniform. They're going to face a quarterback in Mac Jones, not Trevor Lawrence, though he's got plenty of starting experience. He just hasn't been very good in the NFL to this point. And I don't think it's going to be any different with Jacksonville than it was with New England. He doesn't have any weapons with him. So I think this is a team that can absolutely be better.
Well, you put something in your show sheet that really surprised me. You pointed out that it's any given Sunday. Stuff can happen in the NFL. You can overlook opponents, but it comes back to burn you. But then you followed up by suggesting, does Taylor Decker get another week off? Do you utilize other wide receivers so St. Brown isn't as taxed? And does Laporta get another week off? Are you suggesting that you would rest these guys and try and win the Jacksonville game and give some guys some extra rest?
In a way, yeah. More than a way, I would suggest that, because if part of the mindset of Dan Campbell, whether or not to activate Zadarius Smith, was, well, we're 7-1. Okay, and this guy's played a lot of football and all that stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, now they're 8-1. They're taking on an AFC team again. It's not an NFC team. So for tiebreakers and all that, it doesn't really affect the NFC part of it. I mean, you want to win every game. And I'm not saying you're throwing the game, because I still think this is Jacksonville. And yes, there isn't any given Sunday feel to every game in a league, but that's if you let your guard down. I don't think this team lets their guard down. I think this team thrives on next man up mentality. So if you go into this week and you say, well, you know what, Taylor Decker, he can come back, but another week would really do him good, then sit him. If Sam Laporta is, hey, that shoulder's kind of bad, it's a day-by-day thing with him, don't rush it. Sam Laporta is so important to this team, you don't need to rush it. All right, you're going to get other guys back, but I would take the approach to rest at least those two guys, depending on where they're at. I'm not at practice. I don't know where they're at physically. But if there's a question about them physically, whether or not they're healthy enough to play, you don't have to.
So balance this with being pissed last week that Zadarius Smith was going to sit out, and now this week wanting guys to sit.
Well, because I'm going with the Dan Campbell gist of things, with his explanation of it. Okay, so if it worked last week, if that was his explanation, we were 7-1. Well, now you're 8-1. You're even better off. So now it would make sense if you had to rest guys, if you were even thinking about it, then maybe just err on the side of caution, because we're just past the halfway mark in the season. I get and I totally understand that each week you've got a chance to lose a game. You never know what's going to creep up. But I want to be as cautious as I can. I'd be pretty judicious when it comes to substitutions with having a rotation. Not like, oh, you're done after the second quarter. Not that. I mean, depending on what the score is, but to to be able to rotate these guys more judiciously than what you would in the past. If you're going to give the starters, 5 out of 7 snaps, maybe you do it more equitable and go 50-50 or something like that.
It's funny because, and I'm not seriously not challenging you on this. I think it's interesting. I think it's easy to justify resting guys because they keep winning, and it feels like they can potentially rest these guys and do exactly that, keep winning. But you never know when that first round bye comes down to one single game.
You're right.
And I guess it depends. How important do you think that first round bye is? Because I think it's pretty damn important. And I don't know that I let up on the gas at all. And this is coming from a guy who's paranoid about 2 months of football left to be played before the playoffs start.
Yeah, I'm not paranoid about it, but I'm concerned that this team has already been dealt a rough hand when it comes to injuries before the season started, 2 weeks into the season, and obviously, whatever it was, 5 weeks into the season, 6 weeks into the season, whenever Hutchinson got hurt, they're dealing with it, and it's tough. And I want to protect myself against that as much as I can while still being competitive enough to win these games. And look, I'm not overlooking Jacksonville, but I'm also going to look at this and say, all right, let's be realistic about this. As long as we take care of business in practice, as long as we have the right mental attitude going into the game, we should be able to handle Jacksonville. But that's a big if, because a lot of teams in the NFL, they don't have that. They don't do that. They'll let go one game. There's a clunker that you have. Lions have only lost one game this year. Did they fly close to the sun in a couple of other games? They did.
It's just super regrettable if you go out, you leave yourself vulnerable to not putting your best people out there, you lose the game, and then it costs you home field, or it costs you that first round bye.
Yeah, and
it's kind of a dangerous game to play. I'm not saying it's the wrong game to play, but the way they're playing, and the fact that others have stepped up, and Jacksonville starting Mac Jones now.
Well, today's the day where you get designations on injuries in practice and how much they practiced, right?
Yep.
Limited in practice, to were they a non-participant? I think today's a big day and tomorrow's a big day to see where they're at. If Decker's a non-participant and Laporta's a non-participant in each of the next 2 days, I think it's an easy decision to make. If they're limited, it's about, okay, how close are you? Because I don't want to take a chance if I don't have to. And maybe it's just as simple as, they'll play, and maybe the Lions get out to a nice big lead and you don't have to play these guys as much.
You sound very chesty, right?
I'm chesty. They're going to beat, if they had their full complement of players here and they wanted to go after it, they could just trounce.
Well, it sounds like
you're
saying, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but they don't need their full complement of players. You're advocating, rest for certain guys.
No, they beat Houston without their full complement of players.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's always the any given Sunday factor. We all know about that. But to me, I think another thing you got to look at, specifically with Taylor Decker, if he's close, play him, because he protects your quarterback's blind side. And it's not just losing the game, it's losing players, right? And you want to protect Goff at all costs. So to me, unless he literally, he just cannot go, you play Decker because he's your starter. One of my big concerns going into the Texans game was Dan Skipper. I mean, he's a great extra offensive lineman. He's not a starting left tackle in this league. He had spot duty last week, and they helped him out a little bit, bringing the tight end over in the backs and things like that. But at some point, knock on wood, you don't want that to cost you your quarterback. So Laporta, I have him all in for resting. If that shoulder, if he could go, but you want to take an extra precaution, go ahead. Decker, I want to see him out there if he can play.
Yeah, but let's just say, for instance, for the sake of argument, that they know that Decker's not going to play. And if they know this now, then what you can do is you could work Sewell at left tackle this week and have Skipper at right tackle, if that's the option you'd rather go over Sorsdahl or whatever else you want to do. And I think the only reason they didn't do that on Sunday is because they weren't sure. They were, okay, maybe they expected Decker to come back and he just wasn't coming back. And then, okay, well, we've been working Skipper at left tackle. Let's just stick with that as opposed to making the switch, is what they did the last 2 years.
Well, the goal is to win the Super Bowl, not to beat the Jags. And you got to figure out, looking at the schedule, and I'm sure it's all been thought through. I think if you're healthy, you got to play them.
The Jags almost beat the Vikings last week.
That's true.
I mean, with Mac Jones, you don't want those scares. And I think it's more than just any given Sunday with that kind of stuff. And yeah, the goal is to win a Super Bowl, Doug, and the easiest way to get there, first round by home field advantage, right?
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, something we haven't really had a chance to talk about, but I know it's gotten their attention. Story about the Detroit Tigers offseason that ran in the Free Press earlier this week. And it was a line in this story about Skubal and about how, we can get to all of it. There was a lot to unpack here, but right-hander Tarik Skubal, the soon-to-be AL Cy Young Award winner, and arguably the best pitcher in baseball, is under team control for 2 more seasons before becoming a free agent. The 27-year-old is scheduled to hit the open market after the 2026 season. The Tigers have already tried to extend Skubal's contract. It wasn't a competitive offer. Okay, so that line is going to drive people crazy. And I am not saying that it is true or untrue. We did reach out to find out, if that was an opinion or if that was, from a source. And the response we got is it is sourced. It is from a source, and more than one source. What I wonder is where the information the sources got came from. Because the agent for Skubal is Scott Boras.
Mm-hmm.
And Scott Boras is known for being the guy that gets the massive contracts. And it feels a lot like something that would come from the agent's camp. And that the agent would tell anybody who would listen that it wasn't a competitive offer. Because the agent is trying to drive up the market. Maybe it wasn't a competitive offer. But at this point, I'm not going to get too worked up about it. I do want them to re-sign Skubal, and I do want them to be more aggressive in free agency this offseason. And Scott Harris, I feel like, tries to lower the expectation with his comments. But I'm going to get more upset when I see what happens, as opposed to getting upset right now. I don't know that it does anybody any good in terms of the real practicality of trying to add veteran talent by going out and saying, we are open for business and we are ready to spend. It feels good for the fans and it feels good in the moment. But if you're really trying to add payroll, I don't know that you necessarily need to advertise it. You call agents and you call players, but when you go public with that, I'm not sure it doesn't drive up your own price.
I don't disagree with that, but I think maybe the counter to that, and part of the problem that people that are against this policy is that Scott Harris has come out and basically said the same thing he did last year.
I know.
That we don't want to block young players, that they're probably not going to be, I don't know if he said it or this is just what's been hashed out, that they don't think that they're going to be offering long-term contracts to free agents. And that they're going to do more. The thought is they're going to do a lot of one-year deal things like they've done in the past. And doing that to a team that made the playoffs, won a playoff series, got to the ALDS, was one game away from making it to the ALCS. I think that can rub people the wrong way because they want to see big sweeping changes. But like you, I'm not going to get mad, and I don't get mad until there's a reason to get mad. It's just kind of a philosophy I have with life. I don't worry about things until I have to worry about them. I try to, take precautions and make sure that I'm in the best situation I need to be.
You're fully insured, right? Okay, yeah. I'm just making sure. You're talking about stuff like this in sports.
Yeah. It's. I don't think there's a reason to get worked up until there's a reason to get worked up.
My instinct tells me that the sourcing of all of this goes back to, and it might be repeated sources that are repeating what they heard, but maybe all got it from the same thing. It feels like it's coming from the agent to me. Well, if my instinct tells me that's coming from the agent.
I think that anything that is speculated about, whether it's with these two teams in particular, with the Red Wings and the Tigers, I think anything that's speculated about what happens with those teams comes directly from outside sources because inside they are airtight.
Yeah.
They don't let you know anything. They are not going to let it slip who they're talking to or any of this or how negotiations are going. They don't do that. Yzerman keeps it very close to the vest, and same thing with Scott Harris. Neither side is going to let you know. So I agree with you. If there's sourcing going on to find out that the Tigers had made a non-competitive offer to Tarek Skubal, whether it's a low-ball offer, an initial low-ball offer, that I would guess that comes from Scott Boras.
Yep.
Period.
Now, with that said, this statement from Scott Harris, and I'll read the quote from the story again in the Freep, is one that makes you go, are you sure about that, Scott? And that's the following. We're just in a much healthier spot as an organization. We have a lot of opportunity in front of us as opposed to big glaring holes that we need to address. That youth movement was really fun to watch this year. It's not over. We really like our farm system. We think we have a lot of good young players that are coming. Well, I do think they have glaring holes that they need to address. I don't know how a successful playoff season with a successful first-round wildcard series and deep into the divisional round, making it to a Game 5, wouldn't crank up your sense of urgency to add to a team that's already well below payroll. If they are not going to spend, I will be disappointed if they don't spend like kind of significantly here. And yet I would be, I mean, you have to be so damn sure that all your young players are going to hit. And you and I have been paying attention to the Arizona Fall League. And what Lorenzo and Briseño are doing is comically good. Like it is insane how good they are, but it's Arizona Fall League.
Yeah, but Briseño is leading the Fall League in almost every offensive category.
Yeah.
Which is unheard of. But those guys are both just got done with single A ball.
Yeah.
Lorenzo made it to West Michigan. Briseño started at Lakeland, got hurt, and then didn't really play again until the Arizona Fall League. So how far away are they? A couple of years, more than likely. They're not going to make it in 2025, maybe 2026.
Yeah.
And then the other guys that are on that same track are McGonigal and Max Clark. That those guys are still a couple years away. So I'm not going to get worked up about it.
Yeah.
The 1 year or 2 year contract for some players makes sense. Look, in terms of the pitching, I'm never a big fan of giving long-term contracts to pitching because the pitchers they're there to get hurt. The arms are not supposed to do what they do for any length of time. And when you get somebody that's able to do it for 10 years injury-free, it's a unicorn. It's just hard to see that happening. I would love to hear that they've got a deal worked out with Tarek Skubal, but at the same time, do I want to commit 8 or 10 years to Tarek Skubal?
Yeah, what do you do if that's the only thing he's going to accept?
I need more time to think about it than the 5 seconds I got here. But
yeah,
I mean,
no,
that's a tough decision to make. But they've done a great job of identifying pitchers in the last couple of off seasons that they can get on a 1 year deal, and they can turn them into a very useful part. Now maybe, and they've also tried it with a 2 year deal. The Kenta Maeda thing didn't work out last year, but at the end of the year, they found a use for him. Coming out of the bullpen, he was much better, much more effective, and they're going to give him every opportunity to find a rotation spot, and hopefully he's got some things worked out. But they can find a couple pitchers like that. And I know that's one thing they're looking at, but the idea that they don't have a glaring weakness in their lineup is laughable because they don't have right-handed bats. They don't have – I mean, I like what Sweeney did last year for the shortstop position, but he wasn't a great hitter by any means. I'm not sure if he's going to be, but he was fine as a defensive player. Should they still look at a shortstop? I would. Should they still look at a third baseman? Did Chase Young do anything last year that made you think that's the guy?
Well, I'm wondering, I'm looking at this wording. We have a lot of opportunity in front of us as opposed to big glaring holes that we need to address. It makes me wonder if he's talking about organizationally. They feel like they've got every position taken care of into the future organizationally. But
from that, I would agree.
In the here, if that's what he meant there, in the here and the now.
For the big league club.
Yeah.
Which is what matters.
Come on, man. I'm not mad yet.
No, not going to get mad
they're
yet.
not making big promises.
But when, you see the guys starting, once they start signing, if Santander signs elsewhere, Alex Bregman signs elsewhere, Willie Adames signs elsewhere, you start seeing these guys going. And I think the wild card in this whole thing with Scott Harris, because it's been mentioned more than once, is trade.
Yeah.
Because they have prospects now. Will they be willing to part with a prospect to land some player that is either in the midst of a big contract or ready to sign a big contract, however it's going to work, somebody they think that they can be on this team for the next 5 years? Is that worthy of making a trade? I think that's a wild card in this whole thing.
Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization really matters. Educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more at michiganautolaw.com. Once they take your case, they will communicate with you. They are the best in customer service and satisfaction. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. So Gator, it's interesting because you made your comment before the break there that you're not stoked about long-term contracts for starting pitchers, and I understand the hesitation. But let's go and assume that Boros is the source here, which I don't want to call it a safe assumption, but it feels kind of safe to me. The Boros is the one telling people the Tigers made a quote uncompetitive offer. But that means that we're willing to spend to extend Skubal.
Mm-hmm.
If the two sides are far apart, then Skubal may only be here for another 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
And that may turn out to be the right decision. If you, and from a standpoint of health and pitchers and long-term is always a risk. It's a risk that I'd take. I think it's a risk that others would take. You're a little hesitant to take that. But if you were willing to commit more money to Skubal to keep him, and basically the response you got is we are far apart, and you realize, okay, with Boros here and his unwillingness to sign anywhere close to what we're willing to spend, you've got that money now to play with now. Wouldn't you think now is the time to add a bunch of payroll to try and win big in these next 2 years?
Yes, I would. And the other thing you can do, I don't like giving out the 8-year contract to a pitcher, as I've said.
Mm.
But it doesn't mean I wouldn't give out a 4-year contract and up the price. Would I give Skubal $40 million a year for 5 years? Would I give him $200 million for 5 years? Yeah.
So here's the thing about that.
But I don't want to give him, twice that for 8.
I think that sounds great from a Tigers perspective. The only reason it wouldn't get agreed to is because Skubal wants more years.
Right.
And if he wants more years, you can sit there and keep adding. I always, find it like you're splitting hairs when you're talking about this many millions. But in their world and trying to maximize their profitability,
yeah, it's not
you
likely.
might be, what you are offering sounds great in theory until the other side says, I'm not even considering that.
Yeah. I understand that. I totally understand that. And I think there are some players that you can go ahead and you can do that for. Like, for instance, Juan Soto. Was he 25 years old?
Mm-hmm.
Would I give Juan Soto a 10-year contract? Yeah. Because he's 25 and he's a position player. It'll be 35 when it's done. So I'd love to do that. But are the Tigers going to get in on that? Are the Tigers going to try to bid against the Yankees or the Dodgers for Juan Soto?
Realistically, no.
Probably not going to do that. So you have to this is where you have to set your sights elsewhere and look at other things unless you can be creative with a contract you're going to offer up. Because the new hotness in the league over the last few years has been to give a shorter term contract with player outs after 2 years. But they still get paid. They'll get paid a handsome salary per year, but after 2 years, it's up to them if they want to stick with this or do they want to go to free agency.
The funny thing is, I don't think Scott Harris got to where he is by being an idiot.
Well, absolutely not.
And so, my instinct is to trust him. I get that people don't trust ownership, all right? But I think Scott Harris, if he saw something that made sense, would do it. Because I don't think he would want to have this job if he couldn't. I think he's speaking the way he's talking sounds to me like somebody who's trying to lower expectations and not show his cards. But I don't think he got there by being an idiot.
Absolutely not. He's not an idiot. He's a very, very smart, very bright guy. I like how he's starting to change the culture, if you will, with the Tigers organization as a whole, populating the organization with minor league prospects that have really high upsides. Some people can agree and disagree with how they've done it. I know some people wanted a more sure thing, go for the college bat instead of Max Clark as a high school kid, and maybe be in better shape now because that kid could be playing in the majors right now. But he's doing a little bit of a long-term thing when it comes to some of these players. Bryce Rayner is another one, the shortstop they took in this year's draft. It's a high school kid. You're taking a long-term bet. But he's also made some pretty savvy moves to get guys that are ready to hit the majors in the next year or two. And I'm encouraged by what they've done. But now I'm looking at the major league level, all right? I think he's done the minor league part really well, and he can continue to do that with the draft.
And so did Avila.
And so did Avila to an extent. Yeah, absolutely. They've done a nice job with that. I want the attention now shifted over to the major league team because that's the moneymaker. And right now is an opportunity to really cash in. When you've got this great club that they've built out there, Comerica Park is going to be open up next year. And it's going to cost a lot of money. It's going to be expensive to get to. The only way you're going to get people to go to it is if you've got a product worth watching. People want the competitive team, and this team made the playoffs. You can't take a step back if you're going to try to do things like make yourself and put yourself up there with a really expensive venue. You have to invest in the players and in the team in the short term right now.
And I will stay for the record here because we're at the beginning of the offseason and nothing's happened yet. I'm not a Bregman fan. I'm not a fan of signing Bregman if he's going to take a monster contract to get. He's going to be 32. He's still hitting mid-20s home runs, which is nice and they could use, but he's doing it in Houston, not Comerica. He had his worst on base in years. And I just worry about where he is in his career. And if he commands a long-term contract, I think I'd pass.
Well, can you do something with him where it's one of these contracts that there's an out after 2 years? But if you pay him for the 2 years at a higher rate, like you pay him $35 million a year for the next 2 years, and then it drops down to 25 after that.
Again, that's the easy answer.
Yeah.
If he would accept that, of course.
I think a lot of people share what you just said a little bit ago there, Gator, with what the Tigers did this past season. They don't want to waste this opportunity. You know, you don't want to look back at that year and go, oh, remember 2024? That it was like a Quentin Berry type year. It just came out of nowhere and then back to the basement. People want to build on this momentum that just happened. They don't want this to waste. They don't want this opportunity to go by, because you've got this other plan here that's going to take a little bit longer. You've seen success. They didn't just make the playoffs. They won a series.
Yeah.
So build upon this, and that may take to spend some money. Now, I know, Doug, you're not a big fan of hard and fast rules, right? So does that apply with pitching contracts? I don't know, but no one wants to sign too much for too long. Nobody, right? That's obvious. But sometimes you have to get a player. Like, was Miguel Cabrera's contract a bad signing? No, I don't think it was. I know at the end people hated it, but did you forget? Exactly. Yeah. That's the price you pay. Did you forget all the playoffs that he helped lead this team to, the MVPs?
Triple Crown,
yes, all that stuff. That's part of it. So I'm not saying go out and just spend every dollar you have, but people want to see something happen to build on what we just saw.
I think they need to have at least one player that they've signed in free agency, or if they trade for a player, then they have a contract that's here for more than a couple of years. I want to see one long-term deal that you're committing to this guy. He's going to be, whatever, our third baseman for the next 6 years. I'd love to see that, or our shortstop for the next 6 years.
Let's go to Kevin and Macomb. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Yeah, so you guys are, I love this. I like and I dislike this topic because I'm the guy who wanted to trade Skubal back in the summer. But then with this, how all the events played out, I'm happy that they kept him, and I want to re-sign him. But the thing is, my whole premise for wanting to trade him it wasn't because of Skubal. It was because of the, Scott Boras, the devil, basically, in my opinion. You have a guy who's basically he's got a history with the Ilitches, especially with the late Mike Ilitch, where you guys remember he was Scherzer's agent, and they agreed to a contract, and then the next day, Boras called him and said, actually, the price went up a little bit, and Scherzer walked. Right now, I'm really worried because I'll tell you what, if we lose Skubal, do you guys think we win any of those playoff games without Skubal? Because I sure as hell do not think so at all. And I honestly, I'm not mad at Harris. For all we know, Harris wants to spend. My biggest fear is with Ilitch. And, we're seeing it before our eyes right now with the Red Wings, too. I know you guys aren't, it's on the air we hear, you have your opinions on Valeni and that, but he's got a good point. They're really cheap right now, the Red Wings, with their signings, Tarasenko, and They let a couple of the guys go.
How are they cheap? They have
worried.
there's a payroll that you have to worry about. There's a salary cap in hockey.
There is, fair enough, but I'm just saying with with baseball,
there's not.
Shohei Ohtani, that was a huge signing, but you know what? How much money do you think the Dodgers are making off of that signing right now?
Yeah, it's not.
More.
Yeah, I mean, look, it'd be great to see them get involved with a player like that. And the player like that this year, Soto. Santander, when I see the contract projections for him, he should be doable.
It seems, like he's not asking for $40 million, or who knows what he's asking for. But the projections are all in a $20 to $30 million range.
97.1 the ticket.
Hey, if you need new garage doors, there's only one place to call. Precision Garage Door Service. They are awesome. They're a great local company. They do the same day. They also offer same-day services, so you can get your garage back in no time. I've worked with Daryl's crew. They're all amazing. Plus, they have new garage doors that are in stock at the warehouse that can be installed in as little as 24 hours. So if you need a new garage door, maybe need some repairs. Hey, winter's coming close here, and temperatures drop. When temperatures drop, you got all these moving parts that can really, they can be fragile because when the temperature drops, things get rough like that. Springs, rollers, any of the moving parts, they can break when the temperature drops, and that's where we're at right now. Give them a call today, Precision Garage Door Service, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can schedule an appointment online at your convenience at precisiondoormi.com.
Carson Anderson, 97 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Brandon and Shelby on 97.1. Hello, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
It's going good.
All right.
Say, real quick, Tarsh, do you think Dan Campbell got his own version of the gas station cowboy hat in Houston last week?
Good question. My son, as people don't know, got a very authentic Houston gas station cowboy hat when we were down there for the national championship, and it was a good look. But I doubt Dan probably went high end cowboy boots and cowboy hat.
I figured that.
Yep.
But real quick, so a lot of people are talking about Illich. So,
hello, Brandon.
Brandon, you dropped out.
Yep.
Oh, there you are.
There
You're
you are.
back.
Go ahead.
All right. You said a lot of people were talking about Illich, and then you dropped out. So
I'm sorry. So Illich. So Yzerman, I know he's always like raised young players and created a great team. We don't know that much about Harris, but at the same time, when they're ready, it seems like we're not spending a bunch of money, or when we spend a bunch of money, we're not spending a bunch of money on the right players. Like Stamkos. Stamkos was available. We didn't get him. I'm not really too sure who's available in the MLB.
I'd have to go back and look back, but could they have afforded Stamkos along with signing Lucas Raymond and Mo Sider to those contracts?
Yeah, like I know we had to re-sign a bunch of people, and I know he got DeBrincat and whoever else. I know a lot of people are looking for us to sign
DeBrincat
big
was from the year
names.
before.
Yeah.
But they'd added his salary.
I just feel like, there hasn't been that many names available, but I do feel like I'm waiting for Illich to throw down some money and actually sign some.
Look,
for baseball, I get it.
Yeah,
I think hockey's a different animal. because of
The
the salary
truth
cap.
is, I don't know if there'd be any more popular move in terms of change. If somebody wanted and cared about changing the narrative, and I don't think you'd make signings just to change a narrative, but if you wanted to change a narrative, and you are Chris Illich, you break the bank and keep Skubal. Say, screw it. I'm going to do something that he may or may not be uncomfortable with, but just say, whatever it costs, I'm going to do that if you wanted to change the narrative.
That's why Detroit's like a weird thing, because we lost Illich and we lost Davidson at the same time. So the Pistons are kind of in the same boat where they're like, oh, is Gores going to spend money or is Illich going to spend money, Well,
I think it's pretty obvious that Tom Gores is willing to spend money. He's willing to eat money. And it's just, in terms of will the right players come around, and players have to want to come here. The NBA is tricky too. Another salary cap league, and really good players don't typically hit the free agent market because those teams can hang on to those free agents, and they just have to pay luxury tax on it if they're going to go over the cap.
Look, the Anthony Santander projected contracts, I can't believe how relatively low they are. Like, I would rather have him than Bregman. And everybody's projecting him and getting fewer years and less money than Bregman. Where Bregman is in his career at 31 years old, I probably would pass on at 6 years, $187 million.
Yeah, I understand that. I would too, because I think it's too much money. It's for a guy who's starting the downside of his career. And I have big concerns with that. You go back a couple of years ago in the offseason when they were looking at all the shortstops were available, and Carlos Correa and Javi Baez and Semien and all those guys. My complaint about Correa was he hadn't shown the ability to stay healthy, and he still hasn't. And he got a big contract. Would I have gone that much for Correa? I wouldn't have. The Baez contract made more sense because it was less money, and but then obviously Javi has taken a total turn for the worse. Yeah, you don't want to bring that up because that has worked out very, very poorly. But I guess my point is, when you see a player getting at what he's producing now and what you're projecting it to be, is it the cost of doing business to give a guy like that a 6-year contract, or is that foolish?
It's a little bit of cost of doing business, but you cannot let the Baez contract make you gun shy, right?
No, I wouldn't at all. Not at all. In terms of the player just not panning out. I mean, you have to have conviction. If you think a Willy Adames is going to be a great player for 6 years, give him a 6-year contract. Offer him a 6-year contract.
Yeah.
For real money.
But I guess the question, it feels like we always talk in terms of what makes sense for us. The players typically want more than what makes sense for us. You know what I'm saying? Rico Beard has just walked into the studio. Hello, Rico.
Man. Good, man.
You got the old school Houston Oilers hat on?
Yeah.
It's a good look.
Thank you.
Very good look. Miss that old school Oilers team.
I do too, and I don't know which team owns the rights to it, so I'll quit trying.
Yeah, that's true. There's some weirdness there, isn't there?
Like, honestly, it should be like the Cleveland Browns, how the Ravens just said, keep
it.
everything.
Yeah.
We're going to get our own stuff. And it's like the Titans are like, no, you're not the Oilers.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, weren't they originally the Tennessee Oilers?
For a second.
Yeah.
And then they went to Titans, and then, the Texans had a little homage to them with the blue in the uniform this past week. I don't know.
What do you guys got playing?
It's caught up in divorce court.
Yes.
That's what it feels like.
What do you got playing coming up next?
We got a couple things. One, at some point in the show, Lions fans, are you, not for me, David has this topic, not for me, are you opening up the bandwagon for new people to join?
Mm-hmm.
For those who were Lions free back in the day, are they allowed back on the bandwagon, or is that door just permanently closed?
Interesting.
You had your chance. You chose to leave. We filled your spot.
Do you choose not to get back in?
I choose not. Here's how I see it. It's like a relationship. We both moved on. You're happy. I'm happy. I'm happy you're happy. I can respect that you're happy. I can respect the things that you're doing. Has nothing to do with me.
But all you have to do is just enjoy it.
I'm enjoying your happiness.
You don't want it to be your happiness.
It's not my happiness. It would be disingenuous for me to say,
For
"Oh,
him to
yeah,"
jump on board.
I would be the last guy showing up to the party with a Dre Bly jersey on. Yeah, there we go, Lions. No.
All right. Have a good show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. The Jaguars are next for the Lions this Sunday. We learned today that Jacksonville will be without their starting quarterback, Trevor Lawrence. Mac Jones will be back for the second straight game for them. He had a disappointing day against the Vikings where he didn't throw a touchdown while surrendering 2 picks and a sack. After his game-winning field goal against the Texans, Lions kicker Jake Bates has been named the NFC Special Teams Player of the Week. It's the second time this year he's been tabbed with the honor. The Red Wings are back on the ice tonight to begin a 4-game road trip at Pittsburgh. Goalie Alex Lyons still not available. Cam Talbot will get the start. They're putting Joe Veleno back in the lineup and subbing Tyler Mott out. Derek Lalonde had a bounce back from a shutout over the weekend. Coverage begins at 7:15 right here on 97.1 The Ticket, which means the Pistons are over on WWJ tonight against the Bucks. The Pistons hit hard with the injury report today. Fontecchio, Hardaway Jr., and Jaden Ivey all sit out. Tip at 8. San Antonio Spurs head coach Greg Popovich hasn't been coaching for more than a week because of a mild stroke he suffered on November 2nd. Still no estimated time frame for him to return, but expected to recover fully. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome on a Wednesday. Sorry, hit the wrong button there. How's everybody doing? Super. All right, let's get into it. We have got a lot of ground to cover, and I am saving today's latest Tiger droppings, Tiger Nugget, for 3 o'clock. Remember, it's a game called What They Say and What They Do. And we will judge them on what they do, but all we have on November 13th is what they say. And what they say, oh, mamacita. If this ends up being the case, heads will explode. We'll get to that at 3. We got to check in on a special topic for Rico at 4. And I would ask you to please be delicate with Rico today. Last night was emotional, very difficult for Rico. As once again,
if I had the drop board, I'd hit the buzzer. No, it was not.
You want the yes, as MSU continues to be the chaminade of preseason invitationals. So
I say more like Washington Generals, but tomato.
Either way, right?
Yeah.
I want to open up with something, and we didn't get to it yesterday, and that's okay. But there's a huge game coming up this weekend in college football, and really it's unique and it's special because not only is it a top 5 matchup, but it involves an established big boy, a blue blood, a national title team living out an expectation. And then kind of the David versus Goliath, David example of non-traditional power, first-year head coach, miracle. You may as well have Emilio Estevez coaching Indiana football. And you have number 2 versus number 5, and it's a throwdown. One problem. The game's on at noon. Because of this chlamydia-ridden idea known as Fox Big Noon Kickoff. This is the worst thing to ever hit this planet. Maybe second only to bubonic plague. Big Noon Kickoff takes unbelievable matchups that should be at 3:30 or 7:30, whatever you want to call it, and puts it at noon. Now, this is a question for you guys, because not every school gets a special TV contract. But this is a question for you guys. Number 2 versus number 5, any conference. I don't care if it's SEC, Big Ten, ACC, whatever it is. When do you want to watch that game? Just answer the question of when you would like to watch that game. Is it at noon? For me, it's not. Like last Saturday, case in point, 3:30 started our college football day in earnest. Georgia Ole Miss, highlighting a really nice 3:30 window. And then the all-day anticipation, and whether the game ended up good or not is immaterial to the conversation. A Saturday night in Death Valley, LSU Bama, all felt right with the world. And this week it shows you everything wrong with the world of college football. The Big Ten gave away its soul and its nuts to Fox so Fox could bastardize the noon window. There's only one game a year that's played on noon, and it makes no GD sense. It's Michigan-Ohio State, but they're all hard up to keep some tradition and crack nuts on gravestones. Fine. You do whatever you like, have your stupid game at the end of the year. The point I'm making is there are no college football fans I know who get hyped up about a game being at noon. Number 2 versus number 5, Indiana OSU, 3:30 minimum. And I'd exhume the dead body of Keith Jackson to call the game. But I want to hear from you, because Rico, you love college ball. Kenny, David, and you, the listener. Number 2 versus number 5. I want you to tell me, when would you want to watch that game?
No. Finish.
No, I wanted to read you your boy's comments. Okay. No, this is for you. He's your boy.
Wait. Which one is this?
Noted dullard shill, Joel Klatt.
Oh, JK. Oh, man. We were hanging at the Pistons game last night.
Well, where were you? At the Putz Club?
No, it was right next to Jay Rose.
Yeah, another genius. Quote, lots of talk about Big Noon Saturday. Here are some things I think you should know. Big Noon Saturday has been the most watched CFB window the last few years, and last year our window averaged almost 7 million viewers a game. Prior to Big Noon, this window in CFB was non-existent for a reason, you putz. Fox Sports saw a clear opportunity to build value into the sport by creating a third window for premium CFB. That clearly worked. Okay, first of all, when did Joel Klatt become business affairs for Fox?
No.
You're just a D-list color analyst. You're not even any good.
I think you're missing the most important question. Joel, blink twice if you're being held hostage.
Do they have a gun to your temple?
Right. Is your family safe? Okay, because that tells me you're reading. It was. No, the 12 o'clock slot.
Rico
is.
Read this now.
The 12 o'clock slot is the greatest slot of all time. It's not. It is the appetizer. It is what you do yard work to. It is background noise while you're cleaning the house. That is what 12 o'clock games are. It is for the less important. And to say that, well, it was the most watched, well, you put Michigan on last year, so every Michigan fan who wanted to see their team had to turn it on at 12. Guess what, Joel? If you put Michigan at 7 a.m. on Saturday, guess what would have been the most watched 7 a.m. slot? The Michigan games. So you're forcing people to watch your sport at that time period. It is not the most desirable game, period, whatsoever. 3:30 is the bare minimum. 3:30, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. It's a primetime game. You treat a primetime game like that. Bastardizing it and putting it on at 12 just kind of says, I don't care. But you know why? It's because the CBS owned 3:30 and ESPN owned the night game, or ABC. That was the only thing left. And I'm saying I would have gone the NFL logic and said, you know what? I'm going to make 4 o'clock the primetime spot. Fox at 4. There you go.
So I want to hear from the people on it. Look, number 2 versus number 5, that's a game I want to watch. Big Noon is the absolute worst. It's the worst. It's just as bad as MSU playing every game at night. Or if you're a Michigan fan, look, I don't know if the modern fan I don't know. Maybe we'll dig up Don Canham and ask him, oh, we have noon is great. Is it? Is it? Is it that 5 a.m. tailgate? Is it? So I want to know where you are at. But this is, to me, I think Big Noon kickoff deserves every bit of hate that it gets because no one likes it. I mean, even this week, Buckeye fans have had enough of playing at noon. It's a hard existence. It's not fun. I think it does take some of the juice out of your stadium. I think it does take some juice out of the fan base. Yeah. But see, they don't care about any of us. That's the reality.
I'll give you that. Penn State was livid a few weeks ago because, hey, we got Ohio State at the crib, whiteout.
Noon.
Wait, what do you mean noon? Whiteout doesn't work at noon. Yeah, it will.
Noon is Purdue, Illinois on ESPN2.
Yes. It is. It's MSU Maryland. It's those types of games where it's the appetizer game. It's the background noise. It's just, you're kind of watching, and if all of a sudden the game gets close, you put down the yard work and you go inside and you watch it.
So let me hear it, people. We'll get to the Tigers. We'll get to the Lions as well. But I want to hear. I need to know if we are on the mark or off the mark. But Indiana, Ohio State is Saturday, and that's a game I don't care who you are. I don't care if your team's any good or not. You're going to tune in. That's a game America wants to watch.
Well, it's next Saturday.
Yes, and the fact that they picked it as big noon, I'm sorry. I hate big noon kickoff. I want to know where people are at with it. 248-539-9797. The Lord knows I haven't seen MSU play when the sun is out in ages. But David, again, you're a busy guy. You have kids. Does the noon window work for you, or is it bad for you?
No, it's bad for me. The noon is the appetizer. It's when I watch the Kansas State versus Iowa State or something like that. I don't need the big game at noon. Give me at night, but you're right, at minimum 3:30. I don't need it at noon. Not at all, not even close. It's like in the NFL. The games I don't care about, 1 o'clock. I don't need it.
It's where the Lions were for an entire season.
I don't need it.
Every game was a 1 o'clock kickoff. Why? Nobody wanted to see you. Okay? They love you now, Lions fans, but I remember that year. 1 o'clock, every game. You're right. It's a Big 12 or an ACC team.
Western Michigan and Ball State. Gives me that at noon. I'm good.
I'm with you.
Kenny, Lord of the SEC, Feinbaum loyalist. Obviously, from the outside looking in, a man of the SEC would never look at noon as a good time slot. But when you see the Big Ten doing this and you go, look, even you, right, Pillow Fight City, Indiana OSU's on your radar.
Yeah.
That's a story game.
I don't care what conference it's coming from. If you have a 2-5 matchup, that needs to be a night game. In my mind, I need that to be the under the lights game.
Okay, you're going 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock, not 3:30.
Absolutely, because like you said, do you remember how the lead up to Bama LSU felt? You felt like, oh, this is big game. We're ready to go. That's what I need out of the 2-5. That's what I need out of a playoff implication. Two of the best teams in the country, top 5 matchup, absolutely needs to be a night game.
And let me expand on this real quick and then just do whatever you guys want. I want to make sure people, I want to be inclusive about it. Like maybe the big noon thing doesn't register with you. Maybe we expand it to this. In the new world of college football, specifically regionally here in the Big Ten, does the new world of college football with its TV deals with Peacock, NBC, CBS, ABC, Jefferson Pilot, is it taking away from your enjoyment of watching college football? Because I will tell you, it is November 13th. I still make a mistake in thinking it's the SEC on CBS. And I still have, it's a mind bleep of seeing Gary Danielson calling. Oh,
that's different.
I'm like, wait, what?
That's going to take some getting
Where's
used
Vern
to.
Lundquist and his lack of neck?
That's a flag.
It's not. He has no neck. He was born without it. He's talked about this.
I understand.
He has no C7 vertebra. They plopped his skull on a thorax. There's no neck.
No. Now, going back, if anything, in November, 3:30 would be the perfect.
The best.
Because here's the thing. It'll start in the day. It's going to end in the dark.
That's right.
So 3:30 is the best. Once you get past daylight savings time, noon games, I will never be an advocate for noon games. Like
Look,
Doug Karsh, like we've argued over this going back to college.
Yeah, Doug's 90. Doug's been 90 since he was 9.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay. That doesn't mean he's bad. It just means he's old. He's an old soul. No one likes the noon thing. Big noon kickoff is some form of incurable football STD. It's awful.
It shocked me earlier this year when I was like, when are you playing noon games? Because all of these games cry out noon. Night? Wait, that's a night one too? Wait,
Well,
that's at night?
Here's the thing that hurts me and why I wanted to expand it beyond big noon. MSU Purdue on a Friday night in November? What? Huh? Rutgers USC 11 o'clock on a Friday night? What? So on that level, it is the new TV deals hurt my ability. But the big noon kickoff, Joel Klatt just going full Bally Sports for you. I'd like to know where you're at with it because Indiana and OSU.
And is his family safe?
Right. read it with more enthusiasm. 248-539-9797. America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim. Yeah, I'm sure people are thrilled to be at 9 a.m. Vegas kick time. That's exciting. 6 pools, 3 levels, pancakes and football, massive screen, Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Vegas. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. Three o'clock, get to the Tigers. But right now, kind of a hot button issue amongst college football fans. It's been announced Indiana, Ohio State, number 2 versus number 5 will be big noon kickoff, just like Ohio State and Penn State, big noon kickoff. Who the hell likes big noon kickoff? And once again, I understand the name of the game is money, but there has to be an eye on servicing customers. I don't know any customer that likes this. So I've asked the question, in a dream state, what is the optimal time slot for a big game? For me, it's 3:30. I think 3:30 is perfect, especially with the fall weather we have in the state of Michigan, Ohio, Illinois, Indiana, Pennsylvania, real Big Ten country, not this newfangled science experiment.
Right.
3:30, as Rico put it, there's something magical. The game starts in the day and ends in the night.
Mm-hmm.
The drama rises, the portable lights come on. It's just
even if
magic.
Even if you are Miami, Florida State,
3:30.
Clemson, 3:30 is fine. Now, September, it's a night game.
Yeah.
Because even at the time, at 7:30 or so, it's still light out. So, no, if it's a September game, early October, it's got to be a night game. That's where you need 7 o'clock.
539-9797. David, what do people have to say on this matter that are not named Joel Bot, the Clat Bot?
7 p.m. should be the game. Gives me time to rake leaves.
Okay.
Also, no conflict with the kids' sporting events.
Okay, I could see that. My only issue with 7 is when you get deep into the season, at least in this part of the country, you do have kickoffs that start with a 2 in the temperature. That's difficult. I've been at some of those in a prior life, back when I had a football program. David.
Selfishly, I don't mind the big noon kickoff for the only reason I have kids and I'm passing out during the 7 to 8 o'clock game. That is from Ryan.
Respect. Meet us in the middle at 3:30, Ryan, will you please?
Too busy on the weekends to watch games at noon, or their college or NFL put them on the evening or later in the day.
Yeah, by 3:30, 4 o'clock, I'd like to think you've got your day in order. And whether it's a honey-do list, whether it is just yard work, whether it is youth sports, you serve the most people. If Indiana and Ohio State were a 3:30 kick on ABC with Brent Musburger calling, it all would be right with the world. But instead, you get this big noon thing. It truly marks like this weird time, Rico, where we have ceded complete control over the sport to the network. Mm-hmm. And like you could say, well, the NFL does. Not really. The NFL games are 1, 4, and 8. Mm-hmm. That's it. And you don't see now. Are we now starting to see? All right, we're going to sell you this one game. Hey, $120 million for the Black Friday game. Yes. Netflix with a Christmas Day game. Yes. Nobody likes it. So it's a weird spot because I don't know. Like it literally serves no one. You ever think about that?
It doesn't.
Imagine if State was good. I know. Close your eyes and really think hard. But like if we were good. Oh, but we got a huge number 2 versus number 5. Like it's 2015 again. Noon. Yeah, I ain't trying to have that alarm clock go off at 4:45. What are you kidding me?
I mean, it's the reason why I really never got into the ACC championship game, because isn't that one at noon on that Sunday or that Saturday?
It is.
It's the first one.
It is.
And I don't really care because
he's such an elitist.
No, because here's the funny thing, Mike. When State was good back in 2015, I'm driving to Indy, listening to it in the car, but I didn't care if I watched it or not.
That was a good time back.
Not that big of a deal.
That was a good time back in the day.
So
I like that version of you back then.
I don't know. I like that version of you. I haven't changed.
I've just turned into what is it, Jack Lemmon and grumpier old men as it pertains to MSU football. Good morning, Putz. All right, David, what do you got?
See, I love this angle because now we have to deal with this. This is Rich in L.A. Even worse for us on the West Coast. They are making me drink at 9 a.m. due to the kickoff of the best game of the day. #the cot plan.
I mean,
drinking at 9 a.m.
Let's be fair. I don't want to make a joke. Let's ask Kenny. Kenny, do you start drinking at 9 a.m.?
No, I don't start drinking at 9 a.m. I hate how the show is painted.
Okay.
Jesus.
Remember the question you asked me in pre-show meeting? You said I would like to be there when you asked that question. That was one right there. That was a low blow.
9 in the morning.
Hey, Kenny, do you drink at 9
Wait, that's lunatic behavior.
Hold on, though. We did have 9:30 a.m. kickoffs for the NFL this year.
Right, I asked
What's
the question.
wrong with that?
I thought Kenny might settle in with a Bloody Mary.
You
I
think
don't
I'm
know.
watching Giants Panthers or whatever that game was? Hell no.
Kenny, you watch NHL Network all day. You watch replays of games and they're not even Stanley Cup Finals. Oh, I remember this was Kraken Lightning from last February 18th.
Look, I'm not above the whole brunch thing, but that starts at earliest 11.
Kenny has a standard. It's 11 or else.
All right.
11:01. It's time.
10:30
All right.
is no.
It's nice to see my attempt at sincerity went sideways. I was asking, giving you a chance to acquit yourself.
There's only so many hours of the day. You can't ask, did you start drinking at like 6 in the morning? No. When does it become a ridiculous question?
But Kenny, I got news for you. Big noon kickoff. If you were tailgating, there's no way you're not drinking
That's
at 6
different.
a.m.
That's if you're going out and tailgating, you're going out for the event, you're going out for the experience.
Okay.
That's a little different. But sitting in the apartment, 9 a.m., cracking one open.
You hitting a pipe?
No.
Okay, I'm asking.
Beer over the cornflakes.
I hate how this show has painted me over the years.
Bro, I got bad news for you. You painted yourself a long time ago, pal.
But if you're in LA like Rich is and you're set up to watch
Georgia,
don't laugh, UCLA play on the East Coast, then you're drinking at 9 a.m., 7 a.m.
You're on the West Coast and UCLA is playing Georgia in Athens.
All right, then I'm starting drinking at 9 in the morning.
Okay, now we've arrived where we want to be. All right, we're going to go to the phones next. Indiana, Ohio State, 2 versus 5. Hell, take the names off the helmets. Who actually likes Big Noon Kickoff? And if you do, you don't have to be embarrassed. You don't have to be ashamed.
Sell us this pin.
Yes, because I laugh at it. I think it's the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. I mean, for Klatt to go, well, it's the most viewed noon game. Really, Putz? Yeah, you're putting Michigan on. They've had Michigan, and I'm not saying they shouldn't have. They had Michigan on 18 times the last 2.5 years. Biggest fan base in America, and what's your competition? Tulane and Army.
It was called the Michigan Tour at one point.
And they called it that, people. Don't get mad at Rico.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
You know where it's a great place to watch football? Whether it's noon,
Kenny's house,
3:30, or 8 o'clock, or 9 a.m.
I love this commercial.
How about on your beautiful deck at your house that was built and constructed and designed by Koi Construction, because they will do that for you. I couldn't be happier with my new deck.
Somebody give me a hammer.
Koi Construction is a Trex Pro Platinum dealer. It's family-owned and operated deck building company that enjoys a rich and proud 40-year tradition in Metro Detroit and Southeast Michigan. Their focus on quality and craftsmanship has made them one of the very best in the industry. And get this, they love to work year-round. So you want your deck built this winter so you're ready to go in the spring? No problem. Unlike most deck building companies, Koi Construction routinely builds decks throughout the cold winter months, but there are limited spots available. So call them today to secure your spot on their schedule. Whether you're looking to create an environment gathering space in your backyard or just a cozy retreat, Koi's experienced team will help bring your vision to life. So call them today. Get your project started. You will not regret it.
Straight to the people. Get to the Tigers at 3 o'clock. Boy, they've been putting something on the whiteboard, and I wish I had an eraser. We'll talk about it. JT is going to lead us off today. What's up, JT?
Hey, boys. I'm in my 50s, so I'm definitely in the camp of I got a lot to do on a Saturday before I can sit down and watch a ball game. And, that's sort of I get all my chores in and my errands and all that, and then, my wife just gives me the green light to post up on the couch, and I got the rest of the afternoon. So I definitely like the 3:30. But there's a demographic, I would argue, that really likes that noon kickoff. And it's the 18 to 19 to about 25 or 26, because it's a great excuse to get that day drinking going and kick the party off.
That's why I asked Kenny. See, there you go. See, Kenny's fist pumping while you're saying it. No, JT, you might be onto something.
I remember those days. Dude, I remember those days. They were good days.
Oh, we all do. Those days are gone. They're long gone.
Yeah, they sure are.
They're long gone. But yeah, JT, it's one of those things where I feel like I don't. I know David will start playing like sad music, JT, but it's making me like sports less. They're just doing things. It's never about total consideration to the fan. It's about a total absence of consideration. Nobody asked for this. That's what I struggle with, JT. It's like nobody asked for a Black Friday NFL game. Nobody.
Right. You're definitely not doing a service to 90% of the fan base out there.
Oh, I mean, JT, it's the other thing is like I want the build up to the big games. And Indiana-Ohio State is the biggest game we'll have in the Big Ten this season. It is. Now, Oregon-Ohio State, early in the season, fine. But, like, this is a real story where you're like, wait, who? Indiana at OSU is fascinating. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, big noon, awful.
Yeah, there's only 2 games, I think, that are noon games. It's Michigan-Ohio State, and then it's Texas-Oklahoma.
And I'll say it again. In the new world of college football, they can keep their stupid game at noon. It can't be the last week of the season. Why? Because we don't have divisions. Nobody's looking to play back-to-back or potentially 3 times in 3 weeks. Move your stupid game. Everybody else does.
Oh, the other reason why I think you should move the game, it allows you. It allows you to lose and not eliminate yourself.
Correct. And again, guys, recency bias is real. Losing a game in week 4, different than losing in week 13. Mm-hmm. But again, I'll get yelled at.
No, you don't believe
reality.
Yeah. If Georgia loses that game to Alabama, I know it was the SEC championship game, but if they lose that early in the season, they're in the playoffs. They lost it.
Look at you hurt Kenny. Look what you just did to him. Let's go to Ryan, 97.1. Ryan, how you doing?
Hey, this is Brian. How you doing, guys?
Brian, nice to talk to you. What's up?
Mike, let's take a nostalgic trip down history lane, back when college football was in its purest form. And we go back on January 1st, and we have the bowl games. How many people really caught the Cotton Bowl when it was at 1 o'clock?
The Gator Bowl at noon.
Yes, I know I didn't. That's when you were throwing the logs in the fire or getting the food ready and doing the stuff you had to do. But then things ramped up around 3:30, 4 o'clock for the Rose Bowl. Your audiences got bigger. And then you had the Sugar Bowl or the Orange Bowl at night at 8 o'clock, and that's probably the game that most people watch. So, I mean, just going by history, it shows that people football on a Saturday at noon. It's the afternoon and the evening when everyone does their thing.
Good call, Brian. That worked. I mean, because you're right. It was the Citrus Bowl and all of that to start off, and then eventually Rose Bowl in the middle of the day.
You'll never convince me that a stadium at noon, Brian, is ever as hype as it is at 3:30 or a night game. It's just not.
Never.
I mean, and again, from a TV viewing standpoint, it doesn't serve anyone. And I am sure there are some season ticket holders who enjoy an earlier kick. That is fine. But I don't want to be presumptuous, but that would seem like the vast minority of fans.
And even
but Mike, too, how about having all day to build up the hype? I mean, when you get up in the morning, if you know that you got that game at 7 o'clock to look forward to, I mean, you're hyped all day and getting ready for it, and you got time to build it up. It's noon. I mean, you got people like Kenny getting up to have to set their alarm just to get up to watch the game.
I know. It's very hard for Kenny. It's difficult. Rico, you were about to say something?
Strays. No, the other beauty of the night game is you can build it up with the lights and everything that goes on, and it really just, the game feels bigger at night. and you don't get that in the noon game. It's it's a Fox thing.
But here's the folly I don't understand. The Big Ten sold their media rights.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you give highest priority to select the game to the network that wants to put it at noon, and now you've taken the night portion and it's Illinois-Purdue, Big Ten Saturday night. I mean, it's like, oh boy, what's on Big Ten Saturday night? Northwestern versus a homeless man. None of it adds up.
Nope. I wasn't in negotiations, contrary to popular belief.
That's fair.
But this sounds like to me that either the teams found this out after they signed the deals, or they just didn't really read it and they just saw the paycheck and said, we're going to take that deal.
Just so I'm clear, you want me to accept what you
I
just
said
said?
I wasn't there. I'm assuming that, okay, we're going to do this, and then all of a sudden Fox says, you know what, we're going to make noon our marquee game. Wait, what?
Let's go. I pray what Rico just said isn't true. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. Hey, Kenny, I had an anniversary trip on the Bourbon Trail, and for 2 days I drank from 9 to noon. It is possible.
It's perfect.
Guys,
Kenny, a man after your own heart, buddy. Go ahead, Mike.
Hey, I just agree wholeheartedly with what Rico just said, because I ended up getting married the Saturday night of Michigan Notre Dame, and I would never have done that if I would have looked at the date. But September 1st is not the time to say you don't want to get married on September 15th.
Also true. That would have gotten things off on a bad start.
The reality of it is simply this: I can accept the noon kickoff because I'm 61 and I grew up with it, but it does suck. You need to get your stuff done. I don't care. Yeah, my kids are grown, but I can't blow off the whole day on Saturday and then turn off and blow off the whole day on Sunday, and let alone my soul's in purgatory if that 9 o'clock game from Germany is actually worth watching because I'm leaving Mass to go check on it and I'm saying I have to go to the bathroom.
Oh, dear.
You better get an audio-visual room.
Yeah, you got to have an AV room like David does at Greater Life.
Right.
He bails on his own sermon.
Either that or your wife is going to be taking you to the doctor on Monday. There's something wrong with my husband. Goes to the bathroom way too often.
But no, Mike, you're speaking truth, brother. And I think that's the problem, is I just feel like fans have been completely left behind in this. And I have no problem, believe me, capitalism, hooray. And I understand the money that's involved, but the leagues, for the leagues to not be able to stand up and say, wait a minute now, we're the Big Ten. Oh, you got to have the game at noon. No, you don't. Who else are you going to buy? The All-American Conference? You want to be showing Memphis and East Carolina?
I got a feeling, kind of like this college football playoff, once the new contract comes out, there are going to be some changes.
And when's that happening?
What, the college football playoff or the Big Ten contract?
No, the Big Ten contracts.
You know,
where Michigan and Ohio State have to play at night like the rest of us.
I don't know. I think Ohio State is willing to bail out and say, you know what, this was a poor decision on our part.
Big Ten.
Because you're pimping us at noon 7 times, and we don't want this.
Whatever NBC paid for the Big Ten Saturday, whatever they paid for that, they got to get a refund. Can you imagine?
It's stuck in your
Iowa,
head.
Wisconsin at 8 o'clock. No, you know what's not stuck in my head? No. Ever watching any of them. No. Rico, you know those games are ass.
They are, but I like the games in 4K. So,
Jesus, Mary and Joseph.
Evan, you know what? Evan got me hooked on that, man. Watching games in 4K is nice. He did. I got to watching dumb games because Evan was like, hey, turn to this game. It's in 4K. Sorry.
Kenny looks like he wants to say so. Go ahead. What's the issue? Are you okay?
No, I just enjoyed your rendition of Big Ten Saturday night.
I don't even know that's how it goes, but that's what Cookies
That's
and I...
how it goes in my head now.
Right, that's all Cookies and I sing. And, I mean, we don't even feature those games on Cash the Ticket. That's how bad those games are.
No?
I mean, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
But that's the night game, and then number 2 versus number 5 will be at noon.
I'm with you. It's, yeah.
We'll get more of the people.
I think the NBC gets the last pick of the draft, weekly draft. That's what it looks like, is that Fox gets the first pick.
But why would you give up the 8 p.m. time slot and render that useless? That is what does not
because
compute.
Fox has the first pick, and they are trying to make noon something.
So let me show you how the call goes. Here's the presentation, and it finishes with, and the games will be at noon. Get out.
And I don't think that they brought that up.
You can't possibly.
No. It was, we're going to have some noon games.
This isn't a cocaine deal where you just change the terms and rob the guy.
No, you're not changing the terms, but I do think we're going to have a few noon games. And by few, all.
I'm going to need another brick for that. That's what I'm going to need.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
Changing everything.
And that's what I said. In the next contract negotiation, I think you're going to see a lot of changes.
248-539-9797. We'll get more of your calls, touch the table on some football as well, NFL style, and we have got to talk about the Tigers whiteboard because Kenny and I want to take a sledgehammer to it. Oh, they got something on that whiteboard, and it better get erased. We'll talk about it next. Winter is going to be here before you know it, and it's very simple. You're going to need some good football beer for the real games at 3:30 and 8 p.m. by the fireplace. Old Nation's got it. Solace, the new winter lager. It looks dark and heavy, but it's delicate. It's easy to drink. And again, I'm not doing tasting notes. That's just not happening, okay? I think that is the most arrogant thing in the world. Oh, hints of tennis ball and almond. Listen, it's damn good beer for football season for the cold weather. Go buy some wherever great beer is sold. Support local, support independent. It's Old Nation, 21 and up. And as always, please drink responsibly. All right, let's go rapid fire with some football. David, dealer's choice on pro or college, or what the hell we're doing here. Hit the button.
So I want to give you just some news here. You don't have to comment on it if you don't want to. I just want to give everyone the latest NFL news today. So Gardner Minshew has been named the starter again in Las Vegas, along with Anthony Richardson being named the starter for the rest of the season in Indy. The quarterback, though, that I want to focus on is my quarterback for real quick. Russell Wilson. I want to know, have the critics been silenced? They are 3-0 since he became the starter in Pittsburgh. And they are averaging, the offensive averaging 30.3 points per game. He's 6 touchdowns and 1 interception. Have they been silenced?
I think so. For Russell Wilson, a lot of people made fun of him because he was weird. He did weird things. But when you win, people can forgive the weirdness. When you don't win, you're Aaron Rodgers, and they just see the weirdness and see the losses. But yeah, David, he fits what Pittsburgh is doing and probably is going to lead them. I don't think you're going to go far in the playoffs, but he's going to lead you back to the playoffs.
I'm going to say no. 3 weeks is not enough sample size for me. I mean, he looks okay, but tape gets out. Let me see the next 3 weeks. If we're sitting here first week of December, I'll say yes. But I'm not going to overreact to 3 weeks, especially one of them against that morbid Washington defense.
Well, it's interesting you say that because their schedule gets tougher.
Oh, weird how that works.
They haven't faced a division opponent yet. So they have the Ravens this weekend, Browns, Bengals, Browns, then Eagles, then Ravens, Chiefs, Bengals.
Yeah, show me that.
Yeah.
Show me that, and then we'll talk about shifting narratives.
But see, I like the fact that he got an opportunity to play, I guess, lesser teams in the NFL, kind of get his feet underneath him, and now he's going to be ready. That's just weird the way the schedule makers made your schedule. The Steelers,
it is weird.
I
They're
also
not going to
don't
play any
like
division opponents until at the end of the
why
year.
are we putting divisional rivalries on Thursday night short weeks? Bengals, Ravens, this week, Philly. Big Ten Saturday night. Now this week, Washington and Philly on a short turn. It alters the quality of the game, and these games are worth twice as much being divisional battles. Sorry,
That was going to be my next question because we're dealing with that yet again. Washington at Philadelphia, a big game. Should be Monday night, Sunday night, or at least
just Sunday.
Like, what are we doing in the NFL? You're ruining your product.
It's just not acceptable. Thursday night games are not acceptable. They are bad. Go look at the quality of them.
Except the exception will be later on this year, Lions-Packers.
Where they go back-to-back
Both
Thursdays.
will play Thursday,
yes,
and then play again Thursday night. So they'll have the full week.
But again, you're right. That's an outlier,
right?
Where they get equal rest.
Yes. But other than that, you're giving one team a distinct advantage.
Correct. So I want to go through a few things here because yesterday I said, and we talked about the Chiefs and the Bills, and Mike, you believe that the Bills are going to pull the upset. Well, someone went a bit further in an article here on Bleacher Report. They think the Chiefs will lose 4 games and fall out of the AFC top spot. What they're saying is every game they've played has been close. They're 7-0 in one-score games, and they haven't looked consistent throughout the season. And then when you, on top of it, have the Bills, Ravens, Steelers, Chargers, Texans on your schedule, you're going to lose 4 games and not get the number 1 seed.
I think it's plausible. I'm not saying it'll happen, but I don't think it's a ridiculous assertion. If you actually watch the games, that's up to you.
No, you're right. They're playing on a razor's edge. They need a lot of luck, whether they create it or not, or whether it's handed to them by the referees. They're not the same team, but I think when it comes to the Chiefs realize it doesn't matter. We just got to get to the playoffs, and then we can kick it into gear. Last year, they didn't look like a great team, and then they went back-to-back and won the title again.
Another one that's in that article says that up to 4 more head coaches will be fired before the end of the year.
Agree.
They listed Matt Eberflus, Doug Peterson, Brian Daboll, and Mike McCarthy.
I think it's absolutely possible. And Antonio Pierce, because what you hear coming out of Vegas now is the organization, not just the players. The organization is very upset at the scheduling, the lack of details, and the chaos. I just don't think we're living in the old NFL anymore. And now, here's the thing. Coordinators, younger coaches, these guys get real shots, right? Think about how dumb Miami is. They had Dan Campbell, gave him a 7-game run when Joe Philbin got assassinated. They had the guy. Well, if that happened now, 10 years later, Campbell he'd get the job.
Maybe, Mike, it's the reverse of the reverse.
Yes.
Goes back to when the Lions had an assistant coach named Don Shula.
Okay. Oh, no.
Oh, you're going way back.
No, but I'm saying it's ironically, he was there. I think that as far as Pierce goes, that maybe they got wrapped up in the whole, the emotions. Look how we finished the year. The players love him. Mike, you'll understand this one, man. It was Bobby Williams. And then you realize he's not as good as a coach as we thought. We just got wrapped up in emotions, and we paid this man. Oh, my goodness. He's not that good.
Can I just offer you one thing, please?
Yeah.
This is selfish, but I need you two to actually step up and invest in this. Tell me why it's acceptable for Joe Shane, the general manager of the Giants, to get up there yesterday, and he's asked a very direct question. Do you regret how you handled the quarterback position regarding Daniel Jones' 4-year, $160 million contract? And he went, no, I don't regret it. I wouldn't change it. Is it too much to ask for you to just go up there and go, you know what, guys? Clearly, we would have done it differently. I like Daniel personally. It hasn't worked out, and it's an issue. I would have done it different. Why can't these general managers not just openly bleep on your head and tell you it's raining?
Because I don't think you're not going to like what I'm about to say.
Then
so
I'm
maybe
leaving.
David should go first.
Go ahead.
I don't think they care about you or Giants fans. What I think that he cares about is trying to keep that locker room together and not causing a division of basically saying, yes, I have buyer's remorse. I don't want this man at quarterback. Because if the general manager is saying it publicly, now the coaches may start feeling that way and the players are going to start feeling that way. So, yes, it's a slap in the face to fans when you hear that. It should make you angry, Michael. Absolutely. I'm not saying don't. I understand why he's doing it. I don't agree why he's doing it.
The players should get just as mad because the players aren't stupid.
Correct.
Christ almighty, what player's a Daniel Jones loyalist? At this point, his own mother probably hates him.
And here's what's going on. And if you watch the press conference that he had, Joe Shane, the theme sounded like he knows his job is on the line. And him saying that is trying to keep his job. I did not make a mistake.
David,
what are you
you're right.
talking about? I didn't do that. That's not on me. That's what he's doing.
I'm sorry I was selfish and asked.
No, man, we're here to 6. David.
It felt like the appropriate time.
No, it wasn't.
It
David,
was.
you may be right. If I say I made a mistake, I might as well just turn in my key card and just keep walking right out the building.
Lions fans appreciate what you have. That's all I can say. It's cold out here in the streets.
You are exactly right.
The Lions, no, they were homeless for a long
I know, and just appreciate that. Hug the mattress extra tight.
And we'll close it out with this because you can make fun of them one more time. Somebody predicts that Aaron Rodgers is going to quit on the Jets, just walk out and never return.
Feels right.
Mm-hmm.
Feels right to me.
Yeah.
He's a wacko. I wouldn't be shocked, right?
No, David, it's going to take this blitz full circle. Remember, Russell Wilson, does weird things, wins. So the team will embrace the weirdness. Aaron Rodgers, does weird things, and you lose. And then you get coaches chased out. And then you go and get your friend to come here, and we still lose. Why are you here, Aaron? You know what? He may leave, but he's going to find out that the door has been unlocked the whole season.
They want you to leave.
They wanted you to leave.
That is in Football Today.
FanDuel, America's #1 sports book, got you covered. Hump Day parlays are back. Not like Kenny at the bar. This is something totally different. It's Wednesday, and you get a parlay profit boost. Everything from spreads, totals, you name it. Hell, get involved with Maction with it. Do whatever you like. FanDuel. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issue, non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms, both offers. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. Lions tight end Sam Laporta, who left the win over Houston early, did not practice today and is day-to-day with a shoulder injury. Taylor Decker questionable for this week's game with the Jags as well. He did say today his plan is to play Sunday. Jacksonville will be without their starting quarterback, Trevor Lawrence. After their overtime win last night, the Pistons are right back at it tonight against the Bucks. A cluttered injury report for both teams. The Bucks are missing Damian Lillard, who's in concussion protocol. Chris Middleton still won't make his season debut, coming off ankle surgery. Fontecchio, Hardaway Jr., and Jaden Ivey all won't go tonight either. After Hardaway was taken off the floor in a wheelchair, his CAT scan results were negative, but he did have stitches to repair a laceration on his head. Ivey missing with a toe sprain. Here coverage over on WWJ at 7:35. Detroit Tigers beat writer Evan Petzold wrote today that the Tigers will likely platoon Javi Baez and Trey Sweeney at shortstop next season. Baez would play against lefties with Sweeney against righties. The article quotes Scott Harris from last week saying, quote, "It makes sense on a whiteboard. We'll see how they perform and how they respond. First, we have to get Javi healthy, and for that even to be a possibility, I feel better about the shortstop position now than I did as recently as 5 months ago," end quote. The Wings are back on the ice again after a 4-0 shutout loss Saturday. Valeno is back in the fold as Tyler Mott is scratched. Talbot starts in nets. His last start against Toronto saw him allow 2 goals while notching 17 saves. Our pregame coverage begins at 7:15 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
And also, wellness check. We did hear from Nick yesterday. Not that he's doing well. James Franklin may kill that man. All right, 3 o'clock. I will get to your phone calls. We still got people who want to rant about Big Noon Kickoff. I have to take it to the Tigers whiteboard. And I need to know if you'd like an eraser. Now, let me start here at 3:03. I want to make sure we state things very clearly for the court records. That way you can go back and listen and read them. It's very simple. We're going to judge the Tigers not on what they say, but what they do. But all we have right now is what they're saying. Another day, another piece, another comment. Free Press, Petzold, Scott Harris. The Detroit Tigers have a plan at the shortstop position. The plan involves Harvey Baez. Editorial, it's Javi, but I refuse to call the man by his name. If all goes as planned, Baez and Trey Sweeney will share the shortstop position in a platoon. Quote, it makes sense on a whiteboard, President of Baseball Ops Scott Harris said at the GM meetings in San Antonio. We'll see how they perform and how they respond. First thing, got to get Javi healthy for it to even be a possibility. I feel better about the shortstop position now than I did as recently as 5 months ago. Close quote. Whoa, buddy. So here's what I want to do.
This ain't real.
No. Hold on. Fair is the F word we like most. So here's how I want to approach this. Rather than just have people get all bent out of shape because of the mere mention of Harvey, I want to take the things that are being said and I want to put them together like a holiday gift basket. We don't have what they're going to do. The only thing we're going to judge on at the end of this is what they do. I don't know that this is happening, but this is what he said on record at the GM meetings, okay? With a straight face, they want to take the most hated athlete in Detroit and up until his injury, a man who was on pace to put up the single worst OPS in the modern era of professional baseball, a man who had a -8 defensive runs saved, a man who hurt you every time he took the field. And they want to use him as a platoon with Trey Sweeney. Now, I am only left to think one thing, which is they refuse to write a check to buy him out. Sorry, that's what I have to be led to. However, you have Harvey still a part of the team. You have don't want to sign any free agents to term. Want a 1-year arm. Guys, with everything you're hearing from your Detroit Tigers, are these words killing whatever good vibes we had from the miraculous, and make no mistake, it was miraculous playoff run? Because they've killed mine. Now, again, it is only what they're saying. What you say and what you do are two different things, but guys, they're not saying anything I like. From not wanting to commit to anything over 3 or 4 years with a bat, well, that takes you out of any legitimate bat we've all discussed. Takes you out of a Santander. It takes you out of an Alonso. It takes you out of a Bregman. You might be able to get Christian Walker, but you're going to bid against the Yankees for it. Does that give you good feelings? Probably not. 1-year arm. All right, well then I guess we're just going to go back to the Lethal Weapon 3 Lorenzen bin. Okay. A shortstop platoon of Harvey. Well, that means you're not buying Harvey out. I mean, again, I'm careful with this. I'm only going to judge them on what they do. But we are not going to sit here for 30 days, 45 days, 60 days, and just let it play out. We got to talk about it. Guys, what is your faith that at the end of this team's going to have an offseason? We all look at each other and go, okay, this is good. Here's a quote from Scott Harris. This is truly remarkable here. I'm sorry. But I would need him. Like, I would have to be polygraphed to say this. If he comes back and he can rotate the way he did, certainly in Chicago with the Cubs, from 2014 to 21, that guy's dead. He's dead. He's one of the ghosts that Bill Murray met in Scrooged. Dead. There's a role for him on this team. We're just focused on trying to get him healthy first and seeing what a greater ability to rotate will do to his swing. What on earth? I think our team is better positioned for him. With the addition of Trey Sweeney and a bunch of left-handed bats in the infield. It means there's a real role for a right-handed bat that can play anywhere in the infield. Guys, anybody out there? Anybody? I'll pretend I'm doing radio at 3 a.m. Is anybody out there? Rico, you can't possibly expect fans.
No, you can't.
You can't. That's insulting.
What you just told fans, and you said it so eloquently. We don't want to cut a check. We're going to figure out a way to rebrand him.
That's what it feels like, sounds like.
Right. He's going to be platoon. We're going to have, remember what? Hey, coming from the team that Frankenstein third base knew this season, Frankenstein Part 2.
So here's the totality.
The shortstop.
Here's the totality. As we sit here on November 13th with what Rico just said, Baez going to be a part of this team. Oh, we got a platoon. There's a role for him here because now, hey, look, we got all these lefties. He could be a right-handed bat. 1-year pitcher. Well, that takes shot of getting anybody we care about. And we don't want to sign any term with free agents. It's the Iser plan. None of these things align with hot damn, it's time for us to go out and win the World Series.
Right, because this works if there was a big ticket item. I mean, like a Shohei Ohtani type, a Juan Soto type of item that you're purchasing, and you're saying, okay, guys, we can't afford anything else, so we're going to have to make do, but we gave you this. Except for they're not giving us this. It's Thanksgiving dinner with a bunch of side dishes.
Ready for this? Petzel just puts it out there. They're not buying him out. Quote, there's a relative scarcity of shortstops out there, Scott Harris said. A lot of teams are looking for shortstops right now. The best version of Javi can still really help us. There's still a role for him on this team. I'm going to throw the number out rather than erupt. I don't think that serves anyone because once again, I can't turn myself into a pretzel on what he's saying. I have to wait until I see what he's doing. But the very idea that he is setting the dinner table and putting a seat and a place setting for Javi Baez, it is beyond insulting. Beyond insulting. You have a payroll that is the better part of $90 million under league average. And what you're telling me, inadvertently, what you're not saying, but what I'm gleaning from the comments is, we're not going to cut a check. And open up. Here's some more Javi. But I'm full. Open sesame. Here comes the airplanes. Javi. But I'm full. Javi. I don't want a bum at shortstop. Javi.
No. I don't have Javi. Here's a little helping of Javier.
Javier. See, you guys know him as Harvey. We want to introduce you to Javi. No, they're the same. No, they're not. This one has electrolytes. 248-539-9797.
It's like Brondo.
Can I hear from the people here? Here's the other problem, guys. You can't even act like Baez is a good defensive player. He's not. And you can't act like Sweeney's a good defensive player. He's average. So you're openly telling your fans, we'll just have an abyss at short. Because we won't write a check. That's what it sounds like, feels like, looks like. So when you put the comments together, why am I supposed to be nice to this team? Why am I supposed to allow people to defend this owner and Scott Harris? See, if you want a small market baseball team, you can have that. I don't want that. I'm not a bad person for not wanting that. This isn't a small market. This isn't Tampa, who doesn't have a stadium. This isn't Oakland, who's going to be playing at the Cal Expo Rodeo. This isn't Cincinnati or Pittsburgh. This is a high-end, middle market, low-end, big market. It's a wonderful sports town. I think that what I'm hearing, it disgusts me. But I will attempt to show personal growth, in the name of you, the listener, and my guys here with the show, and I want to try to be mature. I'm not going to melt down, but this is disgusting if this is true. If this is true. 1 year arm, short-term bat, won't buy Javi out. Even better, open up. Here's Javier at short. The fact that I may have to look at Javier Baez on this baseball team and the fact that Scott Harris thinks we are stupid enough to accept rotation and he can be valuable. What metric would he be valuable? -8 defensive runs saved? A guy who hasn't been able to hit in years? A guy who's gotten progressively worse here? This team made the playoffs, Rico. Miraculous or not, they did it. And instead of wanting to take the next step, I feel like I'm at one of your stupid swap shops. The rest of the league is at Neiman Marcus, and here's Rico buying a boombox, a parakeet, and a copy of Spider-Man 1. I leave it to you guys.
No.
248-539-9797. Rico, David, Kenny, you guys figure out what to say because I've said everything I have to. Be curious. I'm curious to know what the hell they're doing.
I have no idea, but we'll talk about that next. The holiday season is upon us, and I need internet service that will allow me to stream all the football action while I'm on the go. That's Xfinity. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price. Along with a great price, Xfinity offers the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. So enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with a Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. And when I take a break from all the football action, Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. So don't miss out on your favorite shows or all the scores and stats during football season. Get started today. Call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
Sorry, David was yelling at me. Yeah, holidays are busy, and it means you got to get a good night's rest to tolerate your family. So here's the deal. Get a Serta mattress, save up to $600 on an all-new Perfect Sleeper X or iComfort during the Serta Black Friday sale all month long. Go to Serta.com, find a retailer near you. All right. And again, the ground rules are as such. I'm going to go right up to a place. I'm not going to melt down. I can't melt down about things they're saying. I got to wait till what they're doing. But do I find any...
Let it play out.
It's not that. I'll talk about it, tell you how pissed I am. I'm just not going to go chair drop. Rico, the idea that Scott Harris... This is my problem. And I think some people take it the wrong way. I will always root for the team and root for... I want my people to be happy. I would like these people to get a World Series, but I don't have to like everybody. And I don't have to like everything they do. I think it's an absurd. Even if you're thinking it, I wouldn't say it out loud. Read the room. Mm-hmm. Oh, it makes sense on a whiteboard. If you trot Javi Baez out there next year because you're too financially responsible to write a check, that's an insult to your paying customers. But before we even get to the 1901 Society. But my point is, Kenny and I were just talking, Rico. You got to go back 5 years to find good Javi. I mean, a platoon of Baez and Sweeney following comments you make that you're interested in a 1-year arm and no term on bats. Jake Berger.
It's insulting. Potentially. But yes, I think everybody, even if the one big move you did this offseason was you just cut Javi the check and said bye-bye.
No, not good enough.
No, but it would have been a start of like, okay, we get it. He really didn't help us. As a matter of fact, if you take a look, we encouraged him to go and do his offseason and leave the team. Team got better.
Oh, weird. David, what do the texters have to say?
Yes, this is killing all vibes from last year. If I was a player, I'd want out ASAP. At this point, I hope the team relocates. They obviously don't care about winning, and if they don't care about winning, then what are we doing here?
Oh, no. Listen. Carrying it now, listen, I'm not, believe me, any owner who doesn't spend money, to me, they don't care about winning. So I won't even go there. I won't go there. But as far as Scott Harris, no, deeply cares about winning, but he wants to win a way that I don't think is plausible. And history's on my side. You're not going to win with a cheap ball club. You're just not doing it. 29 of the last 30 years. Do I want the one way in 30 years it's worked or the 29 ways in 30 that it's worked? Come on, man. It's just business. Look at the teams in the World Series this year. Yankees, Dodgers. Now, I'm not asking them to spend that way. Let me be unequivocal when I say this. It would be financial suicide to spend like that in Detroit. You can't do it. But to suggest that we can't spend in a manner that is commiserate with where we are as a baseball market, no, that's equally ridiculous to suggest you can't do that. And the fact is, you don't have to get there all in 1 year. But as we sit here right now, $25 million of your $80 million payroll is Javi. I tack another 13 on the dead body of Maeda. So $38 million of my 80 is... And I'm sitting here going, man, we are not far away. If we add a few pieces here and do this right, and I'm still listening to whiteboard theories about how we can jam Javi down the hardworking people of this town's throat. We don't want to go. Like, if I'm owning the team, I'm making a call to Scott, and I'm going, Corbin Burns, put him with Scooble and pay. I don't care what it takes. Let's roll. Oh, easy to say. It's not your money. Guys, they bought the Tigers for like $30 million. They're worth 1.5. Chris Ilitch is one of the 7 or 8 wealthiest owners in the sport. Yeah. Like, seriously, don't play that game with us. All right, he's got more money than Hal Steinbrenner. Go look!
Yeah, and your payroll is embarrassingly low. You're not even close to being middle of the road. You could afford this.
You can afford lots of things.
It's just so disappointing as a fan when, while I know it's not going to happen, you hear other teams scheduling meetings with Soto and Scott Boras, and on our side, it's Javi's going to be a platoon at short. Like, that just, as a fan.
What about trading for Jake Berger? And again, Berger's a nice ball player.
But it should be in addition
Shouldn't be
to
your
something
cornerstone
else.
It should be after the.
Right.
But again, fellas, what they say and what they do, I gotta make sure that if Harris is allowed to leave himself space out of this hobby thing, I'm going to allow myself space to judge what they do.
So maybe Harris is pulling the okie doke, and he's going to surprise us, and we're going to be like, oh, wow.
All I can tell you is I hope that's the case. And you know my feelings about hope.
Didn't see that move coming.
It's all I got.
Scott Harris. Genius.
David.
If the Tigers don't do anything this offseason, they're going to lose the fan base in the city quicker than they did when they got them back during the season.
You know what, David? I would say not the fan base, but they're going to lose the momentum that the fans were giving them. The fans will always be there. You saw, as bad as they were, as soon as they started winning, fans came back, packed that ballpark. You got momentum going into the next season. All I got to say is, if I were the Tigers, I would take a look at what the Lions did. When they all of a sudden got the fans behind them, they started saying, you know what, we want to keep this thing going. How can we get better to go to the next level?
Oh, I know. Get stars, spend money. The Lions have done it all. Straight up.
Yeah.
After hearing these comments from Harris, I'm out. I'm recruiting for a new MLB team to root for.
No. You don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. Now, that's different than saying I won't buy tickets or something. You have a right to say that. That's your prerogative. Don't say you're not going to root for your team.
Well, he does go on to say, I was thinking of going to the game since for the first time since the Verlander trade. Now I'm not.
Let's go to the people. We'll go to Chris, 97.1. Chris, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, how are you guys? Love the show.
Thanks, Chris.
I wanted to call and just say, I'm a former season ticket holder, did it for 3 years. I stopped last year, of course. They begged me, called me nonstop to come back. But it's frustrating. The owner doesn't want to spend money. And why should I put, my 40-hour, 60-hour work week money towards that product? And it's discouraging, as you guys have said. But you know who I really feel bad for? A.J. Hinch. This guy's got to make freaking gold out of poop. And, he made bronze last year, came real close. But give the man some players. Give him some extra talent.
All right, but Chris, let me ask you a question. And I apologize for cutting you off, but this is important. Okay. And I want you to answer this, all right? Think this over. At what point does A.J. Hinch become complicit in this nonsense?
Yeah, man, he can't say what is he going to come out and say, like, oh, yeah, we don't need to spend money? Of course he probably wants the extra talent. Don't you want anything to make your job easier?
Yes, but the difference is, are you willing to bang the drum to do it, or does he actually agree with this? See, that's the problem. AJ is a power figure. He's one of the best managers in the game. And I think he's rehabilitated his image to a point where he could say, I'll tell you what, either you start spending or I start walking. See, at a certain point, it's like Barry Sanders, Chris. He was the greatest running back in the history of the game, but you know what he didn't want to do? Rock the boat, ruffle feathers, didn't want to go to management. So, I just wonder, it's like, Scott Harris, you're not going to trample your manager. It's not going to happen. Not when you're A.J. Hinch. And this isn't a movie. This isn't Billy Bean getting in an argument with Art Howe. So, Chris, I just, at a certain point, if this is how it's going to roll, I got to be honest, I'll start to blame Hinch for it, too.
Yeah, the perception on the outside, regardless of the fans, and it's perception, and it's not looking good. It's not looking good.
No, and you have every right to make a decision about what you want to do with your money. You're not wrong in the least, Chris. It is an entertainment product, and it's on them to provide the entertainment. And in a sport that does not feature a salary cap, I just don't. Look, if we were in Oakland right now, which thank God, David, right now, thank Jesus we're not. Can you imagine Oakland radio today? Well, today's rodeo report. That's a different conversation.
Hey, Klay Thompson came back to town last night.
Your thoughts on the beam, Kings talk. 248-539-9797. Oh, I've blended Oakland and Sacramento. I don't know. Who cares? Two places I don't want to be. We'll get back to the phones next. 97.1. Hungry Howie's. It's very, very simple. Kenny is disgusted about Javier Baez. He's going to get high as a kite tonight and eat his feelings. The chicken and waffle pizza. Kenny, it's not a crime. It's legal. Go ahead. Kenny enjoys the bong on a Wednesday night. The point is the chicken and waffle pizza is made for people like Kenny. As an Italian person, I'm just offended by this. But Hungry Howie's, you can stick to the classics like me or a chicken and waffle pizza. Your world, do what you like. So treat yourself. Large chicken and waffle pizza tonight, $15.99 at Hungry Howie's. It is limited time only. Go get some.
Brought to you by North Bloomfield Properties. Lions offensive lineman Taylor Decker says he feels decent and plans to play this week against the Jags. Hardaway Jr., Fontecchio, and Ivy are all out for the Pistons today as they battle the Bucks on the road. Both teams are dealing with a back-to-back. Damian Lillard is in concussion protocol for Milwaukee. He'll miss his second straight game. Tip at 8. Hear it over on WWJ News Radio 950. With Alex Lyons still out for the Red Wings, Derek Lalone will start Cam Talbot in net against the Penguins. We have you covered right here on the ticket. Pre-game beginning at 7:15. Former Michigan quarterback J.J. McCarthy had a second knee surgery this week, according to Adam Schefter. It addressed swelling related to an increased rehab routine. Commanders trade deadline addition Marshawn Lattimore will once again sit out tomorrow's game with the Eagles because of his hamstring injury. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 at 971theticket.com.
All right, let's get to business. 2 segments, all calls. People calling in about Big Noon Kickoff being nothing more than a television STD. And then the Scott Harris comments. On a whiteboard, it makes sense. Tigers plan on November 13th, platoon of Baez and Sweeney at short. And in Evan Petzel's very just blunt statement, they are not buying him out. What say you? That's on the heels of they're only interested in 1-year arms. On the heels of, they don't really want to do more than 4 years on a bat. Guys, tell me where you're at with your ball club, because I know I didn't put unrealistic expectations on the offseason. Me saying I'd love to go get a Christian Walker and a Anthony Santander, or I'd love to get Alex Bregman. Why not get in the ring with that? And if you're not going to do a big bat, okay, well then let's go after one of the signature arms, pair them with Scoobs, and let's get after it. Mm-hmm. And what they're saying is what we can react to. We're only going to be able to judge them on what they do. I won't know what they do until they do it, which is, I know, no bleep, Mike. Nope, wrong one. I don't care.
That actually fit.
Nope.
That didn't.
I am off my game.
You should have just stuck with the Stony.
To the people. Let's go to Justin, 97.1. Justin, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike, how's it going?
Excellent. Good to talk to you again. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I just wanted to pick up real quick that I called about the Wings Avalanche earlier this year, and I got caught in a car wash, and everyone thought I got sucked into space, but I'm good.
It's good to see you didn't float away into the darkness like George Clooney in the space movie. Excellent.
Or what we want Javi to do. Anyway, so I was just going to talk about the Big Noon stuff. And,
please.
I'm out here in Colorado, so for us, everything starts at 10 a.m. So it's tough when you have a quick game because kind of the day goes away. And, I've definitely had my fair share of 10 a.m. fun time, so I want to take the heat off of Kenny a little bit. That those days do happen. Mm-hmm. But no, I think that teams, the higher ranking you are, it's almost like the later in the day you should play. Because how sweet is it when, the Lions on Sunday, everybody's,
yes,
getting tailgates together, going over, and you're just there's an energy that's amping up for it. And if it's at noon, it's kind of when the game's done, it's kind of wind out the sails. And for me, it's 1 o'clock. And you're
right. And Justin, okay, think about it. Indiana next Saturday will be America's team. It's number 2 versus number 5. The idea that that's a noon kickoff, that's an embarrassment for the Big Ten. That's awful for fans. And for you, 10 a.m., look, that should be a night game. Mm-hmm. Or 3:30 kick at minimum. 3:30 to me is the sweet spot. I know Rico and I actually see eye to eye in a lot of that.
Or if anything, I know you're not a big fan of this, swap them out with Michigan State, Purdue. Play them on Friday night. But at least it's a primetime game. But noon, it cheapens the product.
Yeah, and I haven't really had much fun watching Michigan this year. So a lot of I got married on October 12th, which was that no day for college football.
Yeah,
but I did.
The single worst day you could have got married. Congratulations.
Yeah, but my wife's a Bama alum, so usually our football watching starts at 1:30 here, which is a little bit better.
It is.
But I will say it's kind of a double-edged sword because Sunday night football, Thursday night football starts at 6:15, 6:30. So I don't know. Take what you can get. But
Justin, it's just one of those things. And for people just joining in, Justin, I'm glad you did not get sucked into space. It is good to talk to you again. Big noon kickoff is something no one asked for, and I don't know anyone who likes it. And that was the genesis of our conversation because it's been announced, number 2 versus number 5, next weekend, noon. So that's a part of our discussion along with Scott Harris's comments. If you're wondering, why are we talking noon kicks?
Yeah. Fox tried to make this their thing, and they're trying to make you love this. And
Yeah, they're also trying to make me like Joel Klatt. Not possible.
Really? I'm kidding.
Let's go to Mike, Rochester Hills. Mike, how you doing, bud?
Good, guys. How are you?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
So Scott Harris's comments are absolutely ridiculous because if you just took a quick look at Javi's stats versus lefties, he's about 100 points worse against lefties than he is against righties. So, and with decreasing defensive ability. So you're putting a guy that's already bad in a worse situation.
I mean, Mike, you've said it all. You could drop the mic. I mean, like,
and then the other part of that is Harris earlier this week said we don't want to block the kids. By platooning Javi with Sweeney, you're essentially stunting one of your kids' growth. That at the worst, he is an average to above average defensive player with plus offensive ability.
Right, but the problem is you're not going to play him against lefties. You know,
Right.
Sweeney's not going to play against lefties. Javi isn't going to play against righties, and you're even saying it. He's not that good against lefties. Look, it doesn't feel authentic. It feels like, oh, yeah, this is what we're doing, and it's like this is where I have such an issue. If you won't buy this guy out, then how do you sell to your fans new premium seating? How do you sell to your fans you're serious, that it's time to win? It doesn't jive. It doesn't make sense.
No, and the only thing that I can make sense of is what Rico said a segment or two earlier about the Giants, where I don't regret signing this player. We're going to keep Javi because you're trying to keep the locker room together, unless the locker room is trying to tell you we don't want Javi either. I don't know why you do this other than they're actually serious about it. I'm hoping it's what Rico said earlier.
Right, but here's the thing, Mike. Ask yourself the question: why are they serious about it? Can't be baseball reasons. So what does it lead you to?
They're trying to show the young guys what approach not to take at the plate.
No, you're not putting him out there as a crash test dummy. Wait a second. No, what it's saying is
this is what not to do.
Yeah, here's the living embodiment. Here's your, I won't say it. I was going to say, hey, here's your future if you don't get right. No, I mean, Mike, they don't want to write a check. That's what it feels like. And if they're going to get all bent out of shape by saying that, too bad. Because here's what it looks like, feels like, sounds like. If I put all the comments together, I hope I'm wrong. I hope we react to what they actually do. But right here, it's don't want to make a long-term commitment on anybody. Don't want to go term on a bat. 1-year arms. Javi's back. It makes sense on a whiteboard. What have they said this offseason right now at the GM meetings that get you remotely excited for Tiger baseball? After a year, we should all have, we should be like quivering in anticipation.
No, you know what they've done? Whether they wanted to do this or not, subliminally, they've lowered expectations. Guys, I know you want this. Can I sell you this instead?
So basically, it's the equivalent of should be this, and instead it's this. Is that kind of is that it?
Okay.
Maybe it's this, and instead you get this. Bottom line, I hope what they're saying is not what they end up doing, but hope is not a strategy.
I do think that they're trying to, hey, keep your expectations low.
But why? I hate that angle.
I do too.
Why do we want to keep our expectations low? They just made the playoffs. We're excited. Let's get the kids some help and go win the Central.
I think they made the playoffs in spite of what they were actually doing. And it was just like, damn it. People are now going to expect us to do stuff.
Big Ten Saturday
No, the
night.
kids actually are the hope. If each of them just gets a little bit better, Scott Harris says.
And you know why they're going to get better? Because nobody's blocking them. All right, Mike, sell them something. Be curious.
I'm just releasing the hatred from my body. Hey, the NBA's back. Number one sports book. FanDuel's giving everybody 3 months NBA League Pass. Bet 5 on an NBA game and you're ready to roll. FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more. It's FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. 3-month free trial. Full price of League Pass automatically charged monthly. You can cancel anytime, no refunds. Terms, restrictions do apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. Sportsbook.com. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, please call 1-800-GAMBLER. We'll get to some football at 4 o'clock. I want to get back to the people, though. A lot of people want to talk about Big Noon Kickoff. I just don't know anyone who likes it. And yet another big game is getting ruined, which is Indiana, Ohio State. Number 2 versus number 5, noon. I mean, that's a fart in an elevator. And then we're talking about Scott Harris's comments. Evan Petzold, another day, another piece. And again, I'm not going to sit here and bomb the Tigers. I can tell you what I don't like. I will judge them on what they do, not what they say, but what they're saying, I'm not interested in it. And I don't think I should be vilified for that. I think I'd like to think I've tried to always stand up that this town is more than you guys even give it credit for. I get mad at your teams when they don't win. I treat them like New York teams. This is a great sports town. This is a passionate sports town. And I'm not going to sit here and say I ever support your baseball team having an Oakland A's payroll. I don't think it's acceptable. and after they went out and had a magical playoff run, I don't think, look, I'm sorry. I don't own your team. But I don't know how you sit there and go, yeah, we don't want to do any term on anybody, 1-year pitchers. And, man, I'll tell you, on a whiteboard, it makes great sense. We're going to platoon Javi Baez with Trey Sweeney at short. What? Now, you could say it. It doesn't mean you're doing it. But everything they're saying at the GM meetings, I don't like. So we're having that discussion that if Javi is actually on this team, opening day, let's say the team you're facing is putting a lefty out there and Javi Baez is in that starting 9. What message does that send to you as fans? I'll tell you what it sends to me. Didn't want you know what? Custom Javi jersey. And on the back, it shouldn't say Baez. It'll say didn't want to write a check in really small letters. You know, the new jerseys, you know, Verlander's name will look like a giant horseshoe. It'll say, didn't want to write a check.
So you don't have to do that. It's going to be the old jerseys. They're going to bring those back next year.
Fine. So. That's what it says to me.
Yeah, I know it does.
And
I think it says that to everybody.
And I don't think that's acceptable. I just don't. So let's get to the people. People calling in about both topics. Chris, 97.1. What's up, Chris?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are we doing?
Good. Chris, what's going on, buddy?
So I am going to say some things that some people may call me contrarian.
Okay.
I think it's a voice of reason. I hate night games with the passion of 1,000 suns. I don't think they have any place in college football.
Okay.
I know that I heard some people saying, "Oh, we need to get all hyped. We need to get hyped for the game tonight." What, man? If you need to get hyped for a game you're excited about, you probably shouldn't be watching that game. I think I love college football during the day. I love it at noon. And some of that's history. I'm 46, so I'm not like a day drinker. I don't mind day drinking, but that's not why I'm loving it. Part of it is maybe I got some traditions going, but part of it honestly is with my kids. My kids love to watch football with me, and I can't do a night game. Like they make it through the first quarter, and I got to put them to bed. Then I'm not watching the game. I can't stand night games. I don't mind them for pro. I don't really like them. I prefer daytime. But I am a big fan of big noon kickoff. I love getting up in the morning, doing what I got to do. I'll catch a little bit of college game day, and the first thing I actually do is watch that game.
And you're not wrong for it, right? Chris, it's not about being right or wrong. It was legitimately asking, like, who likes this? And you have very personal reasons you like it. I think the only thing I would say to you is, and I think you're smart enough to know this, you're in a minority on that, right?
Evidently, basketball callers today. You're absolutely right.
But that's okay. But it's just look, I'm with you in the night games. I got killed for saying this in Big Ten country. I've always thought that the night game was the SEC's to own. That's Saturday night in the SEC. It's a special thing. The Big Ten owned 3:30. The 3:30 kick from Happy Valley, from Ann Arbor.
Yeah, I don't think that was the only time I wanted to see a Big Ten game, really, it was Penn State, Ohio State.
Whiteout, yeah.
Or even if you took it to Columbus, that one game was
Chris,
great for the night.
Chris, can we meet in the middle and say that 3:30 is the elite game time and you and your kids will participate?
I will absolutely participate at 3:30. I don't mind 3:30. I prefer noon, but I'm all aboard a 3:30 game. Got no problems there.
Same here. There's something magical in the Midwest in the fall. The game starts in the daylight and ends at nighttime. It adds a drama layer to it. I mean, you can even go back to look at 2015 MSU at OSU without Connor Cook. Starts in the day, and then all of a sudden the ha-has are all over. It's nighttime. We're not going away. And Geiger sends them all home sad. There's a drama. MSU and Michigan played at 3:30 multiple times, late 90s, early 2000s. That 95 game, what was it, October 6, 1995, the Tony Banks game. Started in the daytime, ends at night. There's drama to it. That's what I love. 2015, wasn't trouble with the snap, a 3:30 kick.
Yes.
That's the sauce. This big noon thing is just terrible.
It's contrived. I'll be the first to admit it. It's Fox trying to say, we want our own product. We want you to think noon. We want you to think Fox. We want you to think big noon kickoff.
There it is. And I didn't even hit that button. Let's go to Johnny, 97.1. Johnny.
I mean, what about my man who just called? He's got kids, David. You got kids.
Johnny, what's going on, bud?
What's going on, Mike and Rico?
Hey, Johnny.
I ain't got kids. I'm 31, and guess what? Big noon sucks. Man, 3:30 is where it's at. 7:30, it's all right. But you want to know what's real good, Mike? What's really good is when you're feeling good on the booze like Kenny, and you're rolling into them 10:30 games. I'm talking BYU,
There you
Mexico
go.
State.
Johnny's got an itch, and only UNLV Hawaii will scratch it.
That's right. And you know what? I'm a big fan of the pod. I take most of your guys' picks. I choose yours over Costa because it's Costa. I don't like him. We're almost the same age. I wish I wasn't. But
Well,
I
listen,
got one more thing to say.
we're gonna be
about
back.
Harris.
Hey, listen, Johnny. Factually, you know this. I'm gonna start calling these the Johnny totals of the week because I had a Johnny game as our total of the week last week. It was Wazoo versus Utah State at like 10:30 at night. The over-under was like,
I took it.
A good man. That's it. I'm gonna start calling them the Johnny Booze total of the week. I got you covered, Johnny.
And a little bit of the weed gummies. Got to put it in there.
You got to do.
Let me mix it up one more time with Scott Harris. What a weenie. These GMs and owners, they should be like my owner of my company, Ford. They're not the greatest, but guess what? When you're selling one of their hottest cars, that $500,000 GT, you had to take a quiz and sign that you weren't just going to make a profit. Now, they should have to do that so we can actually get some winning done.
Well, Johnny,
Spend the
part of
money.
baseball's problem, and this is where Tony Clark has done such a terrible job at the player's end, is there should be a salary floor. There's really no baseball team in 2024 that should be operating under a $100 million salary floor. You cannot have teams operating at $300 million and the bottom operating sub 100. Now, if I wanted to be super aggressive, and again, it would cause a labor war, I would argue that really it should be $1.25. Because league average is going to go up, profits keep going up, and the top keeps going up. So league average right now is going to be about $170 million. The Tigers are sitting at 80. It's inappropriate. It doesn't make sense. No, and that doesn't mean you light your money on fire, but there has to be a balance in here where you can't have. If your team is so poor they can't, not the Tigers, but like if you're Oakland, newsflash, shouldn't be a team. Move the team to Nashville, go spend some money.
Bro, you shouldn't have 8 teams that when they lose their first game, mathematically eliminated from the playoffs.
I have nothing else.
You know what I'm saying?
You
right.
win. You
because
always
at that point, you're at least competitive.
Nature. 248-539-9797. Get more of your calls. Touch Table on football as well. And Rico has a very special question for me at 4:15. 97.1.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. Diamond Sports has announced a multi-year contract with Amazon Prime, which will include all of FanDuel Sports Network's RSNs. Current Prime subscribers will have to purchase an add-on to view local team content. According to Dave Burkett, Derek Barnes was in the Lions locker room for the first time since his knee surgery. A return this season has not been ruled out, but Barnes admits chances are slim. The Red Wings are back on the ice tonight to begin a 4-game road trip at Pittsburgh. Derek Lalonde had a bounce back from a shutout over the weekend. Coverage begins at 7:15 right here on 97.1 The Ticket, which means the Pistons are over on WWJ tonight against the Bucks. Injury report not kind to Detroit today. Fontecchio, Hardaway Jr., and Jaden Ivey all sit out. Tip at 8. Both Joel Embiid and Paul George will also miss Phillies back-to-back with the Cavaliers due to load management.
Honestly, why are they even, just sit out the whole year at this point.
That's what it feels like. Cleveland's still undefeated at 12-0. Shohei Ohtani's 50-50 ball sold at auction for $4.4 million in October. 3 weeks later, it's now on display to the public in Taiwan, behind glass and under strict guard, according to Yahoo Sports. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's touch table on some football. David will provide some music. We got a lot of college football to talk about, including a playoff bracket. Oh, exciting. David.
Well, it is the college football playoff bracket.
Okay.
Mike.
All right, go ahead.
They gave us week 2 of what the rankings would be. So we're going to go over the fictitious games if they were to be played.
And whether I give a bleep.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
The Mike Valeni, do I give a damn meter?
Go ahead. This is all an exercise, people, to figure out if the 12-team playoff will actually serve the purpose that Rico said it would serve.
So, at number 9, Notre Dame will be traveling to Tennessee.
Love it. Big brands, helmet game, Rocky Top. One problem. The total on that game might be 6. As in 6 points. Those are two offenses. You can't have a functional passing game between them.
That's the first thing I said behind the glass. Like, you're right. The brands, yes, but the game?
Over under 37.5.
Unless Notre Dame treats Tennessee like a military academy.
Maybe. But again, helmet game, tradition, non-traditional opponent, and a play. Like, if that were a real game, that's something like, I haven't gone on my college football trip. That might be one where I'd be like, you know what? F it. Let's roll.
Funny you say that because there's one that I think we should do.
But that's a thumbs up. I would watch that. Yes.
Okay. Next game.
Okay.
We're traveling to Columbus. Number 5, the Ohio State Buckeyes hosting Boise State.
Out. That's a murder. They would need homicide chalk. No interest. Boise State can't stop a nosebleed. The only way they beat you, they try to sack you. That ain't going to work against OSU. And second of all, Ashton Genty, guys, he hadn't been the same since he blew his arm out against UNLV. Now he's wearing the J.J. Watt fashion sleeve. And they don't look – Boise doesn't look impressive enough. They were ratty against Nevada. It's another one. I'm going to say no to that game for me.
I'm going to be honest, and it would never happen, but if it was in Boise State, I would be interested to see Ohio State on that blue turf.
Well, that's different.
But it's never going to happen, so no, I'm good.
No, it's not. Michael, can I interest you in a road trip?
Yeah, hell yeah. Let's talk about it.
Let's head and drive down to Bloomington, Indiana. Number 7, Indiana, hosting Alabama.
In. And I would dress up as an elephant. In. I got to scout the New York Giants' future quarterback, Jalen Milroe. No, I would do that because, non-traditional place. The place would be electric. Bloomington, I've been to. I've been to The Rock before. Great tailgating.
Really?
Fun. Yeah, I have.
See, if you would have put that up on a board, that's one that I would have been like, Mike's not going to waste his time at Indiana.
I got bad news for you. It's approaching 20 years.
Okay.
I went and saw Drew Stanton play there.
All right. You know what? You were young.
Yes.
Mistakes were made.
Yeah, we did lots of road trips. But yes, I would do that because it's a chance to see Bama play live and then see all the idiot Hoosiers go home sad.
Yes, I would be interested in it, but let me give you what would happen. They would move the game to Indianapolis because of the whole rule of hotels and all of this other stuff.
I don't think they would.
Yes, they would.
I don't think they would move that game. If that's the case, if I'm Indiana, I would just opt out and say I don't want to be in the playoffs.
That would be my fear because of what they talked about.
I think you're just trying to create something, David. You're being a problem.
That's what they said.
No. Well, let's hope that the Colts will be playing a game that weekend.
I agree.
Next. Here's another road trip game. We're going to call this one the Spider-Man meme. We're headed to Happy Valley.
No, we're not.
Penn State will be hosting Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss.
Oh.
The Spider-Man meme. Who can gag this game away?
Yeah, you can't say that a week after Lane.
Okay, you know what? You're right.
Lane just sexed up Georgia. You can't do that.
Unless it's just the theory that a broken clock is right twice a day.
I don't want to. I would watch it. Let's go with the real theme of is this exciting to you? Yes. Now, if that game's at night and it's a playoff whiteout, oh mama.
I couldn't interest you on a trip?
No. Happy Valley's miserable.
So you'd watch it, but just not go.
Tulane Road, weird place, culty. Yeah, no, I have no interest.
It is weird.
And you can keep your ice cream. Overrated.
It is weird. I didn't get the ice cream.
Listen, you were too busy sashaying around tailgates. Go ahead.
No. I know.
Hi, my name's Rico. I have a man bag.
No, I don't, Mike. I have to carry equipment and stuff.
It's a fashion bag. People, you haven't lived until Rico rolls up to your tailgate. Go ahead, next game. These are real matchups from last night's playoff bracket.
All right, so let's go back to Notre Dame, Tennessee. Who would win that game?
Notre Dame.
Okay, Notre Dame in a neutral site against Oregon.
No. I think Notre Dame will get steamrolled. That's a bad game. You got to take on Oregon with no passing game. And I don't care how good your defense is against broke bleep offenses. You're going to face an Oregon team that's built different. Neutral site? No. Out.
Yeah, that's a helmet game. I love that matchup right
Okay,
there.
all
Seeing
right.
it on the field. But you're right. The game itself will probably be like, no.
Might be able to turn that one off at halftime.
Now, this falls in the system is not a system because last night the college football playoff committee just confused everybody. Ohio State was ranked higher, but because they didn't win the Big Ten, they put in a lower bracket. But you would get the Buckeyes, because I'm assuming the Buckeyes would be Boise State. Yes.
Yes.
Playing Miami on a neutral site.
Love it. Be 100 points scored in that game. Television delight, all in. And a rematch of the 0-1 championship game where Miami got absolutely screwed on a hokey PI.
You mean the flag that came 15 seconds later?
Oh, that'd be correct. That thing was later than a Blaha touchdown MSU.
Guys, if you don't remember that game, literally Miami was celebrating on the field. The game was over, and they stopped all the players and said, wait, there's a flag.
I love it. Yes, all in.
Yeah, that's a great matchup right there. Ohio State wouldn't have to worry about the trenches. Just throw the ball up and down the field.
Total set at 68.5. That would be a fun game. In
Indiana, Bama. Are we going, who's winning that game? Bama?
Bama. Come on now.
Yeah. Bama.
Okay, Bama?
In Indianapolis.
Well, we get the rematch. Alabama, Texas, neutral site.
All right. I mean, what's wrong?
Because Bama would get destroyed.
I don't know about destroyed, but I think Texas
they
wins.
would lose. Yes.
Yeah, and
I'm sorry.
It doesn't have the sizzle it had last year in Tuscaloosa. That was something new, different, just saw it. Fine enough, I'd watch it. I'm not going to lie to you and say no. Texas wins that game.
And in the free square category, Ole Miss, Penn State, who do we have winning that game?
Flip a coin.
On principle, I got to say Lane Kiffin.
Okay.
Because I want James Franklin to fight a fan at half. Well, you know how they do the scholarship kick at the end of the third? I want him to put an octagon out there and have Franklin versus a drunk student.
Well, would Ole Miss then get advanced to the semifinal because Ole Miss would play BYU in a neutral site game.
Oh,
I would pay so much money for Ole Miss to beat those overgrown 35-year-olds with 3 kids like a drum. Just, yes. Ole Miss by a zillion over those frauds.
yeah, they would. BYU? No. Can we get Colorado, please?
I'm with David on that one.
It's just based off of last night.
I
So,
know.
yes, it's like,
Lane
in my
Kiffin
opinion,
versus Prime. Oh, my God, is that theater? Yeah.
Oh, Joel Klatt, Gus, partner,
please,
and the All-American girl.
Nope.
This last question before we finish, David, if you could swing the mic over to Kenny Cott. Kenny, as of last night, Georgia was not in.
Yep.
As a Georgia fan you've won national titles, what's your level of interest in any of these games if Georgia does not make the playoffs?
I mean, I love college football, so the helmet games are probably the ones that get me. I'll still be watching. I'll still have interest. It'll just be like with that sadness deep inside of me that I'll be watching.
I remember how hurt you were last year. To see that this is going to be extended for weeks.
Yeah, this one will probably, at the beginning, I'll be resentful and spite watching it because Georgia not being in an expanded playoff is painful to watch. But yeah, I'll still have interest.
Will you be watching the Georgia bowl game, or would you just not give a damn?
Background noise.
Wow.
Okay.
Nice sport.
All right. That's your college football playoff week 2 bracket blitz 97-1. Hey, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren at 14 Mile and Mound, to be exact. Andrew and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. They will guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. Stop in, check out Hamilton's great inventory, including the November Rico deal, a new 2024 Chevy Equinox EVLT. This all-electric SUV has great incentives to drive off with a payment as low as $199 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down and you drive away with 10,000 miles a year. Yes, you heard me right. An Equinox EV for under $200. The Equinox EV has the power to go the distance, and Hamilton, they got them in stock right now, ready for immediate delivery. You know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Just stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
We've talked about David Feminino for a long time. Injury attorney, him and his team, fantastic. They have delivered results time and again for their injured clients. $3.5 million up to $11.5 million. And you need an attorney that will fight for you, but also you can get on the phone. Probably helps. Call David. He answers. 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getpaid.com. All right, so Rico and David have said, we've got a very special question for you in the 4 o'clock. I don't like surprises. I've been waiting for this all day. So what the hell is it you need? How can I assist?
We've been waiting all day.
Right.
For Wednesday afternoon.
Yeah. Technically waiting all day for 6 o'clock. But go ahead. What do you want to know? What do you want to do here?
It hurts my feelings, man. I enjoy spending
It's not
time
a you
with
thing.
You.
It's not a you thing. It's more of an all of this thing.
I took it personal.
Okay, well, cry about it. What do you want to do?
Mike, here's a question for you.
Okay.
We talked Michigan yesterday. You wanted to talk Michigan State. I was like, hold on. We're going to give them.
That's what this is.
We're going to give them equal time where we can ask the listeners and we can ask you a question.
All right, let me hear it.
So Michigan State head coach Jonathan Smith said on Monday, hey, we're excited about the opportunity this month. We've got 3 games in front of us. At Illinois, Purdue at home, Rutgers at home. They understand we've got a lot to play for this month, so I think they're going to be excited for that. I'm going to ask you this question, Mike. With 3 games left, you and the listeners, 248-539-9797. 3 games left for Michigan State. What does progress look like? Right now, 4 wins, 5 losses. The bowl carrot is still ahead of them, and it's obtainable. What does progress look like? What does success for a 4-win team currently at Illinois, which they're 2.5-point underdogs, Purdue on a Friday night, I know you'll be there, and then Rutgers to end the season? What does progress look like?
This is easy for me. Win all 3. There's no excuse. Illinois blows. Purdue's firing their coach. They're putting out emails to students saying, don't say mean things about the program. They're sitting there at 1-9. And Rutgers is ass. Win all 3. Look, here's my thing. The winning would be the only thing they have, because I have never felt there's no juice with this program. Nothing. It's like the Kremlin. You can't get nothing out of nothing. You wouldn't know if Jonathan Smith's alive. They're not recruiting worth a word I can't say. There's no grand, have you seen the artist renderings for the stadium? There's none of that. There's no, hey, we are going to do a $20 million fundraise for NIL. We got donors. They'll dollar match up to $10 million. We're calling it Spartans Balls Deep or something. Like, there's nothing. There's nothing. There's no juice. So the only thing I have left is they got to win all 3 of these games.
3-0. That's it.
That's the only thing. Okay. Anything, because remember when I said to you to start the year, 7-5, or you can go back to Oregon. It's ridiculous. Look at these 3 games. How could I tolerate a loss to any of these teams? They're all trash. We already handed away the BC game. And frankly, look, I'm not going to say we gave away the Michigan game. I just thought it was there for the taking. We didn't play well enough.
They didn't capitalize.
But my whole point is, I'm done with that. This season, it's what? What am I holding up? A win against Iowa? That's going to be my trophy? They got to win the last 3 games to make me feel decent about things, so I can go into the holiday season and pray to God that this recruiting thing is just a bad simulation. I don't know. Their recruiting looks like an auto draft at a fantasy football convention. Bob, why you got 7 kickers? I don't know what we're doing.
I was late. I didn't show up on time.
We're getting out-recruited by Cincinnati and South Florida. So for me, it's 3-0.
3-0.
So I'll take the slander. But understand the 3-0 is not just about, hey, they need to get to 7 like I wanted in the preseason. It's because if I have a pie graph of juice of Michigan State football, there's no pie. There's nothing surrounding this program. I am speechless because I love Jonathan Smith as a football coach. I saw what he did at Oregon State. I am the loser who liked the turnover chainsaw. But this is like, bro, are you here? Are you awake? Do you recognize you're not in Corvallis? This is the deep end of the pool.
It is a rather weird honeymoon period where, it kind of feels like a first date where you're just trying to sit and figure out what's going on, and it's a lot of awkward moments. Like, so you like pizza?
3-0. It's the only thing. Now, I'd love to hear your answer. David can comment. I don't care. I'd love to hear from the people. But let's face it. Michigan State football, when they play this way, if you get 5 calls out of this, you get free lunch from me.
Another free lunch?
Bro, I'm just saying. There's no grand, NIL thing to be excited about. There's no grand stadium renovation. There's no recruiting juice. There's just Stugotz. Nothing.
I'm with you. If you want to see real progress, you go 3-0.
Yes.
You want to see real progress, you go on the road to Illinois, which is a game that Vegas is saying you should win because the only advantage Illinois has is it's being played in Champaign.
You can't lose to a guy who wears a duvet cover as a quarter zip. Cannot.
You finish 7-5. You get the extra practices. You kind of can help out your quarterback and help out your young players. And you get yourself out of the quagmire that would be the bowl game in downtown
Detroit. So you're
Detroit.
with me 3-0.
Yes.
Okay, David, from aloft your ivory tower of U of M football. Go ahead.
Yeah, looking at the rest of the slate, you got to win all 3. You have to win all 3. There's no challenge in the last 3 games with Illinois, Purdue, and I cannot remember the last game, Rutgers.
Because you're not supposed to.
You can't lose any of those games. So 3. Yeah, you have to win all 3.
Because here's the thing. I said 7-5 is what I wanted to see. 6-6, okay, you made a bowl game. But if you lost one of these games.
It's 6-6 and you played Prairie View and Purdue.
And that's what I was going to
really
say. And that's what I was going to say. One of those wins was a Prairie View win. So, yeah, you need to go out there and you need to do something not expected. And you need to go out there and show me, coming off of another bye week, I would love to see what happened like when you came off the bye week and you played Iowa and you shocked the world. Like, wait a minute, maybe this team's going to be different.
Look, for all the concerns that Michigan fans had about Sharon Moore, I'll be candid with you. My concern with Jonathan Smith today is the only concern I had when he was hired. I told you, I respect what he's done as a coach, winning at a hard place, and I think he's got great schemes. I have no problem with kind of who he is and how he operates. I said my fear, he don't know nothing about this place, and he's never had to recruit against the big boys. At Oregon State, you're not recruiting against Oregon. You're not recruiting against USC.
Oh. I mean, I figured in state you were going up against Oregon. No.
Pull up Corvallis on a map. You're recruiting against cows, horses, and donkeys. It's just, it doesn't work that way. So, coming here, it's Notre Dame, Ohio State, Michigan, it's Iowa, it's Kentucky, it's all these programs. It's all these teams from 2 conferences. He's not recruiting. He's got no personality whatsoever. There's no buzz. There's no identifiable big fundraising outlay. Look, why am I seeing renderings from Mizzou? Missouri?
Well, you technically have the work that's going on for the complex. The stadium? No. I'm saying the athletic complex that Ishbia kicked the money in for. The practice facility.
Let me give you my non-audio response to that.
The practice facility is going to be pretty nice.
That's great. My point to you is 3-0 is the only salvation in an otherwise miserable season, and now what is just extending to be a miserable, largely, decade of state football. I need juice. I need something. Well, if there's any hope that this guy's going to come out from his slumber in the offseason and fix this team, go 3-0. Otherwise, what are you selling? Hey, come on here for the come to state. We do mediocre things. What are we selling? Yeah, right. Kenny, exactly. Whee! Hey, what are we doing?
Is that sign language of some sort? I haven't seen that one before.
Yeah. Up next, I'll be doing the sign language for the governor. You know, like they do the hand signals. Those people are so intense. I love those people. They're amazing.
No. You can YouTube this. You need to see the signers at rap concerts.
What?
Yeah. You know how people do sign language for the governor and all that? Rap concerts, there's this young lady, and she does signing. You're watching her. You're not watching the act. I'll just say that. I'm not kidding. David, you've seen it, right?
I have seen it. Yeah.
She's phenomenal. Like, you end up watching her.
Okay. Can you get me video evidence of sign language to hit him up? Can you do that for me?
I don't know about that song, but I'll find a video or something.
Do that for me.
There's yeah.
Wow.
Remember the song WAP? She did sign language.
Amazing. Okay, then.
I'll just leave it at that.
248-539. You know what? At this rate, we got plenty of scholarships available for football at State. Here you go. Here's one for you. I don't play. I don't know. Just do hand signals. 248-539-9797. We'll get your phone calls coming up next. Northville Lumber. Talk about them all the time. Oldest company in the state. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks or sells more Trex than Northville. They moved enough product to cover 26 football fields. They do it because they have it in stock. Some of it as low as $1.59 a foot. So take advantage of it. Get that deck built before the spring rush. They'll intro you to a Trex certified pro. Just call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, David, a few ticket texts get to the callers here. Touch the table on some football at 4:45. What do you have for us?
I think Michigan State should win all 3, but I think they win 2 and finish 6-6 bowl eligible, and that is okay for me.
Yeah, okay.
Progress would be Coach Smith looking like he wants to be in East Lansing. Oh, nice game time last night. That is from Jason.
6-6 gets you right down at Ford Field. Okay.
Honestly,
Now, we talked about the noon, a 2 o'clock game, December 26th.
Yeah.
Nothing says college football like that.
I don't really want to say what I was going to say.
Okay. All right.
No, because people they'll get all bent out of shape. And I don't need a coach to be a carnival barker. I don't need him doing stupid stuff or jumping in pools fully clothed or being a weirdo. But I mean, right now, Jonathan Smith, could we not be white Monty Williams? Could we just look like we want to be here? Could we have a little energy? Could I just find tangible evidence you're having a modicum of fun?
Yeah, I'm hoping that he's just giving that almost like that Columbo vibe where he appears to be this way, but really
confused white guy.
No,
what vibe are we shooting for?
I'm
here?
saying he's really an evil genius and he's really smart and knows what he's doing. He's just portraying an image right now.
We have 14 kids in our recruiting class. 0 of them are 4-stars.
Okay.
It's a bit of an issue.
Signing day is still a little bit away. Still got a little over a month.
Aha. Go ahead, David.
Someone wants me to read this. How do I join and donate to Spartans Balls Deep?
I was making a point. Other programs, you can just, Ole Miss NIL, and it's the Grove Collective, and it's like zaniness, and you get things and fun, and you go, wow, there might be hope here. You go to MSU NIL, you get a story about how kids almost walked off the team last year against Iowa. There's just nothing. New coaches take over. Things are supposed to be new. There's nothing.
I'm an MSU fan. I genuinely don't think they win another game this season.
Oh,
I
come
hope
on.
Childs hits the portal and Smith is fired.
All right, listen. Hey, signed Wolverine scumbag. And I respect that level of hatred. But don't lie and say you're a State fan. Just don't. Say you're a Wolverine fan and you want to go drop, money on Nick Marsh. I'd halfway respect
I think the end of it tells you what he really is. He just hates Childs and Smith.
Right, I'm going to say, so if you're a State fan, what do you want? What are you rooting for?
He wants them fired and he wants them in the transfer portal, so that's why he's rooting for them to lose the rest of the game.
Which I'd be fine with. Just don't make up stuff. You're not a State fan. It's ridiculous.
So you can go to the portal and start all over again. Okay.
3-0 for MSU to be successful. Michigan and BC losses were choke jobs. Need more of Iowa and Maryland level performances.
Sure.
Actually, need more of Iowa. Maryland you were choking that game away too, and then Marsh saved you.
All right, we got a couple of people who still want to rap about the bias thing, and then we got some state stuff. So let's go to Drew just to keep it relevant, and then we'll get to the baseball stuff. Drew, go ahead, buddy.
Hey, guys. Hope you're doing good. I don't think there's any way that I can be satisfied with MSU's season unless they end with a winning record. I don't care if that means they go 3-0 in the regular season for the rest of it or if they win a bowl game. They got to go 7-6 or 7-5. And I need Childs to look like the guy that we're paying $1 million or whatever it is, too.
Yeah, the Childs thing, I have tried to, I don't know, Drew, it's tough because on one hand, I'm with you. And on the other hand, I have to be very candid. This is one of the worst offensive lines from a pass pro standpoint in my adult life at Michigan State. This line it's vomit. It's atrocious. And I mean, for a lot of the year, run game not functional. So let me get this straight. You can't run it and you can't protect me. But yes, some of Aiden's decisions, it wouldn't matter if he had better protection. They were ridiculous decisions. So I hear you. But this offensive line is just, I can't even say what I want to call it.
No, I mean, the only positive thing I can say about the offensive line, it's not as bad as last year's line. Last year's line was worse.
What's worse, this offensive line or Mel Tucker's decision-making? Probably a push.
I was about to say, no, at least for Aiden, the thing that he's still making bad choices, but I like the fact that he's throwing the ball out of bounds, that he's just not the turnover machine like he was early in the season. He's turned it over once a game, but earlier this year, it was just like 3-4 times like, Aiden, what are you doing? He's learning.
Oh, good. Glad we're paying to learn. Robert, 97.1. What's up, Rob?
Hey, guys. So I think we all agree Scott Harris is not a moron. So
No.
With everything that he stands for, he's analytically driven. He's a baseball guy, yet he refuses to spend money or buy out anything because Javi Baez should be the bane of his existence because he doesn't do anything well. He can't hit. He strikes out a ton, and his defense is atrocious. And so what I'm fearful of is here's what our offseason is going to look like. Everybody stays, plus we're going to bring back Musty, JV, Yohan Moncada, and Whit Merrifield. I mean, it's an absolute...
Robert, and you have every right to have that fear. And the only reason I'm not flipping out today is because I have to wait until, the blood is dry in the offseason. But Robert, I start to question, okay, he says he has support from Chris Ilitch. Then why wouldn't you use it to buy out Javi?
Well, and I mean, why aren't you getting the fans excited saying you don't have to go into specifics because I kind of feel like a lot of our GMs kind of say a little too much, especially Al Avila. I mean, that dude would tell you, what he had for breakfast yesterday. But this team needs more talent to get more, just more in, just to be able to grow the young kids, whether you're bringing up kids from the farm system or or you're making things better with the young kids that are already
Robert,
there.
they can package it whatever way they want. It's a bottom line game. And when you don't spend money and you have one of the lowest payrolls in the league after a playoff miracle, it only leads people that are reasonable to one conclusion. It's that you refuse to spend. And ultimately, I don't respect it. Hope I'm wrong. I hope Alec Bregman descends on one of Rico's UFOs and we can all have a fun day. But they got to show it. They got to do it. I don't respect running a baseball team this way. Why? Because I like World Series. And only one team in 30 years has done it with a sub-average payroll. One, the 04 Marlins. That's it. It's just not difficult. We'll go to Jim in Birmingham. He'll get the last word on this deal, and we'll move along. Jimmy, what's going on, buddy? I'm sorry that took so long. What's up?
Hey, Mike. How are you?
I'm excellent. What's on your mind?
Feeling good? No. Hey, a few segments back, you brought up, you drilled down on the GM meeting.
Yeah.
And you said that the Tigers weren't living a movie, but you were wrong. You just had the wrong movie. It's not Moneyball and Brad Pitt. We're talking about John Candy and Tommy Boy. So you got Chris Ilitch starring as Tommy Boy, who doesn't have the ability to run an organization like the Tigers. He's doing the best he can, but, that's not good enough. So, if they take a chapter out of the Lions' history, and put someone from the family in or get someone to run the team like Sheila Hamp Ford did with the Lions, they'll be better off because I think Chris is looking at, he's spending his money. It's coming out of his pocketbook. And, you can't look at it that way. The Tigers have what? They spent they had a payroll of $130 million.
Oh, lower than that. Their payroll right now is projected at $80 million.
Well, how does that compare with the Yankees and the Mets and the other teams that made it, much further than
20. Well, if you want to be,
they're spending $400 million a year.
League average is what I've asked for. League average is going to be about $170 million this year. You're $90 million under league average. That's an embarrassment.
Well, you want to know something? They got to double their payroll. That means they're overspending for players to come here because nobody wants to come here if they're not going to get paid, and if they're not going to be contending for a World Series. They don't want to come here. You're going to have to pay a premium. And if Chris Ilitch is a businessman, he realizes that. I mean, you got franchises of Little Caesars all around the world, and you've got one that's underperforming, making $100 a month. What do? You get in there, you spruce it up, maybe you move it across the street to the new strip center, and you make it more attractive to the public to come and shop the business. And that's the position he's in right now. The window is small. He's got this opportunity, or it's going to wait another 20 years, and one of his kids will take over the team and he'll do the
Well,
business.
and Jim,
that
listen,
Dad couldn't do.
and I have always held this belief, and it's not specific to the Tigers. It's any of these. But a lot of times in sports, when you see owners who won't spend, they are often the children of the guy who bought the team. I mean, it's just what it is. I'm not asking him to do anything out of turn or out of pocket. But if they go through this offseason and they don't make some expenditures, I'm saying the ultimate goal is I want to have a league average payroll and win a World Series. I don't need him to spend all $90 million right now. I can't say that enough. But you got to meet me in the middle. I mean, the idea that Javi Baez on a whiteboard hey, I'm in the world headquarters. If that legitimately is what they plan on doing, is a platoon of Baez and Sweeney at short, that's insulting. It just really is. 248-539-9797. All right, football season. Elevate your tailgating. Moran Buick GMC. You could lease the 24 Sierra Elevation Edition. $259 a month, 24 months. They're also offering GM employee pricing on all 25 Buick Encores, including the GX Sport. 39-month lease. 0 down, 0 first payment, 0 security deposit. New stock arrives every single day. And if you have anything wrong with your current vehicle, go to MoranExpress.com. Certified service. Moran Express, they got you covered. Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor. Or visit them online again at MoranExpress.com.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. The Lions injury report is in. Sam Laporta did not practice with his shoulder injury in his day-to-day. Taylor Decker also missed with the same ailment, one that he sustained in practice last week. Malcolm Rodriguez was limited as well. After his game-winning field goal against the Texans, Lions kicker Jake Bates has been named the NFC Special Teams Player of the Week. It's the second time this year he's been tabbed with that honor. The Pistons were 7.5-point favorites entering the day before the injury report ruled Fontecchio, Ivy, and Hardaway out. All three of those guys played in the win last night, but not a surprise that Hardaway is out given he was wheelchaired off the floor. His CAT scan came back negative, however, and is missing tonight due to a head laceration. The new line is a 6.5-point underdog for Detroit. Here, Mark Champion's call on WWJ News Radio 950 at 8. The ticket will carry the Red Wings tonight as they look to bounce back from a 4-0 loss. Pittsburgh on tap. They've lost 3 of their last 4. Pregame coverage at 7:15. San Antonio Spurs head coach Greg Popovich hasn't been coaching for more than a week because of a mild stroke he suffered on November 2nd. Still no estimated time frame for him to return, but he's expected to fully recover. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I am Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock. Good to have you with us. We're going to take a trip to a scary place. It's called Scott Harris's Whiteboard. So in today's Free Press, the reminder is going to be, we can't judge what the Tigers say. We got to judge what they do. But in real time, yeah, what they're saying, it's a bummer. It's awful. Here's today's piece. Now, this is following yesterday where Evan Petzold wrote the piece. They're not interested in long-term pitchers. So one-year guy, right? We're going to go to the DVD bin again. They don't want to do any long-term on any bats. If you had, we don't want to block the kids on your bingo card. We got that from Scott Harris. And today, I think this is something where, again, I will tell you my displeasure, but I'm not going to kick and scream and go nuts because I got to wait and see if this is true. But the Detroit Tigers have a plan for the shortstop position, and the plan features Javi Baez. If all goes as planned, Baez and Trey Sweeney are going to share the shortstop position in a platoon in 2025. Quote, it makes sense on a whiteboard. President of Baseball Ops Scott Harris said at the GM meetings, we'll see how they perform and how they respond, but first, just get Javi healthy to see if it's even a possibility. I feel better about the position than I did as recently as 5 months ago. And they just go on to talk about it, and he goes, look, here's what Harris said. Now, again, before the hip surgery, Baez hit 184. Our hope is he's moving better, and as a result, cleaning up of the hip. When he's moving better, he tends to clean up a lot of the swing stuff. Really? Baez is owed $73 million over the final 3 years of his deal. For years, the Tigers have been trying to fix Baez. His offense is the problem. Quote, if he comes back and he can rotate the way he did, certainly in Chicago, which is like 5, 6, 7, 10 years ago, there is a role for him on this team. We're focused on trying to get him healthy and then seeing the greater ability to rotate will do to his swing. We have every expectation he'll be able to help us. The best version of Javi Baez helps this team. Okay, so no yelling, no screaming. It doesn't serve a purpose today. I'm asking you guys, the paying customer. I'm asking you guys, the people that so desperately want this team to end a 40-year streak of not winning the World Series. What is your response to all this? Respond to what they're telling you. Now, again, what they end up doing may be different. Like if I made a deal with the devil and I said, hey, all right, they're not going to buy out Baez, which Petzold says in plain language. They're not buying him out. But if you lived with a platoon of Javi and Sweeney at short, but what if all of a sudden Alex Bregman descended from the clouds? It's a different tenor. I'll never be happy with Harvey on this team. But when they're out here telling you we're not signing a pitcher to a long-term deal, they're not going to go past 3 or 4 years of term for a bat, well, that eliminates you from getting any bat anyone really cares about. And now you hear straight up, not buying out Baez. This is a team that made the playoffs. And I know it was inexplicable and voodoo and magic. And bottom line, they made it. Mm-hmm. And some of it was very believable, right? I mean, Rico, they have the AL Cy Young Award winner at the top of the rotation. Yeah. Oh, by the way, that's the other thing that came out. Non-competitive offer to Skubal. So when we start stacking these on our whiteboard, how could the reaction be anything other than they're running like a small market team?
Yeah, it's a deep sigh of disbelief. When you see everything stacked all up, you're just like, really? No, not you, but that was my reaction. When you look at it on a whiteboard, to me, what you see is an organization that is telling you, I know what we gave you last year at the end of the year. Don't expect that again. Lower your expectations. I know you want us to go all in. We're not. We're not ready for that yet. We have a plan. We just exceeded that plan too soon, prematurely, but let's just go back to the way we want to do things. That's what that tells me. Don't expect anything major to happen. Let's not block the kids. We're still going to go,
but in a year,
business as usual.
In a year, you're going to roll out premium seating.
Yes. Makes no sense.
248-539-9797. And again, I want to say this for the people in the back. I'm not asking them to increase the payroll by $100 million in one season. I'm not asking that. But if league average is sitting there at about 170 and you're at 80, can we just bridge the gap? You know what I don't want to read about? Non-competitive offers to Skubal. You know what I don't want to read about? We can fix Javi. We're not buying him out. You know what I don't want to read about? 1 year arms are what they're interested in. What are we doing here? I mean, it is very difficult because, guys, look, if you want your team to run this way, I'm not mad at you. We just don't see the world the same way. The last 30 years, I think that's a pretty good sample size. One team has outsmarted the system. One. The 04 Marlins. The other 29 years, every team had a payroll 14 or higher. I mean, I don't know what I'm supposed to tell you, the listener. But again, I am trying to show personal growth. I want to melt down. I don't respect this style of baseball. I don't like it. I told you guys that during the Magic. Enjoy this. This ain't sustainable. This isn't how you win in this sport. Oh, but the A's, went past the ALDS once? Never won a thing. Like, if you want to have a poster of Billy Bean above your bed, that's your business. That's just not, in a sport that is capless, I don't respect those who don't spend. Mm-hmm. So, show me. I don't want to hear you talk it, walk it. So, I'll wait and see. But I will tell you, if Javi Baez trots out of that dugout on opening day, it's an if. But if he does, I would take that. That's a personal affront to the fans. How can you ask us for our money? You're playing a guy who hurts this team because you're too cheap to buy him out. That's what this messaging says.
Loud and clear.
Now again,
hold
on. Rigo, he left himself an out. And I'm leaving myself an out. If this is true, if this happens. But man, can you imagine opening day if Javi Baez in that lineup?
Oh, no, it's a repackaging of Javi. He went away. He had the surgery. He's going to be back. We're going to platoon him. You're going to love it. Trust me. You like what we did at third base last year? Wait till you see what we do.
I want to ask you a question. And if you want time to think about it, you're welcome to it. But I want to ask you this question.
Okay.
Did making the playoffs hurt us? Did making the playoffs get them high on their own supply?
No. Who is us? Let's define that. The fans?
Hurt us in that the Tigers think they can do this. Like, we can be cheap. We can play small market ball. We'll show you. I'm asking. I don't know that.
Scott Harris basically said it, though. If our young guys just get a little bit better, I'm not saying it to be funny. I think you can just get high on your own supply that way.
See, I think making the playoffs, it hurt them because they didn't need the team to be this good, because it hurt them because you raised fans' expectations too soon. And now you're like, oh, shoot.
Oh, my God, I have to do my job? Wow.
We can't run this back. How can we make this seem like, guys, I know we had fun last year, but we're going to stick to the plan. You can't do that anymore because fans experience success.
Rico,
they loved it.
The plan never made sense because the plan pre-Miracle was geared towards, what do we talk about? Well, guess we're waiting for Clark and McGonigal and Bergeno or whatever his name is. That's not a plan.
Right.
That's a kicking of the can.
Right. But now people showed up to park. They were selling out the place. I mean, we're downtown doing shows.
Work with me. So if they spend something, they get a player in here or two that you could put on the season tickets. That'll get $3 million through the gate.
Yes.
You spend it to make it.
Yes. But it will require you to actually
try
advance your process. I think they had a process and they wanted to go step by step. Okay. What you did last year, it hurt the team because they weren't ready for that. This team wasn't supposed to do that. They defied all logic.
But they did, and look, it's running a business, okay? You can scale up, scale down, and your quarterlies are going to dictate some of those things. Okay, you had a wonderful quarterly, a wonderful year end. I cannot imagine Baez trotting out of that dugout. Go ahead, Kenny. What?
I was just thinking, or do they think they can do both? Shake both hands. Wait for the Max Clarks and the McGonigals to come up while these young guys right now that are in the lineup continue to hopefully get better in their eyes, and they can win now while waiting for the young guys to keep coming up.
Oh, that's smartest guy in the room stuff.
I agree, and I don't like that idea, but I think that could be on the table. Might be, looks like, possibly, not saying it is.
Right, but here's an idea, right? Like if you're sitting there and you're telling me that you're going to give 600 at-bats to Young and McKinstry and, some Frankenstein at third base, that's dishonest. If you're going to have Baez, Sweeney at short, that's not credible. I mean, for God's sakes, guys, there is a way to bridge this where if your biggest problem in your life is I have a really good prospect at third, but I have an all-star third baseman. Oh, no. Tell your friends. They'll all feel bad for you. Like, what? I don't understand this. I mean, even if Harris is thinking that, why say that?
I just have the bad feeling that we're going to hear the word blocked quite a bit this season.
We already did. It was on your bingo card yesterday in the free press.
And I hope it stays on your bingo card because you're going to be putting B29 down quite a bit.
Just once again, they're not showing any sign. See, this is my one problem. Everybody in this town wants to defend the owner. And go, oh, no, he'll spend. You're mean. Show me some evidence of it. So now again, I will stand and applaud when they do. But so far, here's what we got. Non-competitive offer to Scooble, Baez on the whiteboard.
And 1-year contracts is what we're looking for.
Tell me again they're willing to do it. When the core is set, we'll spend. I got great support from ownership. Is the core not here? Like you don't get to shine your chandelier about the miracle and then 10 minutes later be like, well, core's not ready. So which is it? Talk to me, people. I need counseling. 248-539-9797.
Sorry, Mike. Go ahead. Okay, personal growth. All right. Hey, you want a career in radio, TV, you're a graphic design artist. Let me tell you about Specs at LTU. It is the place to get you started on your new path. All you got to do is just be curious and go and visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You will learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by people like myself who work in the business. Means we're not going to waste your time. You're going to learn from day one what it takes to succeed. And classes are starting year-round, so you don't have to wait to the end of the typical semester. Just go on the website, find out when the next class starts, and sign yourself up. It is very simple. And with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you will learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Companies out there advertising BOGO on AC and furnaces. Come on, man. You guys know better than that. You're smarter than that. You want a real deal, you go to Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, Electrical. Got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They'll beat any price. And now you bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace, you will save up to $2,000. Go to mastercraftheating.com. All right, straight to the people. We go to Scott in Farmington Hills. He's leading off in the 5 o'clock. Hello, Scotty.
Hey, Mike. All right, listen, guys. You don't have to rant and rave and get angry because I will. If they're not serious, and I'll say this with the if that you had, right? If they're not serious about winning or playing a brand of baseball that is a winning brand of baseball, not just here's some magic beans, Chris and my. Guys, then I'm not interested in paying for it, and neither should anybody else.
Agreed.
And I think that this even goes further than you'll call me crazy, but remember when we were out there, go get Pudge, go buy Hot and Ready's. guys, we're not buying anything. Don't go buy Hot and Ready's. Don't go buy anything to do with the Illiches, because I don't think that they're serious about winning in this town.
I mean, look, Scott, I don't ever begrudge people who look, I'm not going to give them my money if they're not going to give me what I want. They're an entertainment product. It's no different than being a movie studio. If you don't make entertaining movies, I'm not paying to watch them. I'm not mad at you for it.
Yeah. I mean, I used to be a season ticket holder. I wasn't for a little bit of time for multitude of reasons. They got good, got hot, and I said, you know what, we're going to go to the playoff games. And I got a litany of calls from their ticket reps because they were finally able to sell something. And they said the only way that you'll get season or playoff tickets was if you bought season tickets. And I said, I'm not buying season tickets. You got to show me. And I found the way around it, buying single game tickets. But I'm still getting phone calls every day and emails. Get ready for the season. We're probably not going to raise our tickets.
Now, if you got that phone call after reading the newspaper or listening to your favorite radio show that they had signed Alex Bregman and Corbin Burns, would your attitude be a little different?
Take my money is probably what he'd say.
I'd have a 27-game package ready to go.
Weird.
It's not even a question. But they're not serious about putting people through the turnstiles. And I'm not serious about if they're not serious about that, then I'm not serious about giving them my money. I could go down and get a ticket for $5 on a Tuesday night if I really wanted to go and enjoy the night out there. I don't have to give them
here's the reality, and you're not wrong in any way, shape, or form. The reality is they might be serious about winning, but it's in a way that none of us find exciting, interesting, or palatable. It's just we do not exist in Oakland. This is not Cincinnati. This is not Tampa, where the roof just blew off our stadium. This is Detroit. And while we can't be LA or New York, payroll-wise, we sure as hell have to be better than what we are. And when people go, oh, my God, why are you so focused on the payroll? Are they supposed to just burn their money? No. I have a glaring hole at third base. I have a glaring hole at shortstop. I have a glaring hole at first. I have a glaring, desperate need for a high-end right-handed bat. I have a need to put someone with Skubal to take the pressure off of Job and Olsen, to have a legitimate number one on most teams, but he'd be a number two on mine arm. These are needs. These are needs that can be addressed if you're willing to pay to freight. I'm tired in this town of being vilified for wanting to operate commiserate with the type of town we are. This is a damn good sports town. Act like it.
It is. The fans show you more. You win, they're there.
Javi Baez on the whiteboard. Look, he's leaving himself out. I hope it's not true, but hope is not a strategy. If Javi's out of that dugout, you're telling me you're not a serious. You're just not serious people. Mm-hmm. Let's go to Steve, 97.1. Stevie, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys, I'm doing pretty good. The Javi thing is just killing me, though. How can this organization even bring up his name? He's going to have this hip surgery, and he's going to come back, and that's going to fix all his hitting problems. I don't watch a lot of baseball. I've seen enough Javi Baez at-bats to tell you that it has nothing to do with his swing. It's his eyes. The guy can't tell the difference between a ball and strike. Plain and simple.
Well, and what's happening to him happens to a lot of players as they age, that if you're a free swinger at age 23, 24, as you age, as the league is caught up to you, it falls apart, and it's fallen apart. I mean, again, Steve, when he got hurt, come on, man, he was on pace to have the worst OPS in the modern history of the game. It's just, even if Scott Harris can't say what's really on his mind, you don't say this. You agree with me on that? Like, my God, just don't do this. Don't say this.
Yeah, it's just disappointing. I mean, just leave his name out of it.
Yeah, and it's going to be more. And again, and Scott Harris played the card in the article of, shortstops are scarce. Right, that's why Willy Adames is probably going to get the better part of $200 million. I'm not asking you to do that. I'm just asking you to get this guy, the HELL hell out of town.
Right.
And the fact is, if Evan Petzold can put in writing they are not buying him out, I don't think he's reaching for the clouds. They're openly telling you we won't write that check. That's what they're telling you. There is no justification for saying he can help us at this salary. Get him off the roster. Otherwise, AJ's managing a 25-man roster instead of 26.
Yeah, because at that point, okay, so what does he do well? Justify keeping him on the roster.
Scott Harris believes this ball club is set up for Javi to help them because he's a right-handed bat, and they need that. Can you believe that? So if what Scott Harris was saying is true, Javi would be tradable. One problem. He's not. The general consensus of Javi from the rest of Earth is this.
Yeah, everybody's seen him, the memes of him swinging, getting struck out by Sister Jean. Yes.
Go to John, 97.1. Johnny, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike, how's it going tonight?
Good. What's on your mind?
A couple quick points. I think that making the playoffs last year might have been the worst thing, like Rico said, because it sped up the fans' timeline, but it pushed back Harrison Illich's timeline. Because now they can rerun it with the same crew with some cheap upgrades until the Max Clarks and the rest of the guys can come up and contribute.
Can I ask a question, though, John? And I'm being sincere. Yeah. Why do we act as if, first of all, why do we act as if we know Max Clark's going to be any good? Do I need to start the list of failed prospects, elite ones? But here's number two. Why do we act that anything we're doing today in any way alters his timeline or blocks him? I'm talking about guys like Alex Bregman or Christian Walker. I'm talking about, hey, go and get a legitimate arm to go with Skubal. None of these things have anything to do with Max Clark.
Mike, I totally agree with you because if you remember, I'm going to bring up the John Smoltz trade. Oh, you traded a Hall of Famer. No, we didn't. We traded a guy that was in low A ball that we didn't know was going to be a Hall of Famer. My other point, Mike, real quick, is if you take what Juan Soto wants, which is $60 million a year, and you can sign him for 10 years, you give Skubal the 42 that he's requesting, you still are under the payroll of the median of the league. You're at payroll. 151 is the average.
And I understand your point, but I want to be clear about this. First of all, I think it would take more than that to get him to Detroit. And two, I don't think that's advisable. I don't. I love Juan Soto. Clearly, he plays for my team, or at least he did. The point is, I don't think that's advisable. I'd much rather take the $60 million and go get 3 ball players.
Yeah.
And not commit what could be. Did you see Toronto might offer him 15 years? Yeah. You can have that. I don't need that.
You've already experienced that here. It's called Miggy.
And again, Juan Soto's a really good baseball player, but he doesn't run. He's not a great fielder. He's a superb hitter. Power, contact, walks, superb. But let's not act like he's Mike Trout in his prime, where you might, barring injuries, you could have said, all right, well, sign that guy for 12 years. He's not. I mean, even Ohtani at some point is going to do both. He's going to pitch and hit.
Right.
All right, good talk. Now, listen, take a moment, look up at your roof. Is it ready for winter? Well, how the hell am I supposed to know? I'm not 50 feet tall. The point is, Victor's will get up there and take a look for you. Victor's Home Solutions, they're free 21-point roof inspection. They'll check everything from the top of the roof, catch even the tiniest issue, then present you a plan, then move ahead with perfect installations every time and a 50-year leak-free guarantee. You're covered decades to come. No more wondering what's going on up there, and no more waiting for a callback. Free 21-point roof inspection. Call 734-773-1100 or visit victors.com. It's Victor's Home Solutions.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. ESPN announcing that the Tigers will be a part of an opening day doubleheader on Thursday, March 29th or 27th on the network. They'll take on the Dodgers in LA as they hoist their World Series banner. Will Javi Baez be their starting shortstop on that night? Evan Petzold wrote today that the team will likely platoon Baez and Trey Sweeney next season. Baez would play against lefties with Sweeney against righties. The article quotes Scott Harris from last week saying, quote, "It makes sense on a whiteboard. We'll see how they perform and how they respond. First, we have to get Javi healthy for that to even be a possibility. I feel better about the shortstop position now than I did as recently as 5 months ago," end quote. The Wings skate in Pittsburgh tonight. Penguins have a similar record to Detroit at 6-9-2. You can hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Puck drop at 7:30. Pittsburgh, fresh off dealing away one of their forwards, Lars Ehlers, yesterday for draft picks. The Pistons weren't given a lot of time to ride the high of their OT win last night. Early this afternoon, the injury report read that Hardaway Jr., Fontecchio, and Jaden Ivey would all miss tonight's game against the Bucks. Milwaukee has just 2 wins this season as well. You can hear the game over on WWJ News Radio 950 at 8 p.m. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 6 or at 971theticket.com.
Well, I'd ask for David to read some ticket text, but David is currently yelling at Wojo in the bullpen area, and Kenny is already headed to the dive bar this evening. No joke. He really is going to a dive bar tonight. David, a few ticket texts before Wojo comes in with Jeff, maybe.
Yeah, we'll see. He's trying to get Bryce Underwood to Michigan. I am not sure why anyone would buy season tickets if it's this way. They continue to operate this way. I would not buy the tickets.
Just remember, what they do and what they say can be two completely different things. But we are in the world of reacting to things right now. We're not going to sit here and ignore it. I don't like anything I'm hearing right now. No, I don't think it makes me a bad person. And I'm not sitting here dropping a bomb on the team. But if these things are true, you're like, yeah, I'm not interested.
Very concerning.
It's no different than me looking at a movie preview and going, nope, not for me.
Well, that's a good way of putting it. You don't see the whole movie,
right?
But you see a glimpse, and you can either say I'm buying in or I'm going to
people
pass.
flip out because they think Scott Harris is going to pay their mortgage, so they got to defend it. It's like, well, you don't have to defend nothing. I saw the movie trailer. I don't want to watch it.
Man, Mike, that is a really good analogy because, yeah, I've seen people who say a trailer and it's like, take my money. I'm in.
There it is.
Can't wait.
That's right. So I can't figure people out. That's all.
Just name me, okay? Yes, I said that when I saw Gladiator 2, okay? When I saw the trailer,
actually, I
all
wasn't
right?
even talking. I was going to say, Mike, you're not into it. Was like every Marvel back in the day when every superhero movie came out, you were like, yep, and I'm going. Gladiator 2, you're on your own for that.
I don't understand. Why? Gladiator was a fabulous movie. Who asked for a part 2?
Let's make a sequel to 7 and call it 8.
Right.
Because, we'll find out what's in the box.
Gladiator 2 is Big Noon Kickoff. Something no one asked for.
Mm-hmm. I can't wait to see it.
You know what, David? I got a feeling it's going to be like that 4th Matrix movie. Waste of time.
Oh, that was a waste of time.
Or
Yes.
Godfather 3.
Also a waste of time.
Total
Yes.
embarrassment.
But you enjoy that.
While they get ready, let me read this. The man bag is real. I saw with my own eyes tailgating at the Ohio State-Michigan State game. # man bag from Kyle and Plymouth.
You have a man bag?
He has a tailgate bag. He sachets between tailgates, and he could bring a backpack, but it's more of a fashion bag. It's very exciting stuff.
It's a smaller backpack.
It's a merce, a man purse.
It's just a smaller backpack.
It's a merce.
That term seems maybe a tad offensive.
Merce?
A merce. Man purse, yeah.
Yeah.
Look,
It's just a bag.
Understand. It's not a judgment. I don't think Rico is wrong. I'm simply saying he doesn't bring any old bag. He's got a very fashionable
Is it
man
a
bag.
satchel?
Is it like a Louis Vuitton?
It's a satchel,
I can't
isn't
comment
it?
on that. I'm not going to out this guy. It's his prerogative what he wants to buy.
It's a Kroger bag.
No,
it is not.
No, it is not.
You guys do a lot about what Rico brings or uses because it wasn't too long ago. You guys talked a lot about the silver bowls. Where is
He don't mess with the silver snack bowl no more. He's got a streamlined snack box now.
You know what? Because you chase him away from it because you make fun of it.
Exactly. You embarrass him.
Right.
I don't. There's nothing embarrassing.
We're acting like he's not sitting right here.
Poor Rico.
Yeah.
What are you guys gonna? Are you guys gonna bicker?
We're gonna bicker. Only if Rieger irritates me. But no, we'll
Just
chat.
remember what I said to you 10 minutes. Find a middle ground.
You don't like the middle ground. What do you want us to
Yeah,
be?
the middle ground really doesn't sell.
Yeah, that's Mike.
Doesn't
Come on,
resonate.
everybody.
Oh, yeah. Kumbaya.
Come together.
So that's
on my middle
compromise.
ground.
Exactly.
Please. We are. We'll get in a little bit to the Baez thing, which
See, I don't like that tone.
I
don't like that tone.
Patronizing and downplaying it, right? That's what I'm doing. Yes, I am. But I would, whatever. Well, we can argue that if you
Can't
want.
you just? Here's what I want to do.
No.
Rieger, put the list of everything we're hearing.
Yeah,
and it's all.
Oh, I
if
got
it's-
that list,
It's
by the way,
all
on my
if
iPhone.
it's true. I think the idea is, Bob, not only going through what you think is true or not, but assume it is true for a moment. what is your reaction?
Oh, I wouldn't like that.
Then
we've
arrived at a good place.
Okay, but do not mislead people. Rieger started with he's the shortstop. He's already in. They've already said it.
Well, they didn't give us another plan. They just said
this show did not do that.
No, he did. And the quote said, if he comes back, if this. Well, of course that's what they're going to say. They're not going to say, even if he's better, we don't want him.
But why would they put a little more thinking of it into that? Like, it's not just on the whiteboard. There's no other plan. It's Sweeney and Baez.
I'm going to leave you two to it.
On
all right.
the whiteboard is a clue that it's only on the whiteboard.
Rico,
we're not done. We're just
had the whiteboard.
Be curious.
What color marker you think they used?
Caller DJ just called me out for the.
Be curious.